having Diamond back to team, it's like so much easier to play with him.
The only one thing that can dig us out of this hole is ourselves.
Still have a lot to show that we actually improved.
I'm just excited because they're right now, I think, the team where you can prove yourself.
of the European League of Legends Championship Series, coming to you live from our studios here in Cologne, Germany. I am Lee D-Man Smith, and I'm joined by Trevor Quickshot Henry once again as we head into the second day of action. Yesterday, of course, the playoff picture started coming into focus as we saw the first team eliminated from the playoffs.
That is right, and there's only 20 games left to play this split. So each pick, each ban, gank, and kill could decide which teams will be experiencing a trip to Worlds and which teams will be staying home.
So before we get into today's matches, let's take a look at the highlights from yesterday. First up, of course, it was Alliance. They were able to put a stop to Fnatic's win streak. Once again, another team cannot reach that number 9 figure, and they hold that number 1 spot once again.
They did, and the game was not exactly bloodthirsty, but it was an incredibly tactical affair between both Alliance and Fnatic. They were trading objectives left and right, and Fnatic played passively and quite reserved. And I feel that's what cost them the game. Alliance definitely showing that they are the number 1 team this split, and they hold on to that position quite safely.
Absolutely. Nif even saying they've got more to show. We'll see how that goes for them. Next up, of course, Gambit. Well, they can no longer reach the playoffs, and that is unheard of for all people involved. And of course, they are now on a 10-game losing streak. All that is left for them now is a chance to contest the Copenhagen Wolves for a higher seed in the promotion tournament. It's crazy.
It really is. You know, Gambit have been struggling for the majority of this year, and it just seems to get worse and worse for them. Now that they are 100% eliminated from playoffs, there should be no pressure on their shoulders, and as a team, they should be focusing on getting synergy, getting cohesion, and working towards the promotion tournament. So we need to see if they can cause upsets for the other teams who still have things to lose.
Yeah, there's a lot of seeding to be had, and of course, Gambit, they're still a very good team. They just need to find their way, and of course, last but not least, we saw the introduction of the 4.12 patch yesterday, and that has resulted in some interesting champion picks.
Yeah, so I want to highlight 3 that stood out for me yesterday, starting with the Maokai top lane. It was pulled out by Xaxus, and he was very bold in declaring Maokai top, the second best top laner behind Gragas at the moment, if you're looking for a tank. It worked well, it had good presence, good peel, and all props to Xaxus. Next, I'm going to stick in the top lane, but we're going to talk about Kevin and him playing Yasuo. It's a champion that has flirted with the top lane in both LCS regions to mixed success, but Kevin definitely impressed me yesterday. Traditionally, a bruiser player, playing the assassin, and he helped destroy with it yesterday, so props to Kevin. And then, of course, a little bit of timekeeping in the mid lane. Kurt pulling out the Zillion. It's not the first time we've seen a mid. We've seen FLICKR do it this week, and Joe rightly pointed out that we've seen an LPL about 2 weeks ago as well. Kerp had a tough time in the laning phase, but made up for it in the mid to late game. I'm hoping we see even more diversity, because we've seen a lot of champions in a lot of roles yesterday. And don't forget 4.12 no Lucian, so we may see some more changes in the AD carry slot as well.
Yeah, lots to come. We'll see how it works out. In addition to the new champions, there were also some huge moments that had you guys tweeting away. So let's take a look at your hashtag LCS big plays from yesterday. First up, it was from the match between Gambit and Roccat, and this featured Xaxus as one OP tree. This came from Big Adzay. I'm going to go with Adzay. At LOL Esports, he said, "Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's really just a tanky tree." This was your second most talked about play.
Chum the Waters will land this time around. Diamond's in trouble. The lantern gets thrown out. He stealths away.
Oh, Xaxus
pulled in, goes in, gets himself the kill.
Xaxus here with his W just followed Diamond through the entire map, and he's so tanky already.
Gambit were definitely barking up the wrong tree. Xaxus said it was time to leave, and he decided to end Diamond's life. Next comes to us from the Millenium versus Copenhagen Wolves match, where Cotnex goes big at Baron. This comes from at ImmuniLol. What? If this Baron secure from Cotnex is not an LCS big play, I don't know what this is. It was perfectly fluid and masterfully executed. This was your most talked about moment in the European LCS.
Baron started off now. Millennium on towards it. Broken Shot. Can he be the man of the moment? He's going to have to jump in, but instead he gets knocked away.
Damn, Cotnex, he's very, very fast in this segment. He was the guy who jumped out, kicked Broken Shot away, jumped back into the Baron pit, smited it, got it for Millennium, and made sure Broken Shot couldn't even get into the Baron pit and try and steal it.
Some more speedy Lee Sin mechanics. We've seen it a few times from Cotnex now, and it's always great to watch Lee Sin. I mean, basically because none of us can do that level of mechanics. Remember, of course, that you can always send your favorite big plays to us on Twitter at LOL Esports, along with the hashtag LCS Big Plays. And of course, here are the standings as we head into today's games. First up, well, it is Alliance. They are now king of the hill in sole position of first place after taking down Fnatic yesterday. Fnatic do still have a 2-game cushion in second place, but they are still looking very strong. Next up, Millenium, Supa, Hot, they're now tied for third place still. 13 wins apiece, keep picking up wins. Let's see how it works out for them today. Alliance, Fnatic, Millenium, and the Supa Hot, of course, now, as you can see, have all secured their spots in the summer playoffs. Would be happening in just a few weeks' time.
Yeah, moving to the bottom half of the table, SK Gaming and Roccat sit tied for 5th, and they are both fighting to secure their playoff spots. The Copenhagen Wolves are in 7th. They're not out of it just yet, but they'll need to win everything from here on out to challenge one of those teams for that playoff position. And as we've touched on already, Gambit Gaming are in last place. They're no longer able to qualify for playoffs, but they can still hope to steal 7th place from the Wolves if they go, a bunch of losses, and they can look to ruin their opponent's seeding for those very important playoffs.
Sadly for Gambit, they need to actually win to do that. They're chasing that
start
loss streak, of course. So today's matches, well, they're going to be beginning with the Supa Hot crew. They're facing off against Gambit Gaming. It was the last time Gambit won was against Supa Hot crew. There's hopes, ladies and gentlemen, for them. SK Gaming, they're going to be taking on Roccat. And that's going to be a battle for 5th place.
After that, Alliance square off against the Copenhagen Wolves, a rematch that actually cost Alliance their winning streak last time. And our final match features Fnatic against Millenium. Both of these teams have been performing well lately. Can Millenium pick apart Fnatic? We'll find out. After the LCS games conclude, we have more exciting matches as the veteran Ninjas in Pyjamas featuring LCS take on Gamers 2 and Ocelot in the Challenger Series semi-finals, and there's a spot in the finals on the line that is live on our stage next Wednesday.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff. You can always head over to @lolesports.com for stats, schedules, VODs, and all information about your favorite teams and players. You can also vote on today's matchups. Just give us a thumbs up on the team you predict. We'll be seeing the victory screen, and we'll check in before each to see how you voted.
Yes, we will be, and of course you can find out how to join us here in the Cologne studio for the upcoming Super Week and the European LCS Playoff quarterfinals the following week. Just click on tickets at the top of the page for all of the information.
So let's turn the tables and have you tell us something for once. We know that the European LCS, well, it always has surprises, but who is the most unpredictable player in the European LCS and why?
Oh, it's such a difficult question to answer. I'm going to do a little bit of a cop-out and say Overpower. He tends to be the mid laner that pulls out the oddball champions. But you guys at home, send us your answers to @LOL Esports with the hashtag LCS, and Shocks will be reading our favorite responses later in the show.
Now, it is time for our first match of the day as the Supa Hot crew face Gambit. The head-to-head between these teams is currently 2-1 in favor of the Supa Hot crew. However, the last match was won by Gambit back in Week 6. That, of course, was the last time that Gambit won a game, whereas the Supa Hot crew, they've been making a play for the top 4. Yesterday, of course, the Supa Hot crew played against SK Gaming in a match they really needed to win. They had a lot of pressure on them in the race for the playoffs, with Millenium, of course, winning earlier in the day. The Supa Hot crew managed to grab that win yesterday, but unfortunately, they were far from impressive.
Yeah, that's the truth. As a team, Supa Hot crew just played very passively for an extremely long period of time. And we effectively had what was a 30-minute laning phase before teams really started moving around the map and making plays happen. It was very slow going for Selfie in particular in the early game, but he stepped up as the game progressed, and his Ahri literally blew people up, ending 10-2 and 3. I just think if you step back and you look at the Supa Hot crew, they had moments that were somewhat questionable yesterday, but they came out ahead at the end of the day and the end of the game. And I still personally think they are one of the dark horses. They have the ability to upset the top of the table teams, but this is going to be a test for them against Gambit. They need to demonstrate control of the basics to ensure a win. So assuming Supa Hot crew make no big mistakes, they should be the favorites in this matchup.
Well, judging by the looks of them, they're looking to get into all chat once again for the preview show. Sadly, though, for Gambit, they can no longer reach a 6th place playoff position because after losing to Roccat yesterday, it has plumbed them bottom of the table. It is now all about chasing that 7th place spot to give them a chance to choose their own opponent as they move into the promotion series. The problem is, in yesterday's match against Roccat, they literally showed no confidence in their abilities, and they just played passively and let Roccat just suffocate them out of the game.
Yeah, sadly, there isn't much more to say, D-Man. Gambit they didn't seem confident. They didn't seem capable of slowing or stopping down Roccat yesterday, and their opponents, they just moved around the map taking multiple objectives while Gambit fell further and further and further behind. I do want to say that Diamond on Kha'Zix had little impact, and despite not having the worst scoreline, you didn't feel his presence at all. And I want to combo that to his Rengar play last week. Very little impact. Anyways, I do want to say that Gambit had their least bad game of recent weeks. So if they continue to trend positively and not have as bad games, no pressure on them because they can't make playoffs. And if they focus on synergy and on training and focusing on the promotion tournaments, they might be able to cause some upsets, because when you've got nothing to worry about, nothing to drag you down,
pressure's off.
Theoretically, you can make more plays, but we need to see them actually deliver.
Yeah, we need to see them stepping up and getting a little bit of confidence back in their own play. Let's check out the starting lineups for these two teams. Over on the blue side, of course, it is Super Hot Crew. That means Mima's in that top lane, Impaler in the jungle, Selfie in the mid lane, Mr. Rales as AD carry, and Kasing alongside him as support.
And on the red side, in their home colors, it is, of course, Gambit Gaming. Cubon up top, Diamond in the jungle, Nick in the mid lane, Genja playing AD carry, and Edouard on support.
So let's take a look at your votes from lolesports.com. With 77% of you voting, you think that Super Hot Crew will take this game. That's a big vote for Super Hot Crew.
It is a very big vote, and it's hard to argue with the popular opinion. Gambit are 0-10. They're 3 games away from equaling the Dragonborn's record from last year. Gambit Gaming,
it's not a record you want to chase.
On the same losing streak as the initial Copenhagen Wolves, Velocity, Dragonborns, it's not something I thought I would ever say. And for this game to work out, they need to either force Selfie to be on the back foot and also take control of Mr. Rolls. Because what we have seen from Selfie is he has games where he goes huge and he carries teams, but he also has games where he makes poor decisions and costs his team the game. So Gambit, if they can force his hand, that might be a way in.
Well, we talked about it yesterday. We were wondering about Genja's Caitlyn. Of course, Lucian is banned. We're on 4.12. We'll see how that goes, because Mr. Rales is certainly a fantastic AD carry in that bottom lane. As we mentioned, though, Gambit, last time they won was against the Super Hot Crew. They were on the red side. Can they do it again? Bans have come through very fast. Ziggs, Evelyn, Fizz, straight away taken out by the Super Hot Crew, Kassadin, Yasuo, and Gragas from Gambit.
So Ari is still available, and yesterday, the Super Hot Crew picked her last, all the way down the list. Xerath is still up, Orianna is still up. There's a lot of options.
Twisted Fate potentially in there. I think that's something Selfie may well consider. Or is Mima, who is, of course, does have the choice. Will he focus on one of those top laners?
Twisted Fate into Zillion is a matchup that we only talk about because we've seen it once or twice in recent weeks, and it's one of those things that if somebody wanted to run that kind of comp, you have that very powerful mid-game spike. And if you can control the early to mid-game, you can force your opponents to concede. But a lot of jungle pressure as well. Lee Sin is available, Elise is available, Impaler's played Jarvan in recent weeks as well. So a lot of options for both of these teams. And at the end of the day, that's a bog standard safety pick coming out of Mima, and he's going to be playing Shyvana for the 13th time in 24 games.
It's a champion he played yesterday to good success, didn't die, played it safe. But as we mentioned yesterday, it was far from a convincing victory. It's not really what you're looking for a team that is chasing a playoff spot, chasing a world championship spot as well.
So on the same token, with all of those priority picks up and available, with leaving Twisted Fate out, you have to second guess yourself. If we're Super Hot Crew and we lock in TF, does that mean that Gambit have a counter? Does Gambit have a plan to deal with it? And if you go with the bog standard safety picks for Super Hot Crew, you can force Gambit to reveal a little more of their strategy, and then you can play around it and look to potentially counter pick.
Oh, waiting to see. It's going to be Lee Sin for Diamond. It's kind of his signature champion. Well, it's what we used to call his signature champion, but it's been a long time since he overly impressed, certainly compared to the likes of Cottonex in the jungle right now for other teams. Morgana also locked in there. Eddie played a support, of course, yesterday, but with the Dawn Shield start, don't think he's going to do it this time around. Morgana, probably Spell Thieves in there, but he's one of the players that does try new things, but this is going back to old tried and tested. Maybe that's what they need to do.
Yeah, it's one of those things. If you go to comfort picks, you're always going to have the advantage of just having it as second nature. We noticed the hover over Caitlyn for a moment, and the only reason I highlight that is Genja has trended towards Lucian and Caitlyn this split. Obviously, Lucian's not available. There's only one victory that Genja has
played 9 times.
Played 9 times with 1 win. Now, to be fair, they're on a 10-game losing streak, so obviously your stats are going to be skewed in that regard when you are the 8th place team. But on the same token as comfort picks, maybe sometimes you need to mix it up to try and break the mold. A losing strategy cannot always help you out.
For a moment, I thought Impala was going to lock in Rengar in that jungle. Of course, we just saw Dandy running to great success, showing the world, honestly, how to play Rengar over in Korea. But it is going to be Jarvan. Jarvan has been played to great success, honestly, in Europe over the last few weeks.
Yes, it really has. And for Kasing in particular, locking in the Thresh, we've actually seen him have some very good Thresh play. You know, great combinations, Lantern Ganks, Death Sentences. And the only reason I think it's quite interesting is Kasing as a player has trended towards Braum or Morgana, or even Nami, more so than his Thresh. So this will be interesting to see how they lock in the rest of their champions. There is not the highest amount of damage between Jarvan and Shyvana. Obviously, if Shyvana goes Blade, it'll help counterbalance that. But I imagine they're going to go with some high damage champions. Ahri is still on the table, still a consideration if the Super Hawk want to go that route.
Selfie went big on it yesterday, missed a couple of charms in the early game, but once he got that ability power built up, he certainly wrecked his way through the Super SK Gaming yesterday. Rise locked in. Is that going to be Kubon in the top lane? That's the question. He did play it a bunch of times back in Meet Your Makers days. It could, of course, be for Nick in the mid lane, and there is the Caitlyn, you know, 1 win in 9 does not show big statistics for that champion. Genja, is it time he changed something?
Gambit have been trying. They've been changing a few things, and it's difficult to see what they would do. The interesting thing that you do point out is that Rise could go mid, he could go top. So it does create an element of doubt on the side of the Super Hot crew. If they want to run Ahri on the assumption it's Rise middle, it comes down to quite a difficult situation for Ahri. If she gets Rune Prison and comboed with some Lee Sin damage, there is some kill threat. But Super Hot crew are definitely taking their time. They're running the clock down. You know, and you still have to remember that Twisted Fate is still available, that you've still got the likes of Orianna up there, still got Xerath up there, so Gambit can have the pick of the litter depending on how they want to play their team comp. If they go for something like an Orianna, you've just got a roaming Death Ball, Lee Sin, Rise, Orianna on the front line. If they want to play slightly more pick-oriented, you could go with the Twisted Fate and just rely on him trying to snowball Rise and comboing with Lee Sin. So it depends on what Gambit Gaming want to run.
Yeah, and there is the Cogmore locked in, so we talked about the damage. It will come eventually from Mr. Rales, and of course Kasing locking in Ahri for Selfie. What will Gambit use as their final
look at the
pick?
grid.
No, I know,
Look at the grid.
Look at the
Eddie, we're not
I was
falling
about to
for
say
it.
something I shouldn't say, but a certain grin on his face. Let's put it that way.
Certain grid indeed. This will be the third time we're seeing Mr. Rales play Cogmore, and he's also an AD carry that has trended towards the likes of Lucian until recent weeks. But Mr. Rales is one of the most talented AD carries in the league. And as long as he doesn't get caught out by Rise or Lee Sin and then instantly burst down by the Xerath, I think he's got a fair amount of peel and protection from the Jarvan, from the Thresh. Shyvana can be a disruption on the side lanes. Gambit have put a lot of emphasis on this sort of double AP composition. And if Rise can get going, he can be the front line to survive a lot of the burst, while Xerath and Lee Sin try to pick off Cogmore. But then it's going to be down to Selfie finding the right targets. He can't afford to miss as many charms as he did yesterday in that early game, because if Rise and Xerath get ahead, they've got great tools to deal with Super Hot Crew's comp.
One thing's for sure, if you get locked up by Gambit, you're pretty screwed.
Yes.
You're going to get taken down. You're not going to escape that much CC point blank in your face. But of course, Super Hot Crew have played it very safe here, and we'll see how it works out for them, of course, now that the picks have been locked in. Which squad do you think will win? Tweet at LOA Esports with hashtags SHC win for Super Hot Crew and, of course, GMB win for Gambit. And we'll see if these lineups manage to sway your vote. 77% of you thought the Super Hot Crew were going to take it originally. Are you going to stick with that one? What do we think?
So a little bit of sophistry here, implying to what we've seen elsewhere. Yesterday, over 70% of the people thought Fnatic were going to win, and they didn't. So by faulty logic...
Some very faulty
it's going to be dependent on landing the damage when targets are rooted. You know, Morgana's got a 3-second root on a Dark Binding at max rank. Rune Prison's going to hold people in place for Lee Sin and Xerath to run around and do damage. And if you get a single target locked down, you've hit with Ace in the hole, and Xerath just loads everything from right to the Arcane, that can be the way they win fights. But it is dependent, Rise being in the right position, or on Eddie landing the right skill shot. So let's see if Gambit can pull that one off.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 of the final day here in Week 10. Super Week is looming. Promotion spots are all up for grabs. Not for Gambit though, but the Super Hot crew, can they continue their chase? They are tied for third place right now in Millenium. They're actually chasing down Fnatic. A win here would put pressure back on them. The question is, can they take them down? Or can Gambit finally end that disastrous 10-game losing streak? We'll find out over the next few moments. I think it may be a couple more than a few, though.
It'll take a little while.
It'll take a little while.
You know, Super Hot crew were very content to farm yesterday. For multiple reasons, SK Gaming were playing fairly passive themselves, so Super Hot crew were never under pressure to make big plays or to go super aggressive. And I think if Super Hot crew make the decision to do that now, they can potentially control both Xerath and Ryze. Ryze is a champion that is obviously notoriously powerful in the late game, but you want to delay that as much as possible. So, Pen and Diamond, let's see how this trade goes. That was
fairly even. I would say Impaler came off worse there. Gambit definitely came off. It's going to force him back to base, which will, of course, prevent the blue push, but he wasn't really looking to go towards that red buff. Instead, it does mean that he's going to back off and go back towards his own red buff as he pings it out there. So, looks like a lane swap coming out here from Super Hot crew.
So, this is something that Fnatic do, that we keep talking about. Whenever Fnatic run a hyper carry, an AD carry that wants to get to late game as quickly as possible, they go for the lane swap to ensure a slightly more simple, slightly safer, you know, pre-6th level laning phase. In addition to the range advantage that both that Caitlyn and Morgana have over Kog'Maw and Thresh, maybe it's just playing it safe, but you can argue the merits of it. On the same token, not only do they help Mr. Rolls scale more effectively, they also delay that power spike of Ryze. If Ryze was in a straight-up head-to-head matchup with Mima, it may have been an easier time for him to farm. So, you know, there's multiple reasons that they could be going for. We'll see what their focus is, how quickly they want to push. Cubon is playing the buddy system with Diamond. As you can see, Ryze and Kassim in the lane. They don't look to be shoving it too hard just yet.
Mima just going to take some slight abuse from Eddie. Turns around, socks him in the face, and actually put some good damage back towards himself. He's taking a quick burst. You can see in that mid lane, Nick coming out on top and hitting level 2 first. Dangerous play from Selfie there, but happily goes in, hits level 2. Hasn't leveled up Charm just yet, it seems, or we certainly haven't seen it been flung out. It's an interesting one, this one in the mid lane. We haven't seen a Xerath Ahri for a very long time.
No, we haven't. And in theory, post 6, Ahri has the mobility to deal with Xerath. Xerath being that immobile AP mage, but obviously he outranges Selfie. So if Nick is able to keep the poke down and prevent Selfie going aggressive because of the health advantage, that can be how he plays the lane. But you'll notice Nick is running Flash Heal as opposed to Flash Ignite for Selfie. So Nick is always going to be looking to farm and to be more impactful in sieges and in the mid to late game as opposed to the laning phase. Because again, once Selfie hits 6, he's going to be powerful. Makings of a tower dive.
It's the 4-man roaming buddy system. Kassim, good ward.
It might be too late.
No, I think it's fine. I think that's prime time. You know, it's a flaying level 2 death sentenced Thresh, and that's a dangerous target to go into a tower on this early on, both only at level 2. So Cubon instead teleports to top lane, and that singular ward, that single little bit of vision prevented the entire game.
The thing as well is you do have to go a tiny bit earlier. Cubon was not in the top lane, right? He hadn't gone there to farm. So Super Hot crew made an informed decision. We'll see if Diamond gets out and we can carry on talking about this. But yeah, you know, because Cubon did not reveal himself in the top lane, Super Hot crew made an informed decision to anticipate a potential tower dive. So Kassim had recalled and started moving to the bottom lane much earlier than that ward was placed, just showing a good read and a good understanding of their opponent's mindsets and reading the map very effectively. So good calling and understanding of the threats from their opponents.
Nick misreading Selfie just a little bit there. Managed to put some damage down on towards him just as the charm landed, which meant, of course, all of the minions that were stacked up there turned immediately on towards him when he was just charmed passively in there. Kassim looking to try and make a play in this mid lane. We do also see just above Impaler trying to creep around. They want to get on towards Nick, but Eddie is waiting in the bush, looming off at the side. The 3v2, and actually it seems everybody's going to step away.
Yeah, with all of the summoner spells up and available, as well as Kassim walking over the ward, Gambit may have decided to bail out from that little engage. And you see how aggressive Nick was playing in terms of poke and damage and Selfie, but he's actually, you know, even on CS. So despite the efforts that Nick is putting into controlling this lane, Selfie still has the biscuit in his inventory, and he's still CSing under the pressure. So, you know, props to Nick for actually landing the poke, and also to Selfie for managing to stay relevant even on CS under the aggression.
Look at him, Pela and Kasing. They are going looking for kills. They want to find Diamond in this jungle. It's not going to happen though. You can see he's back in base. They're going to maybe turn their attention to Nick. They've not been spotted yet. They're not going to get seen by that ward to the other side of the river. And they're just waiting to see if they can land any skill shots. Selfie needs to land the charm. Kubon's about to walk straight in, spots them instantly, and quickly Super Hot Crew will back away.
So Super Hot Crew playing it patiently, waiting for the correct opportunity to jump in. And it's interesting to see Kasing trying to play the roaming support, but he's gone for the Relic Shield as a first item. And if you contrast that to yesterday's game, where Yellow Star against Alliance was playing the roaming support and playing very aggressively in Alliance's jungle, Yellow Star started with boots.
Oh, hello.
He wanted to make their move. Now let's see, Selfie. Oh, that was a good Dark Binding. But the roam from Edward gets the ultimate from Selfie. So
Spirit Rush used.
no threat on Nick now for the next, minute or two.
Yeah, he doesn't need to be worried. Pops a bit of music, backs off back to base. So Eddie makes his way back down the river, and you talked about the GP5 item, of course. It was a Doran Shield start once again for Edward, so he's just been roaming, not really losing out much other than experience, of course, as he passes around. Gambit, full defensive duties here. Tear of the Goddess was picked up by Kubon straight away, so he is happily going to start stacking that one out, and honestly, hasn't really been pressured. And if you look both at the top and the bottom lane, these two AD carries singling, dueling against the top laners, there's not really been any pressure on them at all. It's all actually been mid lane focused.
Yeah, definitely. The supports are trying to get their mid laners ahead, and if Selfie is able to get kills into Nick and then roam, obviously that's how Super Crew gain control of the map. And similarly, if Nick gets an item advantage and can blow people up from long range, he can then instantly start impacting those side lanes somewhat safer. But because of the lane swap, it could also mean that we're going to see this slightly accelerated jungle invade game. Impaler and Kasing have made move once or twice, and Kasing has found some trouble.
Death Sentence lands, goes in for it, comes around the side. Quick safeguard though, good slide through. Impaler flag and drag on towards Eddie. Eddie taking some damage and backing off. Now the mid laners are going at it. Selfie and Nick caught out. Edward's going to come around the side, still holding that Dark Binding stun, not going to be used. The charm does go down on Nick there. Ignite was used. He's very low, but he just turns around and blows Kasing away. And that's our first blood for Gambit.
Managing to secure the kill. Mr. Ralls actually flashed in to try and get a kill there, but Nick summoned a heal used to keep him alive. So Gambit respond to the aggressive play from Super Hot Crew, grab themselves that first kill. Very, very smart play from Gambit. They grouped up efficiently, and I think one of the best things about that little play was just the very quick reaction times on their flashes. They didn't hesitate. Under the threat, they instantly got away. Spirit Rush is up for Selfie, so if he sticks around and Edward or Nick get caught out, they might be in trouble.
Eddie, of course, with that Black Shield, should be able to prevent most of it. And again, Nick, just Arcane Impulse, didn't need to use his ultimate, just turn around, quick blast. Thank you very much. Got myself a support kill, and off he goes to spend some of that gold. So, Phoenix Conex and Chalice of Harmony picked up. Fiend's almost complete for him. Meanwhile, Selfie a little bit further behind, having to farm out that lane. He has got a good farm lead at the moment, but of course, that's only down to the fact that Nick has not been there, taking a couple of those gold from the Wraiths there. That's going to should be enough, I would have thought, to send him back and get that item. Maybe he's going to stick around. Maybe I think he wants to complete the Fiends completely.
Yeah, he needs a couple hundred gold still before he can complete that one.
He needs a lot of gold.
With the pressure and the presence in that jungle and roaming around, Selfie's now actually taken a CS lead over Nick, which is quite strong. But look at Gambit, a team that was traditionally known for the Dragon control many months ago, is now making the first move. They have the numbers advantage, there's no one around from Super Hot Crew here to challenge, and that's going to be an uncontested Dragon because of the buff. Super Hot Crew invested their time to go from blue buff. Gambit read the situation well and managed to grab an uncontested Dragon.
So, first kill, first Dragon. Gambit starting off strong against the team they beat back 10 games ago. Nick getting some good poke, honestly, down on a very mobile Ari. So, bottom lane, Mr. Rallis is now down here. He's alongside Kasing, and they are putting pressure on this tower. I'd be impressed if Genji can wipe this wave out. That's a gigantic wave going in there, but they're not putting pressure on him. They're not putting pressure on the tower. Instead, Genji's happy to free farm, and last hit You can see he's just going to clear out that. He'll be quite happy to take that. The votes, well, it's gone a little bit towards Gambit. They're going to tower dive the top lane. That's a dangerous target to tower dive. Might be taking way too much damage. The tower hit's not quite enough. Selfie comes in to finish the job. Now Diamond on him. Can he get the other side of him? He's got his kick available, but it doesn't look like he's going to land it. But look at Nick. He's coming in. He's got that big long-range ultimate. He's going to pop it. He's going to go for Mima. Oh, it's not going to miss the second shot. The third will not land either. It's very tricky to hand on a mobile target, especially when there's burnout running.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Both Impaler, Mima, Selfie have got a lot of mobility when they have their spells available. So Nick not able to land the damage from Right of the Arcane. Super Hot Crew, they do come with a tower dive. Selfie cleans up. So I think it ended up being a little risky, but Super Hot Crew made it work and the kill landed with Selfie, who is arguably one of the most important for Super Hot Crew. If he gets that DFG up next, with the exception of Cubon later in the game, everybody on Gambit's squad should theoretically be quite simple to blow up. That's a lot of squishy members on the Gambit squad.
I should point out, you know, with all the roaming that these supports have been doing, Eddie, because they've had that global gold advantage, he's got a 500 gold lead over Kasing right now. That's pretty big for supports this early on.
It really is at this stage in the game. We'll talk more on that in a second. Impaler's got Cataclysm and he's slapped
Oh, he just goes straight in on Kubon. Kubon could be going down again here. Second death for him. Mima's going to jump all over him. He's not going to escape this one. Will be one more shot from Mima. Flashed for it. Well,
needs to secure that kill.
He got no flash. He got literally nothing to escape.
I agree with you. I think he could have been run down, but better safe than sorry. We do manage to grab the kill, and Super Hot Crew with a positive play. Selfie connects with the chomp, doesn't go further. Spirit Rush has just become available, so decided not to all in. And Selfie continues to just accelerate ahead in CS. Mima has got himself a CS advantage, and it's only counterbalanced by Genja in this bottom lane for the time being. Eddie and Genja, I wonder if they're trying to set up a kill.
He really wants that Dark Bind into land, but he's not shown himself.
I don't know if they can 100-0. With the Lantern and the flashes, I'm not sure if that's possible. But nevertheless, Eddie's playing super passive, trying to find a target.
Well, it's the BF sword for Genja. He wants to get that Infinity Edge in early. Meanwhile, of course, Mr. Rala is going to head towards that Trinity Force. Dark Binding doesn't land after all that time, Eddie. Doesn't quite get it in there. Minion Waves blocking the route. So,
at this stage in the game, Eddie has opted to go for a Sightstone as his GP10. And the reason you classify that is obviously you're not spending money on wards, therefore you're saving money. Bit of a round circle. But it does also mean that Kasing, with his Relic Shield, is going to be earning more gold. So Eddie needs to get himself a GP10 built up. Very smart psychological play. There was no one on the minimap. But Kasing, by throwing the Lantern back, forces everyone away. And the 500 gold that you were talking about a moment or two ago is down to about 200 gold. In difference between Kasing and Edward. So Eddie's going to need to be looking to grab himself one of those GP10s, start generating some gold, otherwise Kasing is going to start accelerating in terms of items. And he is one of the playmaking champions for the Super Hot Crew, often setting up kills.
So, Selfie making his way down the river here. Diamond has snuck in, but they're not aware of their mid laner coming towards them. Genja's going to get focused. Diamond comes around the side. Kasing's caught out. He's going down very low here. And this is Selfie coming in way too late, but it's going to be nicely grouped up. He should get enough damage down. Genja's in trouble. Mima teleports in towards it. Eddie going down as well. He gets caught out. Diamond gets taken down. And Selfie just runs through the entire team, gets himself a double kill. It's now 5-2 for Super Hot Crew.
All of a sudden, Super Hot Crew gain control of the game. A well-timed roam from Selfie in conjunction with a good attempt from Kasing. He flash played and pulled Gambit towards him. Unfortunate for Super Hot Crew, obviously, to have Diamond in the bush, but they made the best of it. 1 for 3 and potentially a tower. That is fantastic. Diamond engages, and look at Selfie. He's literally 3 to 5 seconds away from this fight and lands every single skill shot, as well as obviously the teleport from Mima. Basically just cleaning house. You know, well-timed, well-called from Super Hot Crew from a macro level. They're pushing, let's engage.
It was actually a very late teleport as well. It was a reactionary teleport rather than pre-planned. It was simply a case of, whoa, hang on, Diamond just came out of the bush. We need support, guys. We need to get down here. Teleports in. Of course, he did it onto a Millenium, which will prolong that timer. So, Dragon is a possibility in next minute. Of course, Gambit just losing out big in that bottom lane along with the tower. Could put a bit of pressure with that bottom tower now down, but you can see Genja is shoving the wave out, so somebody needs to deal with that. It's going to be crashing against that tower just as the dragon spawns. Selfie called out, big burst on him, and you can see Gambit. They want to make a play here.
So that was the combo that Gambit will be looking for. Lock somebody down, get the damage down. If Gambit don't get poke from Nick and Genja onto targets, I feel like their 5v5 power is not going to be as strong as Super Hot Crew. Super Hot Crew are so mobile, they may be able to dodge a lot of the damage that Nick is putting out, and if Impaler and Mima have good engages, it means Gambit are going to have a tough time standing in a straight-up fight. So with Dragon up in 10 seconds, Gambit will be looking to poke, and if Impaler and Super Hot Crew can find a strong engage, that might be where they're going to go. Mr. Rolls is split from the team, so let's see how the crew react to this one. You never like your AD carry being on the opposite side of the enemy team.
Yeah, and that's why he's going to shuffle around. Selfie taken low, half a hit points down. He's managed to chug himself back up with, of course, that health pots. Diamond going to get caught out. They did secure the Dragon, but they managed to lose a kill. Impaler not quite able to lock up, and one kill for a Dragon. I think Gambit would be happy with that one.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, not if the middle turret goes down, though.
Net gold gain in terms of that trade. However, as you highlighted, the minion wave just conga lining in from behind. Super Hot Crew not even going to wait for it. Tower and a kill, tower in a trade for a kill and Dragon. I think Super Hot Crew will continue to be happy. They already have shown that they want to play aggressively in Gambit's jungle, and instantly after getting the tower, they move as a unit, going to be clearing out the ward. So Super Hot Crew are just stamping their authority and stamping control of this game.
So 3 turrets to 0 right now for the Supa Hot Crew. All outers are down. Lane phase very much theirs. Question is, can they convert this? Mid-game moving in, 2 dragons to the good for Gambit. Has kept them within touch in gold. And that really is it. Because if you look across the farms, the CS levels, Genja has got that advantage, but that's only because he just shoved the wave in. Yep. That's quickly going to get counterbalanced by Mr. Rallas. Look at the mid lane, big advantage of Selfie, now 3-0-1 of course, and in the top lane as well for Mima, who of course teleported in, got those 3 assists.
So not only that, but I'm reminded of an interview we did with Diamond Prox right at the beginning of the split, where he was talking about how as a team, Gambit prefers to focus dragons over towers, because a dragon will respawn and you can in theory get a net gold gain if you can counter those towers. But the problem for Gambit is they need to start taking towers soon, because if Super Hot Crew continue to accelerate, they're not going to be able to siege. Now Super Hot Crew, look, again, they have the towers down in top and middle, they're instantly going aggressive in the jungle. They know they've got the support of Selfie at a very quick pace, and Mima and Impaler, again, very, very mobile. So Super Hot Crew are just trying to steal away any resources Gambit have available, and ideally, looking to find soloed out targets to try take them down.
And their vision working well there. They knew exactly the danger threat coming from Gambit. Quickly backed away from that top lane and stepped away. You can see down the bottom, still free farm going for Mr. Rallas. He's continuing to shove that bottom wave in while Mima does his job in the top wave. And this is really all they need to do. They just want to get Mr. Rallas continue to get stronger and stronger and stronger as this game goes on, and he will outscale Genja quite considerably.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I think if Super Hot Crew can play the team fights correctly, that Mr. Rallas, as well as, you know, maybe Impaler, try to deal with Cubone and Diamond, and then let Selfie try to look for Nick. Let Selfie try to blow Nick up. It should allow that sort of strong front line and allow you to get rid of the very long range that Xerath has on the map. But for the time being, Super Hot Crew are just playing fairly safe. Oh, Impaler's now in trouble.
Oh, my Impaler was playing possum there. That's exactly what he was doing. He was just like, no, come at me, come on, hit me, please, please, because just waiting off the side, Kasing and Selfie come in and destroy him.
And that was what we said just a moment or two ago. Because of the mobility on the Super Hot Crew squad, they can respond very quickly. Impaler only has a Ruby Crystal and Merc Treads as his tanky stats. And that 4th assist on the board accelerates that gold lead to now 4,000. And you just have to feel Super Hot Crew now can dictate which lane they want to pick fights in. You know, they've got control, they've got an item advantage, and yes, Gambit will scale, but they need to stop hemorrhaging gold and kills. And very importantly, stop feeding more damage to Selfie.
Exactly, and that is the big thing. With that DFG completed, he's full item complete ahead of Nick right now, and he's sitting on that rod. 1,000 gold advantage over him. You can see what he's doing, spending it. A lot of investment in wards right now for Super Hot Crew as well. Every single member on the board, apart from, of course, from Mr. Rallas, because he can't simply fit one in his bag, is getting wards. They know it's all about the vision. It's worked well for them so far. And Diamond, gotta be careful he doesn't get too greedy on this red.
So much support for Super Hot Crew. If Diamond gets caught by a single skill shot, he's gonna get blown up. But look at Gambit, they've grouped up as well. So we might be seeing potential fight over red buff, or Gambit are just gonna pull up. They're not looking for another team fight. They haven't won one yet. And another objective goes the way of Super Hot Crew.
death sentence hook on the red buff. That's one way of securing it. It's like, no, 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 it's not going your way. Very much as, and everybody steps away from the jungle. So the battle for the red buff was concluded. It was Mr. Ralls that came out victorious.
It's quite interesting to see Supa Hot Crew putting so much focus on the red buff and the top half of the map as opposed to the blue buff, which is what's going to be super important for Nick. Nick having the ability to spam, have the cooldown reduction is obviously a very important factor in defending towers when they eventually go for those sieges. But for the time being, Supa Hot Crew have definitely gained control of that top half of the map. The Dragon's going to be up in a minute, so we may be seeing another potential engage. Selfie once again getting chunked out before the Dragon fight, but I think he's got enough time to get some hit points back and maybe challenge Gambit. Remember, Supa Hot Crew have not had any of the Dragons yet, despite that attempted challenge previously.
Yeah, he's in the hole's being used almost on cooldown on Selfie every time he shows himself, but this time around Supa Hot Crew have got themselves positional advantage. And look at Gambit, there's Duke teleports on the top laners in there. Selfie meanwhile burning everything he can to shove that wave in, cause a problem for Gambit as now they move in bulk down towards that Dragon area. 20 seconds on the spawner. They're going to look to try and create some problems. Eddie is the focus. They haven't got enough to knock him up. Good sidestep there. Cataclysm used, forces the flash out of Edward. Flash from Kasing, not landing that death sentence.
Not this time around. So supports traded flash for flash, and Impaler with a predictive sidestep actually. Luckily, thanks to the presence that Supa Hot Crew put in the jungle, it scared Gambit away. So Gambit now may be relying on long-range damage to try and get control of this pit, but Supa Hot Crew have got the numbers advantage. Mima's got teleport. And they're not starting it actually, so they're respecting the potential engage from Gambit. If Supa Hot Crew were to get caught by a Dark Binding and then have Nick unload everything from Xerath, they could lose a member. But look at this little dance. Supa Hot Crew have started off, but they're not fully committing. This is respect for Gambit's team comp and the potential damage that can come out.
Wait and see whether Eddie can go in there without flashing.
Teleport.
Flash Soul Shackle. He does manage to catch him. They're going to instead turn it onto Nick. Dead Sentence lands this time around, and Nick is just melted on that lane straight away. And they're going to turn their attention. They can go straight for the tower here. They've got minions.
Yeah, they've got a few minions to play with. Gambit are out of position. Supa Hot Crew played that perfectly. The moment they got onto the threat of Nick, they just blew the teleport and blew him up. Supa Hot Crew get another tower, peel back, going to get the Dragon as well, and just very, very smart play.
Good use of vision, honestly. That's simply what it is. They were waiting for someone to get caught out of position. You know, Kasing burned that flash, didn't catch it, takes the lantern way back, and Ace in the hole, even blocked out by Kasing as well. That's the Dragon, the first one of the game for the Supa Hot Crew, and that's going to stretch their gold lead to 6,000.
And there's the vision you were talking about, Lee. As soon as Nick moved himself into the jungle, Supa Hot Crew instantly said, get Nick down. I do feel the hesitation of starting Dragon was out of fear of a Xerath ultimate coming down from long range. And the moment they took him off the map, that threat and that damage was no longer there, so easy objectives for the Supa Hot Crew. They've now got a 6,000 gold lead, 3 kills on Selfie, 104 Mr. Rolls. He's working himself towards most likely an Infinity Edge. We'll see where he goes with that build, but there's just been no threat on Mr. Rolls, no threat on Selfie. Barring getting caught by one Dark Binding, you've not felt like Supa Hot Crew have been in a position where they were going to lose players.
Yeah, it's been a well-controlled game so far for the Supa Hot Crew. We do see Selfie hitting level 15. He is the highest level on the map right now. And they cleared 2 levels ahead of his counterpart Nick as well, which is going to become even more of a problem as Supa Hot Crew start to pressure those inner turrets.
So if we contrast how Supa Hot Crew have pulled ahead against Gambit today as opposed to Roccat yesterday, Supa Hot Crew have been more aggressive and proactive in finding those kills and then pushing objectives. Yesterday, Roccat played a little safer. They didn't go for those sort of teleport jungle fights out of the possibility of it being countered, out of the possibility of it not going well. Supa Hot Crew a little more brave, and it's working out for them, and that's why they've got a very strong lead. For Gambit, it's going to be about turtling now. They've got wave clear with Xerath, they've got wave clear with Caitlyn, but they need to hold either those inner turrets in top and bottom or the inhibitor turrets once Supa Hot Crew get there. And if they can buy time for Cubon, that might be the way in. Let's see if Mima can get away.
Interesting mechanic there, Mima Dragon pouncing away just at the right time that a kick sends him in the opposite direction. Supa Hot Crew react, they come in to defend and stop that push from Gambit. They tried to make a play, it just didn't work out for them, and now they've got Selfie shoving that bottom wave in.
Yeah, it looked all too easy for Mima to get away, and Selfie split push yesterday with Ari as well. Took a little longer than 24 minutes in that game. but obviously things were a lot closer, a lot more even. There's nobody that can stand toe-to-toe with Selfie. With DFG and the charm bonus damage, and Cubon having no additional MR outside of, you know, his base stats, etc., even Cubon's going to get blown up if he gets hit by the full combination. So Selfie pushes the wave to the tower and instantly peels to the rest of his team.
You can see just how defensive on the minimap there Genja was being. He did not want to get involved in finding Selfie in that jungle area. Diamond burst down, didn't see what hit him there, but he was taken very low from Mr. Ral, as it seems. Just went across all of the map, honestly. Gambit now fearful of going in their own jungle.
And look at the split. Mima with that Blade of the Rune King and Banshees. He's moved to the top lane. He doesn't have teleport available. And he's just shoving the minion wave. Then Super Hot Crew are looking. Oh, there goes Selfie.
That's going to be the charm. It should be enough to burst him down. No, the charm did not land. And now the reaction comes out. Selfie is low, but he's out of range and safe.
Yeah, he needed to flash away. If that right to the arcane had hit, it would have killed himself. He took some damage from the tower. And it was the DFG opener. He didn't need all of his charms yesterday. It's just with the DFG and the item advantage he had, he was blowing people up. But Genja gets away, Summoner Heal used. So Summoner spells traded back and forth. And Super Hot Crew do not get another tower, despite pushing multiple lanes multiple times. But they have had complete control of Gambit's jungle. They took another red and another blue away from Gambit.
Well, they didn't get an inner turret. Gambit yet to get themselves a single turret right now. They can't find anywhere to stop Impaler pushing in. You can see he's now clearing the waves. That's a problem when your jungler starts to clear everything out. Mr. Rales gets himself his second red buff, wants to try and double stack them. Doesn't really work out for you, buddy. Big ride. Oh, Overlord's not going to work for him. Mima, meanwhile, he's shoving the top lane, continuing. He's had the lead throughout against Kubon, and now with that course, Banshee's Veil complete. He's not going to be too worried about jumping in against this mage-heavy Gambit lineup.
And just the damage from Selfie is so good. You need much more MR. I mean, Edward's got Edward's got no combat stats on this Morgana. He's got hit points from his Sightstone. And yes, he's going to have some MR and etc. But really, that is a very, very squishy Morgana. So the moment Edward tries to stand toe-to-toe with anybody, whether it's Mima jumping in or Impaler jumping in, he's just going to get shredded by everybody on Super Hot Crew in terms of their damage. Infinity Edge and Trinity Force completed for Mr. Rall. So while he doesn't have the greatest of sustain, not having a lifesteal item, neither does Genja. Genja's not gone sustain yet either. So Kog'Maw's just going to rely on that long range of Bio Arcane and look to destroy Cubon or Diamond if they try to jump in on it. But we're not going to see that because Gambit have to play super defensive. They've been playing super defensive for the last 27 minutes.
Genja not able to get close to Selfie this time around. You can see not really doing a great deal anymore with that ace in the hole bursting on towards Selfie. They get pushing it through. Diamond caught out. Death Sentence comes in. Diamond again. Have to safeguard away. Flashes out. Not enough. Impaler locks him down. Was kicked out the side there. Selfie, meanwhile, is continuing to take the tower. Mima going toe-for-toe with Kubon in the top lane. And Kubon forced to back away. Super Hot Crew all across the map in complete control.
Yeah, every single lane is winning. Every single champion versus champion is in favor of Super Hot Crew, and Kasing has landed the death sentences when he's needed to. Every time we look at Super Hot Crew in the jungle of Gambit, Kasing lands the sentence to signal a member of Gambit to go down. So Mima's going to get some presence and damage on this top inner turret. Dragon's respawning in 15, and it looks like Super Hot Crew have got complete control of the pit, as well as a teleport from Mima if it's even needed.
Yeah, Mima's going to just step away. Might be careful, he's not caught out in the jungle there, actually. Kubon and Nick are both moving in towards him. Should have another Rune Prison in a moment. There it is. Haven't not got the damage, though. And Mima flashes away to safety.
That was a very early flash. There was still 1,300 hit points to burn through. And it's a fairly tanky Mima already, with Banshees and Warden's Mail completed. But, you know, better safe than sorry. Avoids giving up any more gold or any kills to Gambit, and Super Hot Crew grab themselves another dragon. They've now got a 10,000 gold lead. And when they want to take a tower, they do it very efficiently. You've seen how quickly they pushed that bottom inner turret in the last minute or two. It took a few minutes of setting up, yes. But the moment they got the kill and they're like, this is a safe objective, they shoved it in. So anytime Gambit make a positional error, you can bet your bottom dollar that Super Hot Crew will take an objective from it.
Zhonya's Hourglass now completed for Selfie. Void Staff looks like it's going to follow. So expect him to start diving in for some of these kills rather than just sitting and dancing around the turret. Blue buff given across towards him. Let's see where they shove. Of course, bottom tower taken with ease. I believe the next one will be in that top lane unless they get something gifted to them in the inhibitors. At the moment, Super Hot Crew, will they try, maybe even try and bait out a Baron? I don't know. We'll see whether Gambit fall for that. I don't expect them to go with it. I mean, why not just stick with what's working?
So the Baron bait is actually fairly safe for Super Hot Crew on the condition they peel quickly. If Super Hot Crew stick around a Baron, Kog'Maw will do a lot of work to that Baron and melt through it quite quickly. So if Gambit do try challenge, then Super Hot Crew can peel and pick a team fight with Jarvan, with Shyvana, with Ahri very, very quickly. And on the same token, if Gambit don't challenge, then Supa will grab it. Kissing might be trouble.
And dump everything on him, but he gets away. No! Right now, okay, not going to do enough. Look at this. He's just happy to shield his way through that one now. Gambit, they've burnt a lot for that. 3 ultimates. The question is, what will happen? What will Super Hot Crew do about it? They're moving in, 5 members. You can see Mima making his way up there. It's going to be the top turret. They're going to have to sacrifice this one.
Oh, take a look. Diamond's got jumped on.
Oh, he's going to get taken down here. Selfie comes in, plants on towards him, and Impaler slam dunks for the finish.
Manages to get the kill. You notice the drop down as well. Super Hot Crew have just had such strong buff control this game. They put a lot of emphasis in controlling Gambit's jungle. And we touched on Diamond in the pregame. He had no presence on Kha'Zix yesterday. He had little presence on Rammus last week and no presence on Rengar. And he's currently 0-5-1 on what was Diamond Prox's signature champion.
Selfie waiting off at the side there. Eddie fancies this one. Not too sure. Oh, the stun didn't quite land. Eddie's dead. He's not going to be able to get away here. Mr. Rales comes in to finish. Mr. Rales taken very low at side. Genja putting some damage down, but Selfie goes in and bursts down Kubon. Now Genja's found himself a very nasty dragon biting on his backside. He's having to run away from that one. That's going to be the Baron picked up for the Super Hot Crew. They are in complete control with a 13,000 gold advantage.
And that was the Baron play that we talked about. The moment Gambit present themselves as a target or an opportunity, Super Hot Crew pounce and they punish Gambit so much. If you look at the gold totals in terms of both of these teams, 13,000 separates them. And in terms of the top lane, you're talking nearly 3,000 gold difference between Mima and Cubon. In the jungle, 2,800. There are massive differences between both of these teams. It's nearly a full completed item. And there's very little Gambit can do other than punishing Super Hot Crew for a positional mistake. So as long as Super Hot Crew stay grouped up together and force this next line of towers as a team, I don't see Gambit being able to win a team fight.
Oh, it's a big problem. They're going to have to deal with it. Genja's just trying to find any little bit of gold that he can. Still yet to complete an item. He's been sitting on, what, 1,900 gold for a long period of time as he continues to farm up. This is something we see from Genja quite often. He just wants to farm up and get an incomplete item and go back.
The difference between Selfie and, you're right with the gold, and the difference between Selfie and Nick gold is almost the total that Edward has earned this entire game. And that's just the difference. But it's one of these problems where you do have 2,100, you're sitting on a Doran's Blade if you're Genja. You could sell that Doran's and get closer to maybe a Last Whisper, if that's what he's working towards. We'll find out soon enough. But it just exacerbates the problem.
Well,
continues to just
simply put,
that
gold doesn't give you stats.
No, it doesn't.
That's a simple fact. Gold does not give you stats, and if you're going into a fight with 2k in your back pocket and you lose that fight, you think, why didn't you spend that when everybody else went back and buy? Because everybody else had bought items.
Very true, but on the same token as well, that 2k, maybe pickaxe and longsword, would not necessarily have been a different faker. Very true. I can't argue with that. Actually, you know what? If you go back to the Kasing catch, that bonus damage for Ace in the Hole, maybe could have been the 3rd kill of the game for Gambit. But yes, the point is, it may be too late. So, Super Hot Crew have grouped up. They've got Mima pushing top, they've got Selfie pushing middle, and the rest of the team is a 3-man in this bottom lane. And Super Hot Crew can continue to split Gambit. The moment Gambit splits up to deal with one lane in particular, it opens up the other objectives to just be rushed down very quickly.
Super Hot Crew trying to split them from top and bottom. Every time a ward gets placed over, it's cleared out quickly by the Super Hot Crew. Wave gets shoved in once again, crashing against that turret. Kubon and Mima having a staring competition.
Wow.
Nick taken incredibly low there. Selfie bursts through with that Spirit Rush. Doesn't get the kill, but it does force him away, and it may buy them time for this turret to go down. The rest of Gambit rally around, but Super Hot Crew quickly reacting. Good hook on Genja. They didn't actually choose to follow through with the ultimate there, Kasing. I would have thought he'd gone for that one. Nevertheless, the turret's going to go down, and Gambit, they're on retreat.
Yeah, the reason they didn't follow through is the safe tower and inhibitor play. Another hook. This one might be the go signal.
Oh, and again, Diamond have to flash away this time around. Gets away, safeguards away, sorry. And Super Hot Crew take the inhibitor with ease, honestly. They just land a skill shot, get themselves a kill, land a skill shot, get themselves a tower.
Very confident play from the Supa crew. They've now got super minions in the middle lane, and truthfully, every time Supa crew have set their eyes on a target, Gambit have no answer. Gambit are unable to prevent them getting it. And there goes Mima.
Oh, there goes Kubon, that's for sure. Mima pounces in, he's getting all the damage back on towards Nick there. Eddie pots the soul shackles, but it's going to be the last thing he does, I believe. Selfie is going to walk through. There's the charm, lands perfectly on Diamond. Selfie gets himself a double. There is one kill in there for Genja and Edward, so they do manage to take down 2 members of the Supa crew. That will prolong the game for now. But it is simply a 2 for 2 with another inhibitor going to Supa crew.
Completely worth it. 2 for 2 rather, and the 2 inhibitors. There is now even more control in favor of Supa crew. They hesitate from the tower dive in the mid lane, maybe play the tan over-aggressive in this bottom lane tower dive. And the interesting thing to see is where all the damage comes from. So Impaler tanks up a couple of turret shots, but not the most, and he just gets burst out from Genja and from Nick. Nick obviously focusing that right to the arcane as much as possible. So fairly good focusing from Gambit, but it's just too late. Even though they got down 2 of the members of the Super Hot crew, the damage dealers were still up, and it just meant the objective battle was obviously in favor of the young upstarts.
So big stats once again for Selfie. Working out well for this RE change. Came in 4.12, of course. Had the slightest of buffs, that's about it.
Yep.
It's enough to bring him back to the forefront of all of the teams.
And I owe Joe an apology. Yesterday we were talking about Ari after the game. It's like, you know, Ari must ban for Selfie. I challenged his notion. I retract my challenge. I think Selfie on an aggressive assassin is very strong. Yasuo is banned out near permanently against him, and when he's given Yasuo, he takes down teams like Alliance. Now he's given Ari in 2 games, and this performance is even better than yesterday. Arguably, Gambit are struggling more than Roccat are, of course. But you can't deny the fact Selfie's hitting more skill shots, and he's more of a presence around these objective battles. Let's see if Gambit can pull off the death push. I don't think this is going to work.
Oh, no, everything missed. Selfie goes in and just bursts down the damage there. Diamond's going to be the focus. Charm lands in there. That's going to be enough. Selfie gets himself in there, but it's Impaler that stole the kill. Mima pounces onto the 4 members of Super Gambit. And that is Nick going down. Impaler, he's on a mission right now in this game. Oh, the charm lands. That's getting down. Selfie gets himself another.
That's game. It
is a godlike performance from Selfie. And he is now 7-0-7. That is indeed game. And Gambit's woes continue. They're now on an 11-game losing streak. But the Super Hot crew, they are now solid. They have 14 wins, and they hold 3rd place.
Very, very strong performance from the Super Hot crew. Even better than yesterday.
Fantastic stuff. So, as we mentioned, some impressive stats. Mr. Rana's actually pretty quiet game for him. 2-0-12. Didn't die, of course. Kasing was the man that was flinging himself in there. But 4-1-11, another great Jarvan performance this time from Impaler.
Yes, Impaler's definitely found his groove on Jarvan. I was actually questioning his previous Jarvan performances earlier in the split and earlier in the year. And it feels like he's got a better grasp of when to engage, and he's got the support of his team behind him. You were touching on the fact that Mr. Rolls is 2-0-12. It's difficult to get those last hits when Selfie can jump 2 or 3 screens ahead of you and finish people off with Spirit Rush. I just think a very strong performance, controlled, and the most impressive thing for me is just how Super Hot crew turn the pressure on when an objective is available. They don't really put themselves in super risky places. The few times they do, they've got the backup of the team, so it ends up turning in their favor.
Yeah, the shot calling seemingly worked. You know, remember when Kasing came in and joined the team? They were talking about how they wanted to promote him to become the shot caller. Maybe that is how it's all working, but all credit to Selfie once again. Another fantastic performance here from him on Ari.
And of course, the man that we seldom talk about is Mima. It was his 13th game on Shyvana. It was his 9th win on Shyvana. He went unkilled. And whenever Mima's playing tanks, he likes his Dr. Mundo. He likes his Shyvana. I was even theorizing yesterday, maybe Maokai. He likes tanky top laners. When he's given it, he can have a very positive impact. I mean, that's a great win-loss ratio. 9 wins in 13 games at this level when your team's got 14 victories.
Yeah.
That's a very large proportion of your games where it has been Mima playing Shyvana to be impactful.
And it's very much a changing of the guard. You know, this is Gambit, old team, a lot of old stars, but not up with the current meta. This new young upstart team, fresh team, they only qualified the day before we started, back in the spring, managed to pull themselves through and now looking potentially for a championship contender.
I have to ask a very serious question, and it is whether or not Diamond has the ability to perform at this level. He was benched by Gambit citing a multitude of reasons.
0-7-4.
0-7-4 on Lee Sin. And it is a question you have to ask as a Gambit fan and as a Gambit spectator. When will he find a champion he can have a positive impact with?
Well, Shox is standing by on stage with the Super Hot Cruise Impaler after that fantastic win. Let's send it over to her.
Thank you very much, D-Man. I'm Evie Shox supporter, indeed joined by Impaler on Jarvan this game. Impaler, talk me through it, because it seemed like you guys had everything controlled start to finish.
We just went straight through everything, like their buffs, dragons, barons. We just did it all systematically, controlled their jungle, shut down Diamond, and it generally led to a fairly free win.
Yeah, you say control their jungle, and you did very well on Jarvan. And talk me through what it is that makes people pick Jarvan now, when a lot of the times the Elise is open or the Lee Sin is open, that a lot of more people seem to choose Jarvan.
I really like Jarvan versus Lee already. It feels like a really solid matchup I can play. And combining that with Ahri, we just chain the CC on someone. So like Ahri, Thresh, plus me on Jarvan, and it's constant CC. Someone's just stuck there for 3 seconds and we kill them and then just keep on going through the rest of their team.
All right, and then if we take a step back and look at the team, you guys have secured your place in the playoffs. And actually, what a difference with last split, when it was almost an upset when you would beat Gambit all the way in the beginning, and now it seems almost normal. How does that change your approach to training and your mentality?
We're just really motivated right now. We want to get to Worlds, and this is what we have to do. We have to beat teams consistently. And we were really low last split, and we were like, we're never going to do that again. So now we're aiming for top 3 for Worlds.
All right, well, thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you very much.
All right, we're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we'll be breaking down this game at the analysis desk together with Jay Ree. And there's a middle-of-the-table clash between SK and Roccat. Stay put.
No, losers clap. No. Clap. No. Genji's in trouble. Milo teleports in towards it. Eddie going down as well. He gets caught out. Diamond gets taken down. Not too sure. Oh, the stun didn't quite land. Eddie's dead. He's not going to be able to get away here. Mr. Raz comes in to finish. Mr. Raz taken very low inside Genji. Eddie pots the soul shackles, but it's going to be the last thing he does, I believe. Sylphie is going to work through. There's the charm, lands perfectly on Diamond.
The first champion I played was Veigar, but the first champion I fell in love with was probably Xincha.
Back then, the meta was just 5 champions. There was no actual meta.
The first champion I played in ranked was Amumu, and I actually didn't play Amumu jungle, I played Amumu bot lane. I played Flash Ignite, and then at level 2 I'll just go all in and get a kill.
It was a 0 for me. I could have just played mid, jungle, top lane, bottom lane, super with him. He was good for everything.
The first champion I started playing was Janna. I think I played like more than 5k games. Running all over the map, and it was super fast, no one can catch me. It was just fun to play.
The first champion I started maining was Lee Sin. Because he's so versatile, like you can make flashy plays. Even if you fall behind, you have stuff to do with him. Like, just all around a solid champion.
Oh, there's the Q, and he gets the kick onto him as well, and that is typical Shock, ladies and gents.
My first champion I played, and I probably played for 300 games straight without touching any other champion, was Ashe. Even though I had some periods where I enjoyed playing like Akali and Jax because you could snowball out of control. And then I refound my love for AD carry when Vayne was released because she could kind of do the same.
Oh, he gets knocked back with the death sentence. Connects onto Unlimited. That's one secured. The rest of Fnatic dive forward. Cyanide once again goes down as reckless. Flashes forward for the lantern out. That is a 7-0 Vayne.
The first champion I really fell in love first was definitely Nidalee. I have around 500, 600 games in Season 1. I just felt so good on the champion. It was fun to jump around, and so it was definitely Nidalee.
Jak zaczynałem grać liczbo w Legends, to moją pozycją był na midzie i przeważnie dysponowałem tylko midlanerami i starałem się grać jak najlepiej z każdą postacią na midzie, ale głównie lubiany właśnie Anivia.
Like Anivia was the reason I started playing League. I think she's fun to play because she requires skill and you need to know how the matchup is played out, else you'll just get crushed.
Now Froggen's in trouble though. He's got that X still available, and in comes Shook to help out. The damage on Impaler is huge. Froggen just about gets away. Fantastic stuff from Alliance.
Shen was the first champion I fell in love with. I remember going into Champions League for the first time and I saw the ninja and I said, I don't want to be the standard guy who picks the ninja because it looks cool, but 20 seconds later I locked it in anyway. I didn't really know how to play him at all, I just loved the way he looked and the way he moved.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm joined by Martin the Fisher Lunga along with Millenium's Jay Ree as a special guest, and we're going to break down that win from the Supa Hot crew in the last match. Guys, what did you make of Champion Select? A lot of late game comps going on for Gambit. Once again, also some elements in Supa Hot crew's comp.
Right, so Millennium, yeah, you're right here. Gambit, sorry, they like to run these late game comps where often Genji will play Caitlyn. Now Lucian is gone. We see Ryze from Kuban, again, a lot of late game focus. I don't really like the idea because Gambit as a team at the moment have a very hard time getting to the late game. I would actually like to see them pick some mid-game comps where it can compensate for the weak early mid-game they do have here. But I'm not sure what you think actually about the comps.
Yeah, I agree. Like instead of Caitlyn, I would like to see a Corker or something from Genja because it's just really strong. And yeah, that's it. Like they have like good picks, but they don't really play it as a team really good.
All right, but yet in the beginning it wasn't going all bad for Gambit. They got first blood, they got first dragon, so not the worst start.
No. I mean, they had a good start, got an early dragon, got an early gold lead as well, but they don't use it for anything. And honestly, one of the reasons is the way they itemize is not optimal. First of all, if we just take Genja, health potion for the entire game. Doesn't even sell it to buy a ward, doesn't sell it to buy like a pickaxe going into a Last Whisper, doesn't sell it to buy a Zeal going into Phantom Dancer. He will only do it if he dies in his in-base anyway. He never recalls to go back and get a ward or get an item towards whatever he's actually building. So he delays his own power spikes constantly and makes him weaker because he needs to farm up all the gold. Secondly, Kuban gets a Catalyst, want to build Rod of Ages as early as possible on a Ryze. You want to get it around 30, 40 minutes. He delays it because he builds a Glacial Shroud and gets a Rod of Ages like 19 minutes in. So they constantly delay the items, the power spikes, and therefore they never really have any impact in the mid game. And also, Edward, his first item.
Yeah, he bought Doran Shield for some reason. Like, I mean, it's good if you play 2v2 and you want to trade without attacks, but they use lane swap and the Doran Shield was totally useless.
So if you're the support, as what the Fischer was saying now, and you know there's a dragon fight coming up and you think your AD carry really should go on by, is that something you can communicate or is it not done?
Yeah, you should say that. I mean, they even have a late game comp, so they should just give up the Drake and you stall the game. And yeah, they should just base and buy in items instead.
We can actually just bring up the replay because it is around the dragon where Gambit wants to fight against Super Hot Crew, even though they don't actually have to. Because at this point, if you just look at the gold right here, Genja, he sits on 1,600 gold. This refuses to go back and buy before the fight. Super Hot Crew, however, on the other side has 1,600 gold as well on selfies. So in that case, it evens out a little bit. But at the same time, Gambit, they're a bit out of position. Notice Nick, he's coming from the mid lane. Rest of the Gambit members are either in top lane for Kuban with teleport or down here towards the blue buff. First of all, you don't want to stand on the side of the blue buff if you can avoid it because it now opens up for your mid lane. And Super Crew will later on move in and actually take it because Gambit now is out of position. We can just roll the clip here in Jiri. What do you actually see when they start here? Did you know from the start it was going to be bad for Gambit?
Yeah, like I said before, they have a late game bomb and they should just leave it. And TP comes down from Mimer and they just catch an IQ. He has no flash because they burned it with the Java ult before. So it was just a clean fight from SQ and they were out of position here, basically.
And right after again, because Gambit is standing at their own blue buff, Subaku just push up to this mid lane, take the mid tower, second one they get because Gambit is standing on the wrong side of the dragon. And it's communication issues, and it seems just like the synergy isn't there either. I mean, Kuban, he didn't teleport down because there was no reason to do it. Nick was out of position, got caught out. Kuban could never join in, so you were in a disadvantage from the start, which ends up, again, costing them a lot of gold. They fall behind, lose towers, lose dragons, and will never get to the late game point.
Jerry, do you understand the way Gambit's playing right now? Because obviously you might notice sentiment. They know that they are no longer able to get the playoffs, so maybe you'd imagine that they would just go loose and try a lot of things in those games, but they just seem to be on the back foot.
Yeah, they can also do that, but I think in this game they should really stall. But I mean, if you have the mentality that the games don't really matter, you can do some crazy stuff, but it didn't pay off this time, so... Yeah.
It didn't. Well, thank you very much, guys. We're going to head back over to Demon and Quickshot to get ready for Game 2.
Thank you very much, Shox. And it is indeed time for our next game, which is between the SK Gaming and Roccat. Currently, SK Gaming lead the head-to-head 2-1, which is something they will want to hold on to, as Roccat are tied with them in the table currently in 5th place. Yesterday, of course, SK Gaming played against the Super Hot Crew, who we just saw defeat Gambit. It was a closely fought match, which was decided by a bad call at the Baron. They lost the fight, and the game was, of course, out of their hands from then on. As a team, you have to wonder if SK Gaming are now spiraling out of control. They're on a 5-game losing streak, and their confidence, well, it just seems to be non-existent.
I actually agree with you. And in the match yesterday, SK actually held even in that very, very long laning phase. And despite losing small trades here and there, they actually contained the Super Hot Crew up until about the 30-minute mark. The problem for SK was they just didn't make any strong plays. They reacted to Super Hot Crew initiating fights, and they never dictated the tempo or started things themselves. I think the biggest mistake was that Baron call that you mentioned, Lee. They simply hung around far too long. They didn't know what they wanted to do. They didn't stick to Baron. They didn't peel for a fight. So SK got aced, they lost Baron, and from then on their spurts were even more broken. There is one positive from yesterday's game that I do want to highlight, and it was Jez's playing fantastically on Ziggs. He had a strong showing. He'll need to do the same or better to help SK, and he can't afford to make the mistakes he made last week when playing Twisted Fate. SK have got individual and team problems that they need to resolve now against Roccat.
Well, Roccat managed a win yesterday against Gambit Gaming, however, it was far from convincing. While they never appeared to be losing the game, particularly, they were certainly in no hurry to finish it either. And they played very cautiously throughout, but they got the win.
They did, and it was very patient, it was very controlled. I was personally impressed by the safety and the reservation in their play because while it was slow, they did continue to push objectives. They didn't put themselves in positions where they could get punished, and against maybe stronger opponents, they could have found weaknesses, but Gambit couldn't. We do have to highlight Zazas. He played Maokai top for the first time in Europe. He had a very strong showing. He went as far as to say that Maokai top is second only to Gragas in the top lane. And I'm interested to see if it makes it through picks and bans, if he picks it again. And also, just quickly before we move on to picks and bans, Rockat's bottom lane of Sullivan Vander have really stepped up their performances in the last weeks. Their stats are looking impressive. Selivar is no longer getting bullied and dumpstered in every single game that he plays, and they're actually becoming a threat that teams need to pay attention to. So we'll see if they can have a strong showing this match as well.
Yeah, big performance needed from N-Rated and Candy Panda as well. Let's not forget that. Of course, SK Gaming's N-Rated thinks the Rockat's issues in adapting to the meta have put them in their win-loss streak, while on the other side of the rift, Overpower sees issues with SK's bottom lane.
Roccat can play well one day and play terrible another day. That's just how they are. I'm not sure why we are always on this losing or winning streak, but we have to work on it.
I think it has a lot to do with their preparation and everything they put into the game, also the meta. They kind of figure out one sort of play style that fits them, and people figure out, okay, that's what they play, so they ban certain things and they can't handle that.
I think their bottom lane isn't that great. In the past, they were playing with FLICKR and 3 versus 2 all the time, and now even if they do so, they often don't take kills, and I think it's a major problem for them as well, because like the bottom lane winning was everything for them.
In the past, we always outsmarted them in the bans, but the problem is that we're all divided right now when it comes to what we should ban and what we should pick. I hope we'll make good use of their current form and we'll beat them.
Interesting words from Freddy there. They're currently divided on what I should ban. And, you know, talked about how they used to beat them in the pick and ban phase. We used to talk about how strong SK were in pick and bans.
If they're divided in picks and bans, which is the core, the beginning of competitive league,
what they like in
how
the game.
deep does it go? Because if you can't even decide what comp you want to play, how do you determine what is the right course? So maybe problems run even deeper than we think.
Well, we'll see how this one works out. Let's check out the 2 starting lineups for these teams. Over on the blue side for SK Gaming, it does mean the top lane is Freddy, the captain, I think is safe to say, of the team. Svenskeren in the jungle, Jez is in the mid lane, Candy Panda in the AD carry, and then Rated alongside him in support.
And on the red side, it is Roccat, with Zazas, who played the tree yesterday in the top lane, Jankos in the jungle, Overpower in the mid lane, Selivar as the AD carry, and Vander as the support.
So as we prepare for picks and bans, let's see how you called this game according to LOLesports.com. 58% of you now voted for Roccat. That just shows you what this SK losing streak is. This is the team that won the spring split. Well, came second.
Second split. Yeah,
they
hang on a second.
They won the league,
In
but
the
they
final.
came second in the playoffs.
Won the league, they won the regular season, placed second in playoffs behind Fnatic 3-1, and truthfully have been in a downward spiral since then. SK have not been looking threatening for several weeks as a team and as individual players. And Roccat and SK are completely tied in the standings at 11 and 12. So Roccat will be wanting to get that point advantage, if they can, by picking up a win here and forcing SK, which is basically like a 2-point swing, 1 win up, 1 loss down. But for Roccat to do this, they need to be a little more decisive than they were yesterday. It took a long time to close against Roccat, against Gambit. I don't know if they can give SK the same amount of time or the same amount of goals.
It's definitely a tough one for both teams. It is currently a battle for 5th place and would almost secure their position in the playoffs should either team win this one. Big yawns coming out of SK Gaming. Freddy and Svenskeren both yawning away there. Picks and bans coming through though. We do see an AD carry ban in there. Cogmore taken away. Sure, Selivar would have gone towards that one myself. I think Corky's more his style these days, but we'll see. Fizz and Kassadin also taken away. Kassadin banned on the blue side. Take note of that one. Orianna and Twisted Fate being taken away by Roccat. Final ban to come through. Will we see maybe even a focus on Ziggs or Ahri?
Yeah, so all of the jungle picks are still up, as you've also highlighted. Ziggs, Ahri, Xerath is still in the mix. And while Selivar is not an AD carry would traditionally say Cogmore, he did run it yesterday, which is arguably part of the reason they're taking that one off the table. This was something Freddy was saying in the picks and bans, how they can't decide on what they want to lock, and finding something comfortable for Candy Panda, that is a very, very high priority pick here for SK Gaming, and they've given away what Zazas considers the #1 top laner in Gragas, and they've given Jankos a super comfort pick in Lee Sin.
Yeah. I'm not sure Tristan, you know, like literally you would look at Selivar's history and say, would he pick this one? No, he wouldn't.
Yep.
Why would you first pick it? I'm confused by that one from SK Gaming. Nevertheless, we do see, of course, as you mentioned, Gragas Lee Sin. Braum did sneak through as well. That's been locked in for N-Rated. So it's going to be a Braum Tristana lane and a Nidalee. That's going to be for Freddy, I believe, in the top lane. We saw him playing it last week.
Braum Tristana becomes a super kill lane once they get their ultimates. There's so much damage on them, and the range from Tristana gets very difficult to deal with in the 2v2s. You've also got great protection from Braum's ultimate when it comes to team fights, and I actually liked how Freddy handled Nidalee last week when he played her. Pretty sure it was last week. Strong showing,
yep.
and was very mobile, was able to kite. It was against Millenium, and he caused difficulties for Millenium, but because Millenium had so much hard engage, it allowed them to deal with him very, very effectively. But I want to highlight just how quickly SK have locked their champions in. We talked about, or Freddy talked about maybe some descent in terms of picks and bans, but this is a very rapid-fire pick-ban phase for SK Gaming.
It's funny, you know, because the players come out of those question sessions where they're obviously recorded, they're giving their answers, and clearly it brings a lot of things to light for them. Because obviously we heard Freddy talking about the pick and ban phase, suddenly they've probably come out of that and said, guys, we actually do have a problem in our pick and ban phase. Maybe they've discussed it, maybe they've sorted it out. They were all very decisive. As you say, every champion locked in very quickly this time around from SK Gaming.
Yeah, and I like the fact that SK have got a fairly strong siege team put together. If Tristana can get the backup of Braum and Lise and have Nidalee and Ziggs laying for wave clear and poke, they can push Roccat to their towers and force them to deal with a lot of range damage. If, however, Freddy's going to build a bruiser Nidalee, which is what we're expecting, they can also split push fairly effectively. That explosive shot from Tristana is quite effective at clearing waves. If Ziggs can put some damage down and you just get that splash AoE clearing the towers out. SK do not want to get jumped on. Ooh. With a Nidalee, with a Ziggs, they're not looking to be engaged upon, and that's where the defensive support of Braum comes in.
Oh, switch around here for Roccat. That means it's going to be Aurelia in the top lane and Gragas in the mid lane for Overpower. So it's going to be Nidalee versus Aurelia, and correct me if I'm wrong, but Aurelia pretty much dumpsters that lane.
Should be able to, without jungle interference. If Svenskeren decides to camp that top lane, can help Freddy out. But one of the things is, this is of course reworked Nidalee.
Yeah,
so
it is a different Nidalee.
Old Nidalee, yes. New Nidalee, we need to actually see how the LCS pros handle it. I also think, if memory serves, once rework Gragas was enabled, Overpower was the first one to run an AP in the mid lane as well, about 3 weeks ago, if memory serves. And it worked fairly effectively. He built some damage up. He did quite a good job. There's going to be wave clear from Overpower and Gragas, but they definitely don't want to be put into a split push situation unless Xaxis is ahead. So we need to see which top laner can become more impactful. They're going to create thorns in their opponent's sides.
Well, interesting pick and ban phase for both teams. Have these 10 champions that have now changed your mind about who you think will win this one. Tweet at LOL Esports. Use the hashtag SKWin or hashtag ROCWin for, of course, SK or Roccat. And we'll be checking those results in just a minute. Interesting way around this time around. Of course, big game for both teams. Honestly, SK Gaming, they on a 5-game losing streak, so absolutely want to pick up a win here. Roccat themselves have actually not been too bad lately. They did have a rough last week, of course, but they came up against Alliance and Fnatic, so you can't discredit them too much. What do we think coming into this one? Who's really got the mental edge, more importantly?
I would say Roccat. I think because Roccat picked up a win yesterday and a fairly controlled win, you have to feel that they'll have the mental edge. But in terms of champion composition, I think they may have a slightly higher mid-game power spike. So let's see if they can actually make use of that in-game.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 of the day underway as SK Gaming start out as the blue team up against the Roccat as the red team. Interesting choices in the pick and ban. Tristana first pick. Let's see if that's all important for Candy Panda. Of course, it does cast all the way back to Season 1 power spikes for Tristana, and that's where Candy Panda excelled, honestly, way back in Game.D. It was the name, I believe. And rated, of course. These players have got a lot of history. Played all 4 seasons of the LCS. And they use that experience to get SK out of the rut that they are currently in.
Something that Jat says, which I absolutely love, is when you look at picks and bans and you look at first pick champions, that champion has to be instrumental for your team, especially when you give up very powerful champions, in the form of both Gragas and Lee Sin. Now it's Gragas mid, not Gragas top, which is what we're expecting. But this is the counterbalance we need to keep an eye on. Can SK Gaming contain and control Jankos and Overpower? Because that is what they gave up at the cost of Candy Panda. And you mentioned the fact that Aurelia might have a pretty good time against this Nidalee in the top lane. So where does Svenskeren focus his attention? Helping Freddy get to that monstrous bruiser split push Nidalee stage? Or does he want to try and help Candy Panda get to the mid to late game as quickly as possible? Tristana does fairly well early, falls off a little in the mid game, and then spikes again late. Whereas Celevar and Corki will have a much more powerful mid game and will fall off a little late in contrast to Tristana. So it's those different playstyles and the decisions that SK have to make depending on how these next few minutes of gameplay plays out.
So here we go, let's see. No invades, no aggression, no early anything from either team, so playing it very cautiously. Standard lanes also setting out, of course, we had lane switches in the previous matchup, nothing coming out in this one. Let's see who feels more confident. Candypanda taking some quick burst damage, quickly turns around. Was that an explosive shot? It wasn't. Yes, it was. I can see the little X's above Celevar's head now. So standard starts from both of these players, and it's really all about who's going to hit level 2 first. You can see Rated waiting off to the side. He really wanted to be aggressive there, but was cautiously optimistic about pulling the trigger early.
Yeah, it needs to get the next minion wave before they can hit that secondary level, but Candypanda using that explosive shot almost on cooldown, really, to just try to get some poke and some control of the lane. So this is the matchups that I feel is the most interesting, the top and the bottom lane. And we need to keep an eye on how Zaz is going to handle himself against that mid lane. There's the level 2, just a tiny bit behind for Celevar and Vander. And as we're getting closer to the 3.5-4 minute mark, I want to highlight that Roccat currently leads the league in both Europe and North America for securing first bloods. 18 out of their 23 games played, Roccat have secured the first kill of the game, and 10 of those 18 have actually gone to Jankos. So let's see, once Jankos gets those double buffs up, if he can do it again, because they didn't yesterday. It was Gambit that secured the kill.
Well, speaking of first bloods, Overpower taken very low there. Does manage to level up though, chugging that health pot as well, but continues to take some burst pressure from Jesus. So Jesus starting out very strong in this mid lane. Slightest of CS advantages, but the pressure is being applied.
To be fair, it is somewhat expected. Ziggs having the ranged auto attacks and the passive magic damage bonus every couple of spells will make Overpower's life a little more difficult. But once Overpower gets some more levels, he should theoretically be able to shove that wave out and maybe counterbalance some of the poke that Jesus is putting down on him. But he's keeping up fairly close.
Good counter jungling coming out from Svenska here. Already come in, taking away the large rate, and now look at him. Laying, waiting in prey. He's going to get a catch on towards Jankos. Does manage to get a lot of damage down towards him. Has to safeguard away. Repels. Svenska fancies this one. Follows through. Does not catch on towards him. Jankos, though, has to flash away.
So just as we talked about with Jankos, he's been the one that secured most first bloods. He gets picked on by Svenska. And what I love to see from Sven is this invade that he's moved up. There is some deep vision. Now Sven is looking for a dive on Zaz.
Straight up on towards Zaz. Casually walks up. He's going to go down to the tower. It's going to be a trade. And that is a good trade for Zaz because Svenska should have got away, but he got stun locked on the tower.
Yes, and the flash as well. So not only did Zaz get the kill, take away the double bust from Svenska, but burned his summoner spell as well. So if Roccat managed to find him in an uncomfortable position, they can punish him later on. Yesterday, I touched a lot on SK Gaming's warding. They are the worst team in the league at buying wards and at placing them, as well as destroying them. And Svenska in particular is the lowest jungler in the European LCS in terms of vision. So before he gave up that kill, it was nice to see the invade, the pressure on Jankos, and actually placing vision down to allow him to make more informed, smarter decisions going forward.
And of course, it did also mean Roccat got first blood once again. So, Jankos just dodging around Jesus, continuing to put that pressure down. Lack of mana for Overpower will send him back to base. Svenska and immediately on the counter-attack there, and he actually finds himself. Candypanda pulling towards the tower range, and Rated has to get away there. And that was a jumping, flying Candypanda. He went a long way with that rocket jump.
Yeah, managed to get away, but in Rated forced to use Flash and Exhaust. So summoner spell advantage definitely in favor of Roccat, but mana pools are lower on the side of Roccat. So the likelihood of really getting somebody down is a little more difficult. Vander, if he can catch N-Rated out, that might be their way to secure another kill. Look at Jankos, potentially coming in around behind SK Gaming. If they stick around much longer, Jankos is going to be able to get in there. I didn't see if he still had his buffs available. No red buff on him.
No vision, though.
So this look for Vander. Vander can go Vander life and land the death sentence. Maybe another kill here for Roccat. The question is, how quickly does Jankos go? He's moving in now.
Vander moves around. There's the rocket jump already used, and Rated may will be the focus. Expecting Jankos to come around the side there. He will try and put the damage down on it, but I think he's got away. The ignite goes down. I don't think he's got enough.
No, I
think
don't think that
Rated's safe.
That was a flash ignite from Vander, and it didn't secure the kill. Summoner heal used from Candypanda, and the reason they focused him was no flash. No flash meant limited escape. Roccat made a good attempt. unfortunately did not actually close the deal out. So, Roccat gets away with his life, and Sullivan Vander a small respite in that lane.
Does mean Candy Panda had to go back early, though. Earlier than he intended. Has come back with a pickaxe instead. Selavar now backing off. Of course, he's going to be looking towards, building towards Trinity Force. At the moment, of course, Jesus putting the pressure back on that mid lane. Will continue to poke it down there. He wants to really put pressure to Overpower, but Overpower now, now that those barrels are starting to get strong, he is going the ability power route, of course, as you'd expect with a mid lane. Gragas.
Well, let's see if Jankos is in trouble. Still no flash. Sven's caught him. That's a whole lot of damage on Jankos.
Well, Jankos caught out again, as you mentioned, putting a lot of damage down. But the red buff is the focus target. And I think this is going to be a smite fight, and it's a smite fight that SK may not want here because 3 members are closing rounds. Vanskeren gets it, Overpower blows Freddy straight in towards Xaxus, gets the slowdown on towards him, but Jankos is slow to get involved in this one. Will they follow through towards him? 4 members of Roccat, and they let SK walk away with the red.
Yeah, managed to get away. Roccat were unable to stick to a target long enough. And SK Gaming get the red buff and they get out cleanly. In the previous game, we've seen Super Hard Crew focusing down Gambit's Lee Sin jungle, and they shut it down very heavily. SK Gaming this time around are now jumping onto Jankos and putting a lot of investment and a lot of time into that top lane.
So, good start from both teams. An actually aggressive start from, honestly, both teams. Both looking for kills, looking to try and make some plays this time around. This bottom lane, as you can see, very even. Sheen was picked up by Sullivan, though, when he first backed, so we'll see how he sticks around. Blue buff will be gifted across the Overpower here. Oh! Mega Inferno Bomb almost stealing away.
That was very close. That was very close indeed. And one thing I do want to highlight is how the CS advantage is in favor of Xaxus, in favor of Freddy for the time being. Xaxus is alone in the lane, so he's going to close that gap up, but he's falling behind Freddy. You can't even argue that the first blood was impactful in that because he teleported back to lane near instantly. He lost very little CS, but nevertheless, Freddy doing a good job, and last week his Nidalee was very strong. So SK Gaming have focused their attentions in the jungle and trying to make Jankos' life a little more difficult.
Freddy taking some damage here, some punishment, honestly, from Xaxus. He won't be enough to kill him, but it may be enough to bully him out of the lane. Freddy, of course, has only just returned to that lane, so he's going to choke him way through those potions and heal himself up.
The thing is, Xaxus burned his ultimate and 2/3 of his mana pool. So if he wants to do that again, he's going to need to regen all of that mana and obviously wait for his ultimate cooldown to come back available. Freddy can just heal himself back up over time, and as long as Freddy maintains control of his mana, it should be fine. So this could turn into a little more of a farm fest lane. And look at the Sven again, for the 3rd time, invading into Rockat's jungle. He doesn't have a ward available with him this time around. Nor does he even have a big golem to get hold of.
Oh, he's just toying with our cameraman there, Svenskeren. So I'm going to go in. No, I'm not. There's no big golem. What's the way? Why waste my time? This time around, though, they fancy a second bite of the cherry on Xaxus. They got him last time for first blood. They're not going to get him this time because he's running the hell away.
So look at that. While Svenskeren's moved to the top lane to help secure that tower, Jankos rather, is moving himself to the bottom lane. Candy Panda and Rated have been pushed into their tower. And with Sullivan having Sheen, we haven't actually seen those lanes really going toe-to-toe. You know, Candy Panda and Rated playing a little more passively, but Jankos still moving in behind. So complete control of the top half of the map for SK. They're invading the jungle and they're looking to apply some focus to Overpower, but it's optimistic at best for the time being.
So currently 10 minutes into this game, CS differential is very much in favor of SK. That's why the gold difference is. You can see the 2,000 gold pushed towards them. Of course, that top turret did go down, which Freddy caused, and that's simply why he's beating out that lane of Xaxus on Aurelia. But the question is, when the team fights come around, who is going to be the more important?
I don't think SK want to have a straight-up team fight. With the Nidalee, who's going to be looking to split push and be very mobile and agile in team fights, and obviously Ziggs in the same token, if they get jumped on and separated, you know, jumped on by Aurelia and Lee and separated by Gragas, the power of SK is in their range. Tristana is going to continue to scale, get a longer and longer auto attack as she hits more levels. So SK always want to keep Roccat at arm's reach. Think of it like a really tall guy fighting a really short guy, putting his hand on his forehead and not letting his swings hit him. That's what SK will be looking for this whole fight, and we'll see if they can pull that off.
Oh, Svenskeren trying to get around quickly, but hasn't got the boots, hasn't got the mobility to get in there. quick enough. Instead, he's going to roam his way back up that river. Should spot that pink ward out. Yes, he does. Good look at it this time around. Often we do see them just strolling on past, but he will cover off that. So let's have a look across the items. Athene's obviously being picked up by both mid laners. Looks like Trinity Force is actually going to get picked up by both top laners as well. So mirror items for different champions.
Yeah, but the thing is, SK, because they're ahead in CS and slightly ahead in terms of actual completed builds, they're going to be in a fairly strong position to start dictating some moves. They did not do this against Super Hot Crew yesterday because they were marginally behind. So SK were reacting to the Super Hot Crew's moves. I would like to see SK Gaming either making plays in and around the Dragon, forcing Roccat to maybe defend objectives or defend their towers. And Jez is doing a fairly good job at controlling Overpower. So if he can convert that control to sieging and to putting damage around buffs or dragons, for example, that's how SK can accelerate their lead and pull even further into control.
Well, we saw Svenskeren going aggressive early. He's doing it once again. Keeps on skittering his way in towards Jankos jungle. Jankos sees him coming this time around, though, expecting him to come around the side, but he's got support. Both of them do, actually. Oh, Jez has actually thrown out the satchel charge already. He hasn't got that one available to him. Overpower just sidestepping those skill shots. Will
pretty good job,
dodge out of there, yeah. Very good job at dodging them all.
So Jez had little mana in that trade, so Jez couldn't go for an all-in combat. On the same token, Overpower was able to avoid a lot of the damage. So 3v3, Jez is low in his mana pool, so let's see if SK decide to stick around. I feel that's going to be risky, especially that Xaxus has got a good position for the time being.
Too much damage on Svenskeren, has to back away from this one. Overpower doing a good job at sidestepping skill shots. This time around, though, we do see Freddy pouncing on him and clawing away, but this red buff will finally get taken away. It's going to be Jankos that will secure that with the smite. Does mean he's down, though, and SK may make a move for Dragon here now that Smite is no longer on the cards.
Yeah, and because of the fact that Xaxus and Jankos are sort of missing in the top half of the map, if Candy Pan and Rated respond quickly, they can have a tighter team fight here for this initial initiation. Xaxus has teleport, and Roccat, they're using it. Here comes Xaxus from the river.
This is a risky play for Roccat. No Smite available to try and get the steal. Instead, they just simply want to stop it. Vander has to flash away. Dragon does get secured by SK, and now Jankos, he's in trouble. He has to get away. Xaxus locked up. He's going very low. He will be the first to drop, and now they're going to close in towards it. Satchel Charge actually blows Jankos away from him, so it's the kill and the Dragon secured easily for SK.
SK Gaming can keep Roccat at bay. That's what we talked about in terms of their team comp. As long as SK does not get collapsed on by the members of Roccat, they can control the game. Freddy was caught out by Vander's death sentence, and as Vander followed it through with the secondary active, Freddy just leaped back into the middle of his team, pulled Thresh all the way back, and Roccat would just split up. They were so split in the river, SK could pick their targets, and they got the Dragon clean.
Now, going to keep on chunking down those wraiths. Jez's continues to stack out those items. Source Boots now completed. So, slight item ahead of Overpower, yet to go back and buy, of course. Infinity Edge completed by Candy Panda. That's a big power spike for the AD carry. Trinity Force is also picked up by Freddy. You can see both Xaxus and Sullivan working towards that one. Overpower being controlled nicely by Jezis in this mid lane. Satchel Charge bouncing him away, and Overpower at the moment is fairly helpless against Jezis' Ziggs.
Yeah, it's a difficult matchup, but it's also Overpower is looking for the wave clear. He's also looking to control team fights a little more frequently, bouncing people away. And that previous fight, Roccat were just not in the right position to contest. I think they reacted a little too late to the call, and for SK Gaming, it was very smart. We talked about how if SK wants to win this game, they need to be more proactive. They need to be more in charge of their decision-making. And knowing Jankos didn't have Smite was a smart call to force the team fight, and they got away with it. Next, they're going to extend even further ahead, because they're going to get the second tower. Roccat are 5,000 gold down right now.
Oh, Vander taking some serious punishment here. Everything being blocked out by Unrated. This bottom lane pairing that was called out by Roccat in the opening segment is very much living up to their hype right now. It's a 4,500 gold lead built up by SK Game, which is slowly starting to spiral when it's now 5,500 gold lead because they did just take that second objective. Oh, Jez, he's in trouble. Oh, good satchel charge into a belly slam straight away. But again, he's home free. They're so worried about Freddy coming inside.
Yeah, there was no explosive cast from Overpower, so he's forced to back away. SK Gaming have done such a good job in the laning phase. They've got CS advantages for every single one of their carries, which is translated to a significant item advantage at this point. Silver hasn't even finished his Trinity Force, nor is Xaxus. And you've got an Infinity Edge in Candy Panda and a Trinity Force on Freddy. So that gold lead continues to grow, and Roccat have just been controlled. They've been pushed around, and SK are looking much stronger this match than they did yesterday.
Yeah, they've clearly done something overnight that's worked out for them. They're looking a little bit more confident in this matchup. It's a match they absolutely need to win. Roccat, of course, tied with them in 5th place currently. This would put SK secure in the playoffs. It's a position they held the #1 seed in last spring. Of course, they lost out to Fnatic in the final in the end, but nevertheless, they put in a fantastic performance, and more importantly, it ends that 5-game loss streak. But it's a long way to go, ladies and gentlemen. 6,000 gold is the differential between these two teams, just 17.5 minutes in.
The thing is, Roccat are a team that struggle from time to time, you know?
They're the team that struggles when they're not in the lead, that's for sure. N-rated, just blocking out, no damage really going down on towards him. That death sentence was not followed up. And SK, they're starting to exert their control. They've been pretty much running rings around this top half of the jungle for the last sort of 10 minutes of this game.
It's actually very reminiscent of what the Supa Hot crew did. If you think of the previous game, Yankov, he wants to fight.
Do not want, tries to get away, gets stunned out, Freddy pounces through, gets himself the kill. Vander now locked in there, he's going to get stunned out. One more basic attack will be enough, there it is, Freddy gets on towards it, he gets himself the double. These two see the bomb pouncing through, Xaxus forced away from this one. And as we just mentioned, SK, they have full control of Rockat's jungle.
They really do. Candy Panda going very defensive there. Trinity Force versus iEdge. He's actually used that buster shot already. Now the rest of SK, they're pushing the top lane. Look at all of the wards on the mini-map. Ladies and gentlemen, from yesterday to today, SK Gaming have figured out and remembered that if you buy wards, use them correctly, you can control the game. With the massive gold lead that they've afforded themselves, they've got absolute vision control, and they can continue playing aggressively. That's another tower secured, and Jez's may even be able to take the 5th of the game for SK.
Yeah, he's just very close to taking it. The rest of his team are rotating around. They're just taking the red buff right now. Doesn't look like they're going to get it this time around, but a lot of damage was done to it. Bottom turret is also being pressured. Candy Panda sticking around maybe a little bit too long here. Vander throws out the lantern. Jankos follows it through, but he's home free. Rocket jump will be back available. He's got flash and heal if he needs it.
Moby boots as well.
Well, I don't think he's going to get close enough. I think Candy Panda is clean, yeah.
So, good wave. You know, good split pushing there from Candy Panda. Shoving up the side lane while the rest of the team gets a tower in the top and drops the middle tower to around 200 odd hit points. And SK have now got a 9,000 gold lead, 8,000 gold. A lot of gold lead.
Maths is hard.
I don't know why I keep doing it. I haven't learned. But at 20 minutes in the game, Roccat have completely been controlled. And, you know, yesterday when we looked at Roccat playing against Gambit, maybe it wasn't necessarily... that was
nearly.
Maybe it wasn't necessarily playing safe and controlled. Maybe Roccat was just very slow and indecisive, and it was a weaker opponent being Gambit being bullied. Because SK are looking much stronger, and they pushed Super Hot Crew yesterday, don't forget.
Oh, Jankos.
30-minute laning phase, and they were even with the Super Hot Crew yesterday.
Well, they're not going to go for it. Dragon is now up. I think SK certainly will go for that. Overpower did just start backing away. This is a tricky fight for SK, actually. Roccat are there in numbers. Now the teleport comes in. Overpower dashing away from this one. N-rated lands the passive on towards him. Just enough to try and knock him up there. He will get the flash away. One more hit should be enough. Now just goes straight for the ultimate. N-rated secures himself his first kill.
And it's going to be another tower for SK, potentially 2. The middle tower went down to minions a moment or two ago, so SK are going to get the last inner turret at 20 minutes on the clock. And this is very reminiscent of an SK Gaming that could win laning phase and close the game out so decisively. It's been a very, very long time since we've seen them do that, but they're in a position to. They've got an item lead. The theoretical disadvantages that they had on paper in terms of champions have been circumnavigated because they've got a 12,000 gold lead, both of the dragons, 6 towers to 0. And Roccat are dancing to SK's beats.
Yeah, this is very much a dominant SK Gaming. Where have you been for the last few weeks? That's what the SK fans will be wondering, but right now they are looking in confident form. Remember, they finished a number of games in 25 minutes. They used to hold a lot of records here in Europe for the speedy games. They had the shortest average game time as well, but over the last few weeks that has dwindled away.
Yeah, and something that like is quite showing or quite telling from Roccat is that previous engagement, Jankos sort of stuck around for a fight that they had already lost in their red buff, you know, the replay of the fight in the bottom blue buff area. And if you look at all of the magic penetration that Svenskeren has already built up, with the guys, the Sorcerer's Shoes, and obviously Spirit of the Spectral Wraith, Jankos just got melted. He's got hit points from Sightstone. No additional MR. He hasn't even bought boots yet. And Jankos simply can't stand toe-to-toe with his opposite number because in Svenskeren rather is just so far ahead.
Yeah, and he's been in Jankos' jungle the entire time. He has been there. He has been the man that started the fights. We saw it right early on in the start when he managed to land that cocoon on towards Jankos and force him to flash away. Freddy going to shove in that top wave. The inhibitor turrets are the next focus target. Will SK try and force Roccat to try and face check in towards this Baron area, and bullying them away and sweeping out every single little bit of vision that Roccat currently hold. That is all going to disappear now as SK start choking them out. Yeah, and I want to also highlight that not only is the Haunting guys on Sven, but Jez has picked it up, Freddy picked it up as well. So with the very big lead they've built up, they've invested smaller portions of gold into instantaneous power. There's not even a lot of MR on Rocket's side, so they're going to be taking even more damage from all of the ability-powered spells that SK Gaming are throwing out. It's quite a smart idea to ensure that you continue to hold the lead and have the advantage in those team fights, because if Roccat pick up MR, they need to do more so to burn through that penetration that's been picked up for SK Gaming. I'd love to see how many wards SK have bought and placed this game in contrast to their last 5-game winning streak, losing streak, because every time you look at the minimap, SK have got a multitude of wards all over the jungle, and I don't recall seeing that in any of their previous games. Interesting. Freddy pounced over the Baron bit, then quickly thought, oh, hang on a minute, we need to go back. Now they're going to go towards the Baron. Now the call's been made. They've got themselves full vision control of the jungle area. They're trying two-man, by the way. Candy Panda coming up the mid lane. Jez is keeping them busy in there. Now we're going to see Zazas. He's going to try and take a peek in towards this pit. He will get spotted coming around there. Does get the ward down. They can see it's a two-man Baron, and they're not far off completing this one. N-rated running interference. Gets caught out. He doesn't care about that one. He's simply blocking the rest of the team out. He's going to take all he can. Zazas now comes around there. Baron's taking very low. Zazas going to get locked up. They peeled out of it, and instead they're going to get themselves a kill. N-rated does go down, but he doesn't care. He's done enough for his team. Now Celabar trying to turn some of that damage around. He's got Freddy pouncing in towards him. Lack of mana may well stop him. Celabar taking low. Flash from Svenskeren, not quite going to get themselves the kill. The Spider skitters on through, and it is just a 1-for-1. The top laner for the support. And SK, well, they almost managed to sneak that Baron out. Wasn't quite enough.
Yeah, so even though Roccat come out probably worse after losing their top laner for support, they did interrupt the Baron. So it was a small win. But at 12,000 gold down, Roccat need much bigger wins to pull themselves back into it. After the last time we talked about items, Zazas has still only added a chain vest to his completed Trinity Force. And Celabar's got the makings of a Last Whisper, but nothing completed yet. So item-wise, Roccat are so far behind. Overpow is a Death Cap and a Haunting guys behind. He's got one Seeker's Arm Guard to try and counterbalance the damage from SK, but there's 3 magic damage threats from SK, so it's a very difficult position for Roccat to be in. And just another fairly controlled, fairly one-sided game on our Friday week 10.
Radiant's Omen now pops in for Freddy as well. So he goes back down.
Just a small advantage.
It's just a small one. So he's going to wipe out that bottom wave, and SK Gaming continue to just shove every single lane. This is something they've been lacking, honestly. And a lot of teams have been lacking. Once they start baiting around that Baron, they forget, you know what, guys, we need to shove all the lanes in first before we start doing this one. Instead, they just meander around there and have a little dance. Jankos peeking off the side, shows himself, gets the vision, Death Sentence lands, but will not be followed up by Vander and Jankos. Overpow, he's got to start dodging them bouncing bombs.
And over and above pushing the lanes that you were highlighting that teams need to do, this is the first time SK has been able to outclass their opponents individually. You know, the members of SK Gaming in this game have won their respective lanes, or gone even in the case of Candy Panda versus Celabar, but then once the Dragon fight came about, Candy Panda got the advantage to now accelerate ahead in CS and presence on the lane. So SK have finally found some rhythm or found some confidence where they can actually defeat their opponents one-on-one, and that is now translating to map control as well.
And a pause. So we'll see who exactly is that's caused it. SK are looking pretty confident, so I think it is Roccat indeed. So Vander looks like he's got an issue of some variety. We'll see what that is. It's potentially the 12,000 gold difference between the two teams is.
I'm afraid we can't do anything about
maybe what he's wondering about. Not really much I can help you with. Maybe that's what the referee's saying is, I can't help you, mate. I can't give you anything for that one.
It's so difficult if you look at this game because it accelerated in control of SK very quickly. The laning phase was fairly even despite SK pulling a couple of CS ahead, a couple of CS ahead. And then after that first dragon, SK just strung together multiple objectives. They got dragons, they got towers, they invaded for Rockat's red buff. And Roccat had no answer. Roccat were unable to defend or contest those objectives. And that's where the control came from. And that then just snowballed and accelerated even further.
It looks like it's probably just going to be a client restart, I'm going to guess. Actually, no, there's a discussion, so we'll see what it is in just a few moments. Yeah, you can see. Of course. He is just going to reconnect, so simple restart.
There's the answer.
Having trouble placing wards, apparently. And that's a pretty big deal for support.
It is, especially when the only thing you can do at the moment is ward. You know, on the side of Vander, he's landed a few death sentences, but his team's so far behind, it's so risky to engage. And again, one big dragon fight. I'd actually love to hear post-game with whoever we interview or talk about how that first dragon fight went, where SK peeled from the mid lane, instantly went dragon, and Roccat decided to engage when they were split. It was a late teleport.
Smite. They had nothing to really... They just simply were trying to delay.
Exactly.
And then engaged.
So I think that is arguably the point where SK stamped their complete authority on the game. But it's been a good performance, and as long as this keeps up, SK Gaming will be breaking that 5-game losing streak.
It's something they need to do when the rest of the teams, you know, looking at Millenium and Supa Hot Crew, they keep on picking up wins. Supa Hot Crew just took down Gambit. They're now secured in 3rd place. Of course, Millenium also ahead of them as well. It was just 1 game yesterday. It's now 2, of course, because Millenium's successful victory yesterday. A very good performance, honestly. A solid performance from Millenium. And looking in towards the playoffs, of course, don't forget it is 3rd that will play 6th. And then 4th will play 5th in the quarterfinals, which will be happening in the studios. You can, of course, get on to lolesports.com and get tickets for that matchup. At the moment, the top 2 currently are Alliance versus Fnatic. We'll see whether that stays true, because Super Week next week is a biggie for every team involved.
It really is. And it is still possible for Fnatic to lose their 2nd place seed. If they lose their next 5 games, it is not that big enough of a cushion for the rest of the teams to catch up. But it does look like we're back in game.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's hope for the best.
Let's see if he can put a ward down. No. No.
Apparently not, I'm afraid.
I mean, it's a pretty easy fake check.
Pretty easy test.
Nope, not going down.
Double check if Smartcast is enabled or...
Is your key working? I think you just pressed number 2 there. Yes, I could see him pressing number 2.
That's oh no, that makes sense. It's in the 2nd item slot.
Well, it doesn't really count for what we see.
No.
It would be more of what he's got.
Touche, actually.
Actually is not going to show me.
So, I think I just want to highlight the differences in the tables right now, because SK and Roccat are both at 11 and 12. 11 wins, 12 losses. And the teams that they're chasing is Millenium at 13 and 10, and the Supa Hot Crew at 14 and 10. So, SK Gaming and Roccat both have 2 losses more than the respective opponents in this table battle. And they need to make sure that they don't continue losing games, because if they do, they are all of a sudden getting closer to the Copenhagen Wolves, who are at 7 and 16. Can the Wolves upset Alliance in this next game? They've done it before.
Done it twice before, I believe.
So we need to see, you know, it is a very real possibility that teams can slide and shuffle. And these are the teams, SK, Roccat, and the Wolves, they're going to be battling for that sort of 5th, 6th position by the end of Super Week next week.
Well, we'll find out who it is. And of course, you know, there's a lot of matchups in there. And you could say, you know, if it was 3rd, maybe Supa Hot Crew currently in there looking at 6th, maybe it was a Roccat or a SK game. And, you know, we had SK versus Supa Hot Crew yesterday. It was a close affair. So even if it is the 3rd versus 6th quarterfinal, the teams are still very, very close in that mid-range.
So if we talk about the performances of yesterday and today, SK have looked better in both of the games we've seen right now than Roccat have. Yes, Roccat took down Gambit, but Gambit are not looking threatening at all. And Roccat took a very long time to win that game. So the bigger picture is SK have looked stronger this week in their games. And if they can get some confidence from yesterday's game, obviously it's implying in this game, maybe for Super Week, they can make a strong run in their last 4 matches to get a playoff seed.
Yeah, and of course, obviously, that is the big deal. That's what everybody's aiming for, of course. Gamescom is looming. The regionals will be played there once again. Of course, it's been there for the last 2 years now. It's always a fantastic venue for these matches. And you guys at home, of course, can go over and get tickets. You'd have to visit the Gamescom site for them if you want to see the semi-finals and finals over there. And, of course, the international wildcard will be happening. Again, the likes of the Australians, the Brazilians over, and the CIS team. We're going to get Flash in the Night back over again. We've seen him a number of times, the Russian players.
I also want to highlight that, like, SK Gaming in Season 2 took down Fnatic in the semi-finals.
Yeah.
It was quite an upset victory.
There's been a lot of upsets at Gamescom in the past.
Led by Ocelot on Orianna, and I quite remember that series, or I remember that series quite well. And also the stories around it, how Gambit was scrimming with SK super hard in preparation for the tournament. Fortunately, in the final, we've seen SK getting
they
smashed.
They were at Worlds.
It was M5. It was M5 back then.
Yeah.
But I mean, you know, there is always the possibility of an upset. And when we go into the quarterfinals here in the studio in 2 weeks' time, teams like Roccat, SK, Millenium, and the Super Hot crew are the ones that are going to be looking to create those upsets. Because, of course, whoever finishes first and second, which is looking like Alliance and Fnatic, they get their buy into the semifinals. They get to watch the other 4 teams and plan and counter-strat and prepare what they want to do. And it's up to these 4 guys that we're thinking to cause an upset or cause surprises.
Yeah, and the top 2 spots, we cannot sort of discount how important they are, because it means you obviously don't play in that quarterfinals. You go straight to Gamescom, you get yourself a full week's practice over everybody else. You can just sit back and watch the quarterfinals, watch them happen, see who you're playing against, prepare for the new patch.
And of course, it gets even more important than that, not only for the playoffs, but for the 3 teams that qualify from Worlds. You really want to finish as high up as possible because of the group draw, because of, you know, the Worlds format this year is different from last year. You know, there is legitimate reasons to finish higher up the table.
You want to be the #1 seed in Europe. I mean, everybody wants to do that anyway.
Of course.
Big guy there. Of course, Fnatic have held that position for the last 3 seasons, 3 splits running. Can they do it again? That's the question. They saw Alliance yesterday. There's a lot to go on. Alliance did beat them, and Alliance are top of the table. That super team, it's taken a year to get there. We've got the likes of Super Hot Crew, Roccat, of course, coming through. These are all new teams, you know, and everybody talks about EU LCS and how sometimes they haven't got the big star players. That's because there's a changing of the old guard, ladies and gentlemen. The old teams are going out, the new teams are coming in. There's a lot of new players. We heard Roccat yesterday talking about their fan base, you know, how they've come through. They finished 3rd last split.
Yeah, we're in a transitionary phase. And for Alliance in particular, while they're doing fantastic in the LCS at the moment and in the best-of-1 format, you have to question their ability in best-of-3s. You look at the Fnatic squad, 4 out of 5 of those members, hell, even Reckless has international experience if you go back to IPL 5. They have experience in best-of-3s. They have experience in now what is best-of-5s for our playoffs. How will Alliance perform under the lights, multiple games back-to-back, when the pressure is on? Because in playoffs in spring, they looked shaky at best.
Yeah.
They lost to Roccat in the 3rd, 4th decider game, and I was not anticipating that at all.
In fairness, Alliance looked shaky all spring. It wasn't just that. They've been a very different team in the summer, I think. The focus is definitely on them. And I know, even talking to some of the teams, you know, if they do qualify, they've all got some really big plans this time around. Everything has changed for me in League of Legends. You know, the analysts are now in there. People are talking about boot camping in Korea, over in China, you know, all these different locations. This is something that was unheard of 1 season, 2 seasons ago.
Well, it's lucky to have a competitive scene that is that diverse. I actually believe the Brazilian team that qualified has been over in Europe scrimming as well over the last week or 2 in anticipation of Gamescom, in anticipation of the international wildcard tournament that we're going to be running for those seeds. So the real question is not only can they do it, but it's how much growth you can gain in a short space of time. Because you play against these different opponents, you play against different regions. It's one of the things that I love debating is the shift in mentality based on culture. The language you speak, the lifestyle you live, changes your viewpoint and your approach. If you think one thing's OP, that's something that Europe does even differently to many other regions.
Oh, yes.
Top laners, looking at champions, looking at play styles. And once you get this melting pot all coming together, whatever really is the best comes out and shines.
Yeah, and it's the different play styles that I personally like, because I like seeing the aggressive styles that sometimes the Chinese teams will bring to the table. It's something we used to see a lot from the European teams, but they haven't been as aggressive. There's still very aggressive teams in there. Fnatic will go at you if they're given a chance, and Millenium, well, we saw them yesterday, just how aggressive they can be. It's interesting for me what teams will get through to the European regionals, who will qualify, who will get to Worlds, because who will represent the European region. Of course, you guys all watching right now are obviously fans of the European region. We want to know who's going to represent us, because Europe have, in the past, finished third. In Season 2, finished third. In Season 3, hell, they won Season 1. We've always done well at Worlds. Who is going to represent us this time around in 2014?
I feel that obviously Alliance Fnatic have to be the forerunners. And out of the 4 teams remaining, for me, it's Supa Crew Millenium. For me, it's going to be one of those two, because SK and Roccat have been so shaky at different times. I do feel that it's going to be on Millenium or Supa Hot Crew to be the young upstarts that will be the lemon dogs, so to speak, of 2014.
Yeah, where did they ever go, eh? Long time ago. Well, we sort things out, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to send it over to Shox and Deficio, who will have Creaton with them this time around.
Thank you very much, D-Man. Well, indeed, you're talking about one of those front runners for qualifying for Worlds, and it might be Creaton here in Millenium. Let's actually take a look at this game first, because this is an SK we haven't seen for the last couple of weeks. What do you guys attribute it to? Because the picks haven't been all that different, Creaton.
I think they prepared for Roccat pretty well, because for me, Jankos is the main player of Roccat, and he's usually making plays early game. That's why they have like the sick percentage of first bloods in the league, and he was just completely getting cut off in the jungle by FLICKR, and they had like 2 losing lanes, top lane, because Nidalee is kind of bully lane on Irelia, and the same goes with Ziggs versus Gragas, so he kind of had to help those lanes, but he couldn't, and they just fell behind.
And also Svenskeren on Elise now, you can build Spectral Waves as your first item, makes you very strong in these one-on-ones. So he just kept walking in the jungle, found Jankos, and he knew if Jankos tried to fight against him, his laners, both Nidalee and Ziggs, could just run straight up and help him, because they had all the pressure in the mid lane. So very smart by SK Gaming to pick some strong lanes here. The mid game is a bit shaky for them compared to what Roccat has when you look just at the champions, but because SK got the lead early on, it doesn't really matter, because Roccat is so far behind. It doesn't even matter how good you are mid-game. If you're 12,000, I believe it is, 12,000 gold behind, you can't really fight.
So what is it then? Because obviously, as we mentioned, the picks weren't all that different. Is it just that you get a good start that gets you that, maybe that impulse of, oh, we can actually win this game for a change? Or what is it?
Well, obviously, a good start always helps, because when you're on a losing streak, you have to clear your mind and just say next game, ignore whatever's been happening the last few weeks here, and just go into this next game, prepare as much as possible. If you do get a good start, you start believing, and you forget about the losses, and you just play. So I think for SK Gaming here, because it's working out, because the tactic they made is really working for them, they can just ignore everything and probably, at the moment, feel very confident in this game.
Well, Creaton, you of course have been in that position as well, where you guys were losing a lot of games and you had to fight back. So do you see in SK maybe something of a new spark here?
Like in this game, I don't think that SK can make us, I don't know, they have to make really huge mistakes if they want to like lose this game, but I don't think it's going to happen, because Nidalee is winning, Ziggs is winning, botlane is winning at the moment as well, like by 30 CS or something, so basically they just can go for straight 1v1s like on solo lanes, because Roccat just can't handle anything. I think like right now they are in a good position to bait Nasha, or even try to just do it and straight fight 5v5 with Roccat, because they're just so weak.
Well, let's actually take a step back. This is a middle of the table clash. You guys have secured your spot in the playoffs. It must feel great to have coming back from obviously the hand injury last year and then being on a better level here. So how has that been for you?
Of course, it's working really good. Everyone is motivated right now, and we're just looking forward to playoffs, because this is like a huge opportunity to go toward finals. And yeah, we just want to perform better and better and show what are we capable of.
So looking towards playoffs and Gamescom, everything here, is there any team at the moment you feel you guys really handle well and you would like to play in a quarterfinal or semifinal and feel like you have the best shot at getting towards Worlds?
I think from the middle teams, at this moment I would prefer SK Gaming, because like before this game they were looking pretty bad, like I would say. Yesterday they had a nice game versus Supa Hot Crew, but they lost, and they are so dismotivated, so I just would pick SK Gaming.
Well, as you mentioned, Supa Hot Crew had a win here today. Again, you're vying with them for that third place spot, and you're going to be facing Alliance later in the day, which we feel like could be a very good tactical matchup as well.
We play Fnatic.
Oh, sorry, Fnatic is what I meant.
It's the same.
I was thinking about the tactical matchup that we saw yesterday. It's not the same.
Almost.
The tactical matchup that we saw from them yesterday, is that something that gave you guys hope that you might be able to win this matchup?
Like, if you take a look at our games, it's just like a bloodbath everywhere. Like, kills everywhere and stuff like this. And when you look at yesterday's game, it was super close. Only objective control focused, like 0 kills. It was like really few kills. So I think we're gonna see definitely more kills from them or us, because we're the kind of team that is trying to take the game over, like do some moves to take the advantage and try to snowball it. And I think, yeah, the game will be more interesting, but I'm not sure if at higher level.
So let's say in a best out of 5, with the playstyle you guys have, all or nothing pretty much, just all in, hope you can get some kills here and snowball the game. Do you maybe feel it's a bit too predictable for teams to find a counter to it, or do you feel very confident you can play your style and just win all the games?
Like, I feel more confident in best of 5 than best of 1s, because nobody can crash our team, like mentally wise, because we played a lot of best of 5 so far.
I remember.
And some long games, and we're just experienced and ready for it.
So maybe another question. I don't want to look too far forward, but if you guys were able to qualify for Worlds, which you said as a real goal now, what do you think other teams, what is your description, what is the description of Millenium as a team going in there? Would you see yourself as a wild card? Do you think that you should actually get very far in that tournament?
It depends. Like, if you look at the Worlds last year, it was kind of surprising that Samsung lost so fast, and yeah, Fnatic got so far because everyone was expecting, like, actually no, Fnatic was fine. It was the other one. Okay, never mind.
Gambit.
Yeah.
Gambit.
But I think that we can do something, because we are really weird. We have really weird players like Kerb. He can pick everything. He can surprise people. Yeah, I guess we have a chance at least to go out of the group and then maybe surprise someone.
All right, so let's just talk about AD carries now. We talk about Worlds, we talk about playoffs, talk about this game here. Bump it down to AD carries. 4.12, Lucian is disabled. You play him 12 games already in the split here. You would think you were one of the guys who would be like, oh my god, he's gone, what am I going to play here? He seems to enjoy playing Corki at the moment. What does he bring, and what does it matter now that Lucian is gone?
For me, Corki is just like a weaker version of previous Lucian. And I don't know, I lost a lot of games with Lucian actually, but yeah, I think Corki is just like a weaker Lucian from the old patch.
All right, well, thank you for that insight on AD carriers. You also mentioned Kerb. That was very unpredictable, and that's actually something that we asked our viewers here today, and you've been tweeting to us at LL Esports, because we asked who is the most unpredictable player in the European LCS and why. And here are some of the answers. The first one is from @lolbaguette88. I think that Kerb is pretty unpredictable. He played Fizz when he was out of the meta, and Zilean yesterday was phenomenal.
Well, I mean, he's your teammate, so what do you think?
Yeah, I think he had a pretty solid performance on Zilean. And he actually helped a lot for carrying the game. Like, he had huge impact during the team fights, mainly because of the speed-ups and ultimates. And like, I think he, at the Drake fight, he hit 5 people with 2 bombs, and they just melted. Like, he destroyed them.
And can I just ask, how does it work in Champs League for you guys? Is it just Kerb randomly saying, I'm going to play this champion now, and just locks it in? Or is it something you actually practice a lot? Or is this an impulse pick sometimes?
The story about Zilean is like, we saw FLICKR playing Zilean, and he was like, I'm going to play Zilean, but I will go full AP. I'm not going to play CDR and stuff like this. And in the Champion Select, I was like wondering what should we pick for mid lane. We all had our ideas. He was just silent, and then he was like, pick me Zilean.
Can't kill you in the Zilean. The second one is from @LeonMachar. Soaz is really unpredictable. If you want to see a new champ in the top lane, Soaz is the man to look at.
100%. Sometimes it backfires where he picks some really weird stuff, but normally it actually works. He's the only guy who wins on Yorick top lane here in Europe. Everyone else, they just lose. Freddy lost on it, Kubon lost on it. Soaz, he knows how to play Yorick. And we often see him actually pull out like AP champions before the rest, and then all of a sudden it becomes part of the meta. Gragas top lane was one of the deals here. Kevin played it in the last bit, was full tank. I believe Source was the first one to actually play it with some AP in Europe at least. So yeah, he pulls out some new stuff, and he has this very unique play style. He likes to roam around, he likes to make plays, and it's very hard when you talk with the other players to predict what is Source actually going to do now.
Yeah, does that, you guys are playing Fnatic obviously later in the day. Is that something that adds some extra, difficulty to preparing?
I think he has his own play style of like top laners. When there is a lane swap and they actually use lane swaps lately, he's falling behind so far, but he's always like ganking a lot and putting pressure on other people. And that's true. He's really unpredictable because he can just bring, like I remember even playing Blitzcrank top like full time. So it's just like whatever he wants to do, he does it, and he makes it work.
Yep, the last one is from @KingJake. Selfie. He has weeks where he spirals out of control, scores so many fantasy points, and weeks with the complete opposite.
It is so hard to predict what's going on with Selfie. It seems to me like it's just the decision-making for him, where sometimes he gets over-aggressive. He's like, I'm going to go for the kill here. He goes in, the rest of the team is not on the same page, or maybe they don't communicate well enough. He goes in by himself, he dies, and Supa end up either losing the game or at least fall behind and then have to fight all the way back. But we know he's a very, very strong mechanically player, and we've seen his Ahri now, 2 games in a row, where he carries the game for Supa. He gets so many kills on it, and he's a good player. He just needs to relax a little bit more and get some more experience so he knows there's different situations.
Yeah, I guess Ahri is a perfect champ for him. And then, oh my God, I've gone too far. I'll just go back and Spirit Rush out of it. Creaton, what do you think are the main differences between you guys and the Super Hot crew, as it is your closest competitor as of now?
About Selfie or just
Selfie
about,
and in general, yeah.
Like, Selfie is kind of weird for me because he's super good. Like, his mechanics are really good, but sometimes he tends to go on tilt, in my opinion. Like, after they lose an objective or he dies or something like this, he's playing worse and worse and worse. But I think it's like more problem in his mind, because if he can fix it, he's gonna become a beast, like Froggen version 2 or something like this. And Super Hot Queen in general, it's really hard to say, but I would agree that they're not on the same page with Selfie sometimes, like during the games.
Well, you mentioned that mental aspect. You have been in the scene for a long time, obviously. Do you guys get help from any aspect? We know that SK has a sports psychologist, or is that something you just have to deal with on your own?
I have help from my family, and for me it's enough. Like, I don't really care about third people punishing me for something like on the internet. Like, I don't take it to myself, and I just think positive. Like, yeah, mostly my family and of course the team.
And how much as a team, like, we often see teams where it's a work relationship. We see some teams where they're very good friends. How does it work here in Millenium? Are you guys all very close friends, or do you just come together and practice and then go back to your own place?
No, we are really good friends, actually. Like, we hang out together, we do basically everything together, and I think that's really important, and that's actually keeping us together, because if we would be just like a work relationship, I think we would fall apart, like, even in the last split when we are doing so bad, but we were able to cheer each other up, and we came up winning the relegation.
Yeah, because you mentioned it as well, you're in the house together, you train together all the time, and as SK has mentioned, we got complacent in the video. We weren't motivated that much anymore. Is that something you still struggle with? Because you have in the past, you have admitted, I haven't found my motivation, and now you found it back.
I think it's for everyone individual. Like, I found my motivation when I was watching All-Stars, and I really wanted to play against Korean and Chinese players. And I think, yeah, it's up to everyone. Sometimes I'm playing 7 hours a day, sometimes I'm playing 2 hours. It's just like, I think everyone has to find his, like, a way to motivate himself, because if you are not motivated, I don't think you can get everything from the practice.
All right, well, thank you very much, and also for joining us in this, what seems like an interview that's gone a couple of hours. Very good insight. Thank you so much. All right, we're going to take a quick break while we sort out the technical difficulties, but we'll return with more LCS action in just a moment.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to SK Gaming versus Roccat. As you can see, I'm here with Trevor, and of course this game will be getting underway in just a few moments. They're just about ready to go. I just saw the referees have just had a chat with Vanda, so there was a slight bug in there. It has been worked out, so the game will be getting underway in a few moments. But, you know, hey, it wouldn't be a game with me without a pause, would it? Standard stuff.
On the bright side, it's not Froggen playing, nor is he on the
No, that's true. Normally it is Alliance involved.
But just to quickly summarize, SK Gaming have been in absolute control of this game.
Oh, absolutely. 12,000 gold.
12,000 gold from the laning phase. They've taken multiple towers. They're 4 kills up. They haven't given up a tower yet. And the game has just been completely about SK. So who's going to have the mental fortitude after what has been a 20-25 minute pause? We will have to find out, because I do believe we're going to be unpausing very shortly.
Yeah, we're about to get back underway on a quick recap as well, a speedy recap. SK Gaming, dominant control. Salavar caught out already. He's going to go down. Oh, just about gets away with the Valkyrie. That's not the start that he was planning after that pause. I think he was like, guys, because remember, they can't talk between any of that. I'm going to fake check this bush. That's what I'm going to do. He spent 20 minutes to decide that.
Hey, he got away with his life.
He got away with it.
He was thinking about his escape strategy, maybe. But regardless, to summarize, as we said, laning phase heavily in favor of SK. 6 towers to 0. They've got a 14,000 gold lead. And all of the mistakes that SK have been making in the last few weeks, they have not made in this game. Now it's up to Roccat to dig incredibly deep to try and pull back from the deficit.
Yeah, I mean, literally, quick recap. They lost the lane phase. Yep. Every single one of them lost the lane phase. Big triple kill down the bottom lane. Worked out wonders for SK Gaming. Led to a little bit of a spiral out of control for Roccat, which in turn has led to multiple towers, as you can see. 6 towers to 0. Not a single tower pressured from Roccat, let alone taken. They haven't got close to touching the half of them. So Roccat really are going to have to do something special to get themselves back in this game. SK Gaming pushing on. They did try and bait out the Baron a few moments ago, but they don't have the waves pushed in. Everybody's just been back to buy. Everybody's returning to have a look, a peek around, and start regaining control of that Roccat jungle.
So remember that SK started the Baron half an hour ago. And when they started the Baron off, they pulled Roccat towards them, instantly peeled, and started to go for those kills. SK were trying to 2-man Baron with Svenskeren and Freddy. Now, because of the vision that SK has around this Baron pit, they're going to continue to play the game. With the teleport and Nidalee split pushing, SK can use their numbers advantage and the gold advantage to their favor. Look at how far Freddy's pushing that wave up. He's going to have a lot of minions to play with, and the top wave is going to be pushing in favor of SK as well. So it's a strong control game coming out of SK Gaming.
Well, let's not forget, it is an 80 Nidalee these days. Candy Panda caught out. He gets bounced back, but he manages to rocket jump to safety. A lot invested in that one for Roccat. While this is all happening, of course, down in the bottom lane, Xaxus is trying to cut off Freddy. Freddy himself continuing to pressure, has had the dominance of that lane the entire time. Svenskeren missed the cocoon, I think, on Vanda there. Pings going off all over the map. Everybody very cautious. SK Gaming again being caught out. They're trying to wrestle control of the Roccat jungle. Roccat fighting in numbers.
Yeah, Vanda did not manage to connect with the Flay-Doh, and SK are a little bit split up. Roccat seem to be finding opportunities.
Good belly slam.
Freddy's in trouble.
Freddy, well, he pounces away from that one. That's always the problem with the Nidalee. They're so slippery, so hard to pin down, and with that explosive cask already used by Overpower, he couldn't knock him back towards his tower.
I dare say there have been more positional mistakes in the last 2 minutes of gameplay than we've seen in the first 27 minutes. That pause may have just shaken the focus from SK Gaming, so they need to reset their minds, regain their composure, and then reapply the focus that they had from earlier in the match. And they're in a fantastic position. It does look like Candy Panda using the range to his advantage. That Baron going off, but Baron should not be lasting much longer.
Freddy trying to run interference here. Roccat are aware of the situation. That Baron's going down very quickly, but they're in danger of having its smite stolen away. That's exactly what Jankos wants to do. You can see them trying to lock out the side there. They have themselves a ping ward in the back, and SK peel away from the Baron once again. Just a little too risky. Honestly, I don't think they need to make that play. I think they could just push the waves.
I completely agree with you, but I do want to give props to SK from peeling away from the Baron today. They didn't do it against Super Hot Crew yesterday, and that's what cost them the match. Now, whenever you see those Barons, situations where two junglers are in the same pit, every professional jungler will tell you it is a 50-50.
It's a lotto.
Regardless of how many players you have, yes, you can increase your chances to maybe 55% if you get the burst correctly from Elise, from Nidalee, from Ziggs all at the same time. But all Jankos needs to do is just time his smite correctly, and he can steal that buff away. So SK wisely do not make a monumental error. Do not give their opponents any additional gold or any additional windows of opportunity back into the game. And SK peel from Baron. We'll see if they're going to keep playing the Baron dance, or if they want to go to the split pushing, which I think is probably the smarter option considering how farmed and how fed Freddy currently is.
Well, of course, the longer they go, the more that gold advantage that they have earned will dwindle away, because Roccat will slowly manage to claw the way back into this one. We were talking about the gigantic gulfs in items across the lanes, and they still continue to hold. Of course, you can see, looking at Jesus versus Overpower, giant gap there, a whole 2 items ahead almost, I guess you could say, if you want to count Haunting Guys as a technically completed item into the Leandri's, but it's not quite there. Still very important item nonetheless. It's definitely more than a singular
more than a blasting one,
yeah,
that's for sure.
That's for sure,
in that regard. But I mean, what has happened is some item thresholds. Xaxus, with that completed Randuin's, as you know, you were highlighting, with Overpower having his Hourglass completed, it's also going to give him some presence in the team fights, which is going to go a long way. But Saliva is miles away from putting down the damage that he really wants to. With a Trinity Force and the makings of an Eye Edge, Candy Panda's going to put out significantly more DPS if he's alive.
Oh, Candy Panda caught out. Rocky jump once again to safety, but Jankos is on him. The AD carries down. Remember, there's no support here. Jesus with the rubber ducky throwing in there. Jankos follows on through, but he gets quickly exhausted and locked up. Mega Inferno Bomb blasting half the hit points off Overpower. And while this is all happening, the 2 top laners continue to slug it out down this bottom lane.
So they trade 1 for 1, AD carry for jungler. It does mean if SK want to try rush the Baron, they're going to have that momentary respite from the enemy smite. But what Freddy's been doing while all of that's going on is playing the split push. And look, every time Xaxus goes aggressive, Freddy just peels away. He's not looking for the engage. He's just looking to control that half of the map. Again, SK Gaming with positional mistakes. They did not do this at the beginning of the game.
Hello.
And now, there's no explosive cast from Overpower, so this is going to need to be perfect.
He does have a big belly, and he could try and slam it, but I'm not sure he's going to get close enough. Instead, the power's going to come in. That's going to get the slowdown. Xaxus should get a stun back on him in just a moment. This is going to be a 2-man catch on towards Freddy. The Zhonya's is going to give him time to try and dash away. The power comes in, and Overpower gets the kill.
I'd like to point out that Freddy did not use his Randuin's Omen. Over the course of that run of it continually running away, Randuin's Omen is still available. Now Enrated's caught.
Enrated hooked up, but not sure the damage is quite there from Sullivan now to break through that unbreakable shield that was thrown out. Roccat have shaken SK a little bit here coming out of this pause.
I would say SK have lost the momentum, I think. And it is unfortunate, but it is something they need to deal with. It is something they need to just shake off and get their heads back into it. They still have a theoretical, insurmountable lead. With 13,000 gold, with not giving up a single tower, and with having the great vision that SK currently do have in Rockat's jungle, they just need to get their heads back into some focus, back into some team play, and make some decisions. It does look like the counter jungling and the aggressive play is what they're looking at. Oh, Jankos is caught. He's dead.
Oh god, Candy Panda just destroyed him. That wasn't even close, didn't even do anything there. Now that's going to be the Baron, absolutely.
Yeah. Freddy teleported in for that one. No smite, and even if Roccat come to challenge without smite and the burst, they can come down. I think SK Gaming should have this one relatively safely. Let's see how committed Roccat are for the fight, because Overpower got his full combo. He's going in.
Yeah, but there's a Guardian Angel on Freddy. There's no smite available. It's going to be an explosive cast. It's going to try and steal it. Not going to happen. There's Svenskeren with the smite. Now they're going to focus on towards Roccat. They're chasing him down. Freddy wants to pounce towards him. Overpower getting locked up. He gets stunned down. He will drop. Zhonya's Hourglass is not going to save him. Vanda's going to get dropped, taken down. Freddy will pick up that kill. Jesus takes it down. Overpower. And now Roccat, after a valiant defense there, look to be tumbling away from this game.
Yeah, they managed to find some opportunities to punish SK being out of position, but truthfully, it's far too little and it's far too late. Now SK Gaming with the Baron buff, now they will finally feel confident in sieging. You could argue they could have done this much earlier with the Ziggs, with the Nidalee, and with
With a
very
Tristana.
well
With a
formed
very long-range Tristana.
Level 17 Tristana. I mean, the short-range Corki, the melee champions of Lee Sin and Irelia, Candy was never really going to be a threat of being jumped on unless he's out of position.
Well, with a 5-game losing streak, they want to make sure they play this one very, very cautiously. They're not going to try and rush and finish the game, despite the fact there was only 3 members defending. They are going to push up and try and take down this second inhibitor turret, the side one. Now they're pushing. Roccat out of position. They've got 2 members on the left-hand side. This tower's gone before they even get close. Now Zazas, he's in all sorts of trouble. He has to run away. Mega Inferno Bomb comes in, and Jesus picks up another kill.
Now Yankus is coming in from behind. This is the last-ditch effort if ever I've seen one, and SK, they're looking to finish.
They're trying to get on towards Sullivan on that Fountain. Has to get caught out. Oh, Ignite not quite enough. Fountain heal will get on towards him. Nexus turrets will fall. SK Gaming will break their voodoo magic, and they will clear out the 5-game losing streak. SK Gaming take down Roccat with a confident performance after everything that has happened.
Deserved victory. Roccat simply did not show up this game. They had a team comp that you could argue had the possibility of having a nice mid-game power spike, but they never got there. And look at the joy. Jesus is jumping up and down. I believe Freddy's happy. I believe it. That's on the inside.
You know, I think this win has come at the perfect time for SK Gaming. Super Week looms. They've broken their losing streak. They can now go in fresh-faced, clear that out of their mind in Super Week, and maybe, just maybe, make a charge for the top half of the table. Currently, they do lie in 5th place now, secure, and they do find themselves safe in the playoffs as well. Roccat, of course, still in danger of being chased down by the Copenhagen Wolves.
Yeah, the thing with this particular match from SK, and again, I want to go back to something we said a while ago. If you step back and you look at Rockat's performances in their 2 games this weekend and SK's performances in their 2 games, SK pushed Super Haku very hard. They were even for a long time. It was a bad Baron call that cost SK the game.
Yeah.
They didn't make that mistake now. They smashed Roccat. Roccat, on the other hand, they were super slow at beating Gambit, and they just got obliterated by SK Gaming. So in terms of the 2 teams that are on the cusp and the potential of going 6th, maybe 7th, you have to feel that Roccat is looking more shaky going into next week's Super Week than SK are based on these 2 games.
So let's talk about picker bans. While, of course, SK did come out on top, do we think Candy Panda locking in Tristana as first pick?
I don't know. You know, it worked out. The Tristana was a great pick. It was a comfortable champion for Candy Panda, but you have to feel it was the Ziggs and the Nidalee. And great camaraderie there. Well, I mean, that's the sports psychologist.
Yeah, sports psychologist obviously has had a lot of work to do with SK over the last few weeks, and seemingly, you know, they're coming very confident in this game.
Yeah, the thing about this game is that it was very reliant on Roccat getting a little bit of a lead.
Yeah.
In terms of play style, SK could, like I said, keep Roccat at arm's reach with the great poke they had in the great siege. But SK never did siege. They didn't need to, and then they didn't want to. They played the Baron game. It feels like they're stuck in the Baron game very heavily because they went Baron yesterday against Supa, they went Baron against Roccat. Maybe this is a strategic thing that they need to reevaluate. Because, yes, Baron can help you win games, but it shouldn't be the focus. It's not the nexus.
I want to talk about Nidalee in that top lane as well, just briefly. Freddy has been the only one that's really been running it in Europe so far. Obviously, he's only been enabled recently. What do we make of it? Because that was a very good performance, I think, there. You know, what, 5-1-0 overall.
Fantastic.
And dominated the lane.
I love Freddy's Nidalee. He plays the poke game very well. He likes to harass. He likes to split push. It's something that Deficio likes to highlight for SK. When they're winning, they have wave clear on either Jez's or Candy Panda, and Freddy's playing split push to pull threat, pull aggro, and the rest of the team pushes the map. And Nidalee, in her current bruiser state, is one of the best champions to do that. Mobile, sustain, poke, heal, and if you get somebody low enough, you can even assassinate in Cougar form. But I do like the way Freddy's playing it. I'd like to see more teams picking her up because it adds to the diversity and the strategic decision-making that you have.
We'll have to see if the king of the split push, or queen of the split push, I guess you could say, is back, of course. We're going to get over to Shox and Deficio. They are standing by with the man on Tristana, Candy Panda.
Thank you very much, D-Man. Here we are again, this time with Candy Panda. Congratulations. Now, the first thing I, of course, have to ask you is, where has this SK Gaming been the last couple of weeks?
Yeah, so I'm going to be honest and say that we just slacked. We didn't train as much as the other teams. Like, we were first or second place, and we thought we were really good, and we didn't have to train so much, so we just fell off. It was just our fault only. But the last week, we said, again, we will train more, and we trained like double the time we did before, and I guess now we won, so.
So what do you think about Super Week now? You guys just picked up a win. You're training a lot more. Your game yesterday actually was pretty good as well. Ended up losing it, however, but you guys played better than we've seen the last few weeks here. Going into Super Week, you guys are facing both Alliance and Fnatic here. Do you believe you can take them down at the moment, or will you need even more time or more practice?
Like we already got 1 week training, and now we get another week. And if we train like we did before, it's not impossible. Like we were like tied with them before. Like Fnatic, Alliance, and us were always the top 3 teams, so we can be there again. We just have to train hard.
So you mentioned you have to train hard, and if we think back to the past, you've had problems with that in the past as well, keeping yourself motivated. But you guys have a sports psychologist, you guys have a coach coming in. Like, isn't there someone who can tell you guys, come on, keep in the race? Why did you have to come up with all that yourself?
Yeah, it was kind of ironic because we said to ourselves we don't want to get burned out, so we made our schedule like much relaxed, like much easier, like not to go so hard on ourselves. We made like put out some scrims, put on some solo queue time, and replace this with like free time so we can relax. But like at first we didn't really realize that that was a problem. We thought it was like, yeah, we just pick bad or we do that bad, but then we realized that we just don't train enough to keep up with the good teams, and it was just bad planning on our part.
Well, this is certainly a good win to get you guys back on track. Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, we have to head back to the fountain for a moment, but when we return, Alliance takes on the Copenhagen Wolves. Don't go anywhere.
What do you say, Kelly Panda? This game, we rotate and we do the plays. Tonight, we rotate. Tonight, we rotate.
Tries to get away, gets stunned out. Freddy pounces through, gets himself the kill. Banner now locked in there. He's going to get stunned out. One more basic attack will be enough. There it is. Freddy gets on towards it. He gets himself the double.
Yes.
Oh, Candy Banner caught out. Rocket jump once again to safety, but Jankos is on him. Overpower getting locked up. He gets stunned down. He will drop. Sonny's Hourglass is not going to save him. Banner's going to get dropped, taken down.
I definitely saw what Copenhagen Wolves did to Alliance. It was the equivalent of the Brazil versus Germany match.
The Copenhagen Wolves pull off the shock of the split so far and take down Alliance.
One thing I really like about the players is that they put a lot of effort into thinking about different types of strategies, and they aren't afraid to make these types of risks, because by all means Alliance are probably the best team in Europe right now, so standard gameplay isn't exactly going to be as efficient against them.
Welcome back, everyone. We've switched out Quickshot for Deficio now, and the next clash is upon us. It is Alliance facing off against the Copenhagen Wolves. Last time these teams met, it was the Copenhagen Wolves that came out victorious after a very impressive all-in tactic. If you think further back to the LCS London back in week 5, it was probably the match of that weekend. 51 kills in 51 minutes. Crazy match, that's for sure. Yesterday, of course, Alliance, well, they cemented their position as the best team in Europe. They are sitting comfortably at the top of the table now after halting Fnatic's win streak once again. It was a solid performance and very disciplined.
Yeah, slow and steady wins the race, you could say, because Alliance, they control objectives, and Fnatic never really wanted to team fight against Alliance, so it simply meant that Alliance could take 5 out of 6 dragons, 2 out of 3 barons as well, and got a very, very big goal lead simply by taking these dragons away from Fnatic. So it was a great tactical showing, where both teams, again, they focused on either getting towers or getting dragons, instead of actually fighting each other, which maybe was a bit of a mistake by Fnatic. Alliance used it to just get a big lead and actually win the game here. And if they do beat Copenhagen Wolves now, then they will go into Super Week with an almost secured #1 spot and will look great heading into playoffs.
Yeah, it's definitely a big turnaround when you think about how Alliance played in the spring, of course. Well, the Copenhagen Wolves themselves faced an impressive Millenium yesterday, and despite a great double kill for Soren in the mid lane, honestly, they committed to a little bit of an ill-fated dragon fight where honestly they probably shouldn't have got involved, and simply they got wombo comboed out of the game.
Yeah, so if you just look at the start, they actually had a very good start, the Copenhagen Wolves. We had the double kill for Soren, you just mentioned it yourself, where Broken Shot helped him out, secured a double kill. However, they kept playing aggressive throughout the entire mid-game, where Millenium was very, very strong, and they kept engaging into fights, and it was just a matter of time before it would go wrong, and it did at the third dragon. Copenhagen Wolves engage in, we get a perfect Yasuo ult from Kevin, double bomb from Kerber and Cillian, and Copenhagen Wolves are dead, lost the fight, lost the dragon, and fell very, very far behind. A positive note for the Copenhagen Wolves is the synergy between Broken Shot and Soren. It's still very early, but they actually look to really enjoy playing with each other here. They seem to be on the same page. Again, the double kill Soren picked up yesterday was all due to Broken Shot being around this mid lane, helping him. So it's a very big thing for Copenhagen Wolves heading into a possible promotion tournament where you have the synergy between your mid laner and your jungler. We have to say, however, Copenhagen Wolves are not 100% out of the playoffs, but it's very, very hard now. They need to win every single game and hope Roccat or SK Gaming really start losing everything in the Super Week. So there's still a small chance. Otherwise, they can just focus now on getting towards promotion tournament, secure the 7th spot they had now, and therefore be able to pick one of the challenger teams.
Yeah, they're going to have to win every single game. It's a big task, though, but they have just seen Roccat lose that last match. It may spur them on. Let's check out the lineups for these matches. Over on the blue side is Alliance. Wicked in the top lane, Shock in the jungle, Froggen in the mid lane, Tabs as the AD carry, and Nif on support.
On the red side, we have the Copenhagen Wolves, Youngbuck in the top lane, Broken Shot in the jungle, Soren, of course, in the mid lane, Woolite as the AD carry, and Unlimited on support.
So you've been voting on which team will win over on LOLesports.com. So let's check in to see how this match added up. No surprises, it's a biggie, ladies and gentlemen. 83% for Alliance.
Still, last time,
Not as big as I
Wolves.
thought.
Copenhagen Wolves beat Alliance last time. Maybe a few people believe they can do it again. I really enjoyed or liked the tactic they used, where Woolite, he went mid lane with red buff at level 1, denied a lot of farm from Froggen, even killed him. And Copenhagen was actually snowballed the game.
Yeah.
Alliance were never ready for what was going on here and just ended up losing in like 30 minutes.
Big, big win for them. Can they do it again? It was an all-in tactic. You heard from Broken Shard just at the start there. It's like, if you were just to go straight up toe-for-toe with Alliance, as a team, they probably wouldn't win. Which is why they may want to try something different once again.
And it's one of the reasons I actually believe that Copenhagen Wolves will go into the promotion tournament as one of the favorites. Because they know how to play their own game. They don't have to just follow what everyone else is doing. They have their own ideas. We see a lot of Jarvan from Broken Shot if you just look at the picks for them. We saw a Twisted Fate yesterday from Soren and a new pick for him. He's only been here for 2 weeks, but still, already seen a new pick. He performed well. Would like to see a bit more ultis, but still his laning phase was good.
So speaking of new picks, do we think Riven is a viable ban?
I believe so, yes.
He's 100% 3 for 0 right now.
It appears that nobody knows exactly how to play against Riven because Shook is the only guy who actually plays it here in Europe. And every time he picks it, even though you lane swap, you try and shut him down early on, he will still have an impact later in the game because the people don't really know how to constantly keep him down. And we often see the junglers as well try and fight him early on as a Riven. You don't fight a Riven early on, it's where he's strongest. So you make sure you deny him some farm, you make sure you don't give him early leads, early kills, and then when against the team fights, if he's squishy because he didn't pick up any kills, then you can take him down very easily. If you do try and fight him, if you try and counter gank him or something, he will be stronger and make sure he gets a few kills and then he starts snowballing.
Well, I mean, we saw it yesterday. Obviously, Fnatic went for that crazy move. They managed to get in there to steal away the red buff, and they tried to suffocate and take as much away from Shook in that jungle at the opening start of the game. But it wasn't enough. He managed to bounce back, and sure enough, he came out strong again.
It was the issue for Fnatic. They started out really well in the game, and then they kind of stopped. So Alliance picked up all the dragons, got all the global gold for Shook here, and he actually got rolling again, and ended up having a pretty good game. Didn't die on Riven yesterday either, and picked up 2 kills, I believe. So a fine game when you consider the few amount of kills we actually had.
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Picks and bans underway here for Alliance versus the Copenhagen Wolves. Braum will get taken away, and sure as hell, there is the Riven ban taken away from Shook. Nobody really knows how to deal with him, and Shook, well, I don't know whether he'd be happy with that. He's got a wry smile on his face there. Orianna taken away from Soren. No surprises there. The Danish counterpart that Froggen has probably faced countless times in solo queue. 100%. They know exactly what he plays. Gragas also banned away.
So Lee Sin is open now. He's been the main champion for Shook. He only picked Riven once Lee Sin was actually banned away, so could be a potential first pick for Alliance here.
Oh!
Unless Kassadin, of course, is left open.
Well, that's a bit of a mistake, isn't it?
Yeah. I would probably not give it to the best mid laner in Europe.
93.6% ban rate. And of course, picked every other time it was available.
Yeah.
And an 80% win rate. That's a possible mistake. Or were they expecting it?
Maybe we're gonna see Copenhagen will send Woolite mid lane again against Froggen if he's sitting in mid lane on the Kassadin and just try and push him into the tower.
This is what they did last time.
This is what they did last time. They could do it, try to do it at least here, but at least Alliance should be ready for it now and know what to do if it should happen. But it's very important that Copenhagen Wolves can shut down Froggen early, and they must have something planned.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how it works out. As you mentioned, that one loss on Kassadin was from Froggen. See how it works out for them. Also, Lee Sin being picked in there. Tristana becoming a popular champion for the AD carries. We saw Kog'Maw banned once again and again. As Candy Panda took him, said he's a great pick.
Yeah, and Mr. Raleigh said yesterday it's now the safest pick because Lucian is gone. Tristana is a very strong laner. Her mid game is a bit weak, but as long as you dominate your lane, you will kickstart your way into the late game, and then you will remain strong throughout the entire game. So she's just a very safe pick. And she works with pretty much every single support here. So coming in as now the new, or one of the new power picks for the AD carries, Corki of course has been the other option, especially if you look at like Creaton, who loves to play Corki. Tap's picking it up now. Very strong laner as well, very strong mid game, but will get outskilled going into the late game compared to Tristana.
We'll see where this goes. We do see Corki of course picked up by Tabs. And of course Froggen is picking up Aurelia for Wicked. Standard top laner for him once again. Since Gragas banned away, he still goes into that one. Happy to blind pick into it as well. And Youngwook with a big smile on his face. Looks like he's going to be getting Mundo.
I really like the picks here from Copenhagen Wolves. Yasuo,
I'm not sure. I reckon they're going to change this. I wonder where Yasuo is going here.
Well, Yasuo, he's going to go to the mid lane. I predict for now, because Dr. Mundo against Aurelia should actually be a matchup where Dr. Mundo might fall slightly behind in CS, but he can at least pick up some farm and then get into his late game point where he is such a beast. And then the Yasuo, you already have Lee Sin and Tristana to set up your knock-ups here. We've seen Complexity use the same comp really well, where as Tristana, you jump in, you just use your ult here on someone like Corki, and you instantly set up a perfect ult here from Yasuo to just try and instant kill the enemy AD carry.
Displacement, that's all he needs for Yasuo to get in. We saw some great play yesterday in Copenhagen Wolves, saw it firsthand from Kevin. Of of course, that Yasuo ultimate. Tabs currently looking to select the support for the support. I was going to say, why does Nif not just select that himself? But that looks like he will do. And it's going to be Elise, it seems, for Shook.
Oh, so not picking Lee Sin here. Oh, it's already been picked by Copenhagen Wolves, so would have been weird if he picked it. Elise,
mirror match, oh my god!
Also been one of the go-to junglers from Shook, so nothing new here with Riven being banned away.
Right.
It's all about his Kassadin, honestly, from Alliance. We have to say 4.12, a few changes to Kassadin. His W has 3 seconds more, a longer cooldown than before. And also he's slow now. Only lasts for 1 second, but he's slow for a lot more during this 1 second here.
See how it works out for them. Shook has some great stats. Not as good as Cyanides, it turned out yesterday. Some fantastic stats for him so far this split. Unlimited. Final choice, what will it be? It's going to be the support. It's not going to be a big decision, I don't think.
So he used to play Blitzcrank. Did it the last 2 weeks. He played it against Yuri Thresh yesterday. And could be
it would fit
again.
For a Yasuo?
It would. I mean, again, a lot of setup for Soren here. Unless Copenhagen Wolves don't actually want to push someone towards them, because they want Alliance to be in a group and then get mold or get the knock up from Zoran and then just
do it. No.
Didn't lock it in yet. Oh, still a chance.
No.
Did it!
Holy cow!
Yes! Alright, Alistar changes again in 4.12. The mana cost on his Q and W has gone down. And a massive deal as well. His ulti at rank 6 now, or rank 1 at level 6, is 70% damage reduction instantly. It used to be at level 16. You got the 70%. Yeah, it's a massive ult instantly. And then with the lower mana cost on his Q and W, it means his laning phase is slightly better and he can actually set up some ganks now. If Broken Shot joins in and the cow gets a knock up to you, it's very easy for Broken Shot to safeguard onto him and just follow up the gank.
Well, we'll see if he continues to move around the map.
It's okay. It's okay.
He likes to get his boots of mobility.
I really want to see here if Woolite and Unlimited want to try and do the knockbacks. Because you have Tristana holding someone back, then you headbutt them even further. So you're just in the middle of the lane, you just smack them into your own tower.
They're a very tanky team. In all honesty, we'll see how this one works out. Which team do you guys at home think has come out on top in this Champion Select? There's definitely been a different one, that's for sure. Tweet at Esports with hashtag AllWin for Alliance or hashtag CWWin for the Copenhagen Wolves, and we'll check the results in game. Of course, 80+% of you. I think it was 83% for Alliance. Big vote, but as we mentioned, the Wolves have done this before. Can they do it again?
Yeah, and will they actually send Woolite mid lane on Tristana and just push in the wave constantly? And then you have Unlimited as the roaming cow. Get level 2 and just start roaming between the lanes here. He likes to do it. He normally does it in the Copenhagen
Alliance
games.
is a good champion to do it. It's what used to happen back in Season 2.
Exactly. You would roam around on Alistar, just constantly gank lanes here. If he goes up to top lane with the jungler, they can easily get kills for Youngbuck.
No, we'll see how this one works out, ladies and gentlemen. Game 3 getting underway. Alliance are starting out as the blue team, top of the table, up against the Copenhagen Wolves, who themselves are currently 7th and desperately trying to keep themselves alive with their playoff hopes.
And notice, starting items from Unlimited. No combat stats, boots. He needs to be able to move around the map here, constantly look for the ganks. No gold per 10 item, no tanky items. So if he's stuck in the laning phase against something like a Corki, could be hard now with boots. Still, again, he's Alistar, he's very, very tanky. And actually, it should be a pretty strong lane in the case because you have Tristana, who's one of the AD carries who can handle herself. And you can just rely on her winning the poke war, and then you just have to stay in and set up ganks in case Broken Shot wants to go on this bottom lane.
Well, Youngbuck is continuing to deliver the news to Wicked now, giving him some corporate documents. Ward goes down. Wicked, you're not going to be able to clear that one out just yet. Pings go down. Blue Wolf Ward count in there by Alliance, actually, while we're watching this focus. Blue Wolf Ward, of course, from Youngbuck as well. So the Wolves have had a bit of a lane switch, and they are going top, and they're looking for one of those dirty, cheesy ganks.
Let's see. So the dual lane from Alliance.
It's been a long time since I saw this work.
A long time. Maybe. I mean, Wicked is running up here. Innocent Wicked. Maybe he wants to have a peek in the brush. And then he meets a big fat cow. He does have flask, however, so a lot of sustain on Wicked. He should actually be able to stay alive. Never mind, though. Youngbuck also on this top lane. So Copenhagen Wolves want to bait it, so it looks like standard lanes between Youngbuck and Wicked. And
This
then
might be a flash pulverize if it lands. Youngbuck's got to be careful he doesn't give this away. The bottom lane are not giving any news. Wicked is going to push in innocently. Flash pulverize is what we're looking for. He's trying to bring him towards the bush. Oh, this is going to happen. They're going in towards him, jumping down. Pulverize on Wicked. He's got flash available. Is he going to get out?
They're going to get it.
Use it. Ignite goes down. First blood for Wallite, and it did indeed work.
Such a nice setup here, completely baiting Wicked to think it's just a standard one-on-one lane with Youngbuck. Now there's teleporting Youngbuck. He's just going to go down to this bottom lane whenever he needs to. Broken Shot, however, has been forced away from his blue buff. Very surprised he actually started his own blue buff. When they have so many members in the top side, it's very risky to start the buff opposite of where your dual lane is.
Well, yeah, as you mentioned, it's a little bit strange why they didn't go for the red buff there just to secure that
Alliance
one.
blue buff.
Nif into rotations, and I think Alliance were well aware of what they were up against here. Instead, it's a counterplay, and both Alliance and Copenhagen Wolves go for their own blue buffs.
Alliance were pretty unhappy last time they lost to Copenhagen Wolves. They said it was dirty tricks from the Wolves. Now they have another thing to complain about, but it was such a nice setup and such a smart play by Copenhagen Wolves. Now picking up blue buff, Broken Shot, he can take his red buff afterwards, and therefore just trade buffs, but you still got the first blood onto your hyper carry.
Yeah, Wicked is old enough and big enough to deal with that sort of thing. He's been around long enough in the game to be well aware of that old dirty trick. I think everyone in bronze level was aware of that trick, but instead he got baited into it. Wasn't expecting it at this level. Broken Shard continuing with the buddy system alongside Youngbuck, and they're coming round from round 2.
Well, there's a ward.
Oh, he's on a
There's
ward.
a ward, yeah, he's backing away. Youngbuck is only level 1, so he wouldn't be able to do too much either. Just throw his Breathe Cave once again in the face of Wicked. But is Wula now left by himself because Unlimited with the boots. He's wanted level 2 and now starting to roam around.
The Cow looking to go in the mid lane, trying to force something from Frog in here. Can they try and burn out a flash? Soren, it's not going to happen. Unlimited's realizing that already. He still headbutt pulverizes anyway.
Oh,
why not?
Showing who's the boss here. Soren, however, actually falling slightly behind because there's a big minion wave being built up by Froggen, but he was so close to his own tower, there's nothing Unlimited could actually do.
While this is what worked last time around, remember Alliance said they saw SK dealing with this. They knew how to deal with it. They're leaving tabs all on his own down the bottom. He's getting free farm right now. He's not shoving the tower though.
No, he's actually been freezing the lane, so it means Youngbuck is now forced to stay with Broken Shot and run around the jungle and look for farm. Because if Youngbuck TPs down to this bottom lane now, it's going to be hard for him to push the wave out when Tabs is already level 4. So he's actually forced now to be jungling with Broken Shot. Now he's going to return down to this bottom lane, but save the teleport, so he's going to go down, try and push out the wave, take all the damage he needs to take to actually push it into the tower, then go back to base, and then he can TP down to the lane once again and make sure he gets some farm.
Well, we didn't get a chance to talk too much about this mid lane pairing. Of course, Yasuo up against the Kassadin. It is one we've seen before in this very game, I believe it was. Coulthard ran it, of course. That was back in London, where Froggen insisted the fact that Yasuo was let through wasn't the reason they lost that fight. Soren taking some big burst damage. He's now got some boots to fill here in the Copenhagen Wolves, and we'll see whether he can mimic the performance that Coulthard did in London.
And notice the bottom lane here, Broken Shot joining Youngbuck to make sure he can get some farm. The lane did actually reset now, so Youngbuck can at least stay and farm with his cleaver if needed. And Broken Shot could just back away because he wasn't exactly... No reason to actually help Youngbuck.
Said that wrong. It was Selfie, of course.
It was.
Did that. It was for Super Hot Crew.
There's been many games this season,
yeah, there has been a lot of games. I'm getting old as well. Let's not forget that. Unlimited, he's going round for another return trip. This time around, can he burn the flash from Frog and headbutt pulverize? Nope, there's the flash gone. Worked out well, and that's exactly what they needed to do.
And again, the roam from Unlimited with his boots as the very first item. Just leave Woolite to farm by himself. Now, we did actually see Nif join Wicked up in his top lane to now push it out to make sure Wicked can also go back to base and pick up some items. And yesterday against Fnatic, we had the same deal with lane swaps early on. Wicked played Aurelia, and he got a lot of help from Nif, he got help from Shook to make sure he could pick up a lot of farm. And notice here, 31 CS already to 9 from Youngbuck. So Wicked is doing a very good job always getting farm, even though he's lane swapped.
Yeah, started out with the Crystalline Flask again as well, so was expecting some trouble, I think, at the very beginning of this game. Meanwhile, of course, we see Youngbuck. He is now back in that bottom wave and is starting to finally get himself some farm. Went for the Ruby Crystal early on to just make sure he was secure. He's going to try and... Is he going to shove the wave out, or is he just going to hold it? I think he should hold it.
Getting all the farm he can. He does have teleport, same goes for Wicked, when, of course, with Youngbuck being down his bottom side, he can always join in for the Dragon. And notice here, Alliance just went back to base, and they bought a lot of wards. So we could see them trying to set up around the Dragon, because if Woolite is stuck on his top lane, if he returns to the top lane after his recall here, it means Alliance can easily get 5 members around the Dragon, and Copenhagen Wolves can only get 4.
Well, Soren is keeping up the farm. Froggen doing a very good job on Kassadin to keep his numbers high, highest on the map so far. 80 carries wise, very even between them, but we expect that. They're not up against each other.
And Wicked needs to push the top lane now, so he can force Youngbuck to use the teleport to come up here and get the farm, and then he can go down to the Dragon for Alliance. He's just holding the lane at the moment, even though he saw Woolite actually recall and know he's not in the lane, and it would be very weird for him to return to the top lane. So he should just push it into the tower and see if he can force Youngbuck to do something.
They're going to try and two-man Dragon here. They've got the support. Everybody else from the Wolves is now joining the fray. They're going to get themselves on towards it. Slow reactions from Alliance. We do see Wicked backing off to base. Has got teleport available. Finally, Shook is going to come around. I think they're going to let this one go. No, teleport at the back of the pit. Here comes Wicked. He's going to join the party. Froggen's already there. The Dragon's still yet to go down. Soren's going to get focused and gets dropped instantaneously. Nice fight for Alliance.
Perfect play here. Notice the top lane was pushed into the tower. Wicked just did it then. He recalled to base, shot bought a Phage, and joined in for this Dragon here. And even though Youngbuck was down to this bottom side, he didn't even join for the fight because Copenhagen Wolves didn't expect Alliance to actually try and contest it.
And look at that, they even saved the smite so they could go in and get the steal. Copenhagen Wolves reacting. I'm not sure this is the right fight for them though. Broken Shot's very low. Youngbuck's trying to run tanky interference on Nif, but the rest of Alliance are reacting. Woolite jumps in, Flash immediately, Flash reacts. Now Broken Shot trying to get away. Youngbuck in trouble, he's going to go down. The Ignite running, one more hit, tapped with the big bomb, and we'll finish him off with the rocket.
2 kills on taps already. Corki is so strong in these early team fights. He has so much burst potential. We saw the rocket here finish off Youngbuck as well. And Alliance, they're not done. They're staying here.
They're continuing to go. Froggen and Wicked getting onto Broken Shot. He goes down. Now Unlimited gets locked up. Death Sentence lands. He goes down. It is all snowballing out of control. Alliance are just running through the Wolves.
And everything here starts from the Dragon. It's not done yet. Froggen, he wants to chase. Remember,
Woolite's got nowhere to go. He's going to get locked up. Uses his ultimate, but quickly Froggen reacts. Rift walks back on towards him. There's the knock-up. There's the finish. And Froggen gets himself another.
And again, everything starts from the Dragon here. Youngbuck was in the bot lane with Wicked up in his top side here. He recalled after he pushed the lane and just joined in for the fight. The rest of Copenhagen Wolves were not in a proper position to handle Alliance, so they lose the fight, lose multiple kills, the blue buff as well. And things are not looking good also.
You do not want a 2-0-3 cast in level 8, just 9 minutes into the game. That is for damn sure. That is going to become a big, big, big problem. Wicked heading back towards that top lane. He's going to stop Youngbuck taking that tower. He was trying to force it down, but Youngbuck gets there just in time to save the day.
So again, the whole idea for Copenhagen Wolves, if we look back to Champ Select, leave Kassadin open, was to have an extended lane swap where Unlimited could then roam around and constantly try and go in towards Froggen, kill him, get a few kills on Soren, and then Copenhagen Wolves could try and snowball it. It didn't work, they forced one flash, but that was about it. They didn't actually go in the second time because then lane swap was done. Woolite returned to this bottom lane, we saw the Dragon fight, and now we actually return to standard lanes. Wicked up here. There's a lot of members from Alliance all of a sudden.
Yeah, there's 100% involvement by Alliance in this one. They're moving well as a team. They're grouping up. Every time a kill comes, they are there in numbers. And right now, they're looking to shove down this top turret. There are 3 members up here. 3 members are countering that from the Copenhagen Wolves. I'm not sure this is a fight they want to have. They're going to be forced away. The range advantage that Alliance have to just lash down this. Now there's 4 members. We see Shook, he's about to join on your screen. Death Sentence does not quite land on Unlimited. Froggen, he's going down. He wants to deal with Woolite. Puts the damage back down. He tries to rocket jump away. I'm not sure that's going to be enough. Does manage to catch Froggen. He can rift wall back onto this one. Has got flash if he wants to get it. It's not quite in range for force balls. There he goes. Catches on towards him. That was the flash used. Woolite. Rocket jump will be back available in a moment. Is it going to be enough? I don't think it is. Froggen, one more Q should do it. He goes.
Oh, can he jump?
Visible. Oh! Through the jump.
Unlucky Woolite, unlucky here, but the chase potential of a Kassadin, and already so many kills for Froggen. Yes, you can leave Kassadin open, you can try and counter it, but when he gets some early kills, it's gonna backfire.
When it's potentially the best mid laner in Europe, it's a very, very risky comp to run. They knew they had to do something. They knew they had to try some sort of tactic. It may well not have worked out this time around. Alliance take down the top turret. That's the second one of the game for them. And that is all that they wanted. They've got to be careful they don't back away now, because that top turret themselves, Copenhagen Wolves, are taking it very low as well.
It seems everyone, however, from this top lane, except for Youngbok and Taps, second backing away from the lane. Got a tower. And wow, Froggen. Well, again, if you get some early kills, you might as well get an early Soul Stealer and just try and snowball completely out of control.
It's a risky second item. It's fairly cheap. It's only 1,200 gold overall, I think. Well, 1,235 overall, but that's risky, that's for sure, and also slightly PM. Slightly.
But to be fair, it is a very good item if you are already getting some kills and you know you can keep walking around the map and just keep getting the kills here.
He did get blue buff there, so
he did.
Froggen now with the blue buff under the dress indeed. Wicked, he may well get focused out. Unlimited and Warlight fancy this one. Ultimate pop from Wicked, gets himself a little dash away. Yeah, I'm going to say I don't think Unlimited fancies this one. In fact, Alliance fancy this one. Froggen, he says, guys, I'm going to come around the backside. Instead, he may find himself Broken Shard in the jungle. Not going to work out this time, gets away.
It's all about forcing them away from the tower here, because Taps and Nif, once again, pushing onto the towers. They took the bot lane, went up to top lane, and now in his mid. Lane tower is already very low. It just requires one more push from Alliance, and they should be able to take it, or at least force Copenhagen Wolves to engage onto them.
Well, Dragon's up in 40 seconds. Alliance are going to be in the positional advantage. You can see there is a pink ward from the Wolves just over on the blue buff, but that is about it. Blue buff does spawn. Remember, Shook smited this one out last time around, and looks like he's going to be doing the same again. They're going to give it to Tabs. Finish it. Nope, Shook took it. I think that was meant to go to Tabs.
Yeah, didn't actually want to give it the last hit. I'm not sure what Tabs was expecting here. Does mean, however, Smite is down for Shook. Will actually be up for the Dragon, so never mind.
Yep.
Was well timed by Alliance. Now they can instantly just send Froggen to a side lane because he's so strong already. And keep the rest of the members in his mid lane. Go up towards the very low tower, try and kill it, or just move straight for Dragon. Someone like Unlimited.
There's the big ultimate. They're just waiting for it to time out. Shook, I think he's going to cocoon him the moment it goes. Death Sentence sidestepped. Doesn't matter. Tower goes down. That's all Outers now down. And this game is speeding up very quickly. Warlight, he's been caught out once by Froggen, comes in, puts a big burst of poke down, takes out half of his hit points, while the Dragon is taken by the rest of the team.
Alright, so Alliance making sure to get all the outer turrets, can now move into the jungle of Copenhagen, Wolves place even more wards, get a very important ward in the mid lane, which you actually do see on your minimap, just around where Soren is. Once you kill the tower, place a ward so you can always see where Copenhagen Wolves is moving, if they're moving towards the red buff or the blue buff in their own jungle. So Alliance, full control. We've talked enough about Kassadin, but it is still pretty fun to see a Kassadin being locked in and then go completely crazy from the start.
It is good to see when actually finally played and not banned. Youngbok, he's going to take this top turret, and, well, Wicked has to back away because the rest of the Wolves were gathering around that river area. So first turret of the game for the Wolves. Oh, Shook just putting the damage down on Broken Shard, goes back in, teleport comes in, danger, here comes Froggen, straight on towards Soren. Soren tries to get away, Windwall, is it going to be enough to block them out? Tries to throw down, Tabs back on towards him, Nif comes around the side, doesn't need the death sentence because Froggen gets himself the first stacks for his Soul Stealer.
And a double buff as well for Froggen here.
Oh, Shook, another Soul Stealer, this time picked up by Shook.
Okay. Let's just call it a full focus on snowballing.
I think they're looking to finish this game quite quickly as the focus from Alliance here. This is going to be the inner turret going down. And look at this. I don't think Warlight wants to get involved in this one. Tabs putting the damage down. They will defend it just for now, but it is not going to hold much longer. We're only 16 minutes into this game, and this is in danger of going rapidly out of control. Good headbutt from Unlimited, but is that 70% going to be enough? No! Death Sentence in there. Wicked gets himself his first kill of the game.
So just more kills from Alliance here.
I think this is a little bit of payback, I feel, for Alliance losing their win streak to the Copenhagen Wolves.
Yeah, and again, okay, so Copenhagen Wolves, they tried this tactic early on to just get some kills on Froggen here, trying to shut him down on his Kassadin. It completely backfired, and we're now stuck here with Wicked as well, joining in. On Elise,
Sword of the Occult.
You can defend it on Kassadin, the rest, nope.
No, Youngbok, danger, the rest of Alliance are coming in. He fancies it, he hooks him in. Youngbok's taken down, he goes down. And Alliance are just one moving juggernaut of a killing machine.
Stacks for Shook here. I do think they have a little competition going. Who can get the most stacks by the end of the game? So we probably won't see anyone sacrifice himself for the rest of the team. Roccat going in.
Broken Shot sacrificed himself. I'm not sure what he was thinking. Shook gets himself the kill there. Unlimited doing what he can. That win wall really successful, but Unlimited doesn't have the ultimate available. Wicked gets himself a stack on there. Froggen continues on. Soren trying to get away from this one. He's going to be the focus. Flashes over the wall. Dead Center's not going to land on Warlight. And well, Copenhagen Wolves are in disarray here. They knew it was a risky move, and it is going to be a price to pay because Alliance are going to absolutely romp through this game now.
Just gonna go back here. Nif gets a cleaver in the face. There should already be a lot of gold on Alliance here. Let's see.
Stack update. It's currently Froggen. 6 stacks on Froggen, 5 on Shook, 5 on Wicked. We'll keep
close
eye on that one. Solidarical picked up by Tabs as well.
He's late, however.
He's late. He's got no stacks just yet.
It's no longer funny now. Now he's just late.
I want to know what Nif's going to do.
Well, Soul Stealer, most likely, unless you want to smack people in the face. Still cold here.
Well, we'll see how this one goes. 12-2, 18 minutes gone. Alliance very much proving why they are top of the table right now. And honestly, all jokes aside, for the Wolves, this is a dangerous, dangerous game to play because if they lose this game, they are very, very close to not making the playoffs now.
Yeah,
there is a slim, slim chance because there's a 4-game difference between themselves and Roccat, but that requires Roccat to lose every game and the Wolves to win every game in Super Week.
Yeah, so again, of course they should believe, but I think Copenhagen was their focus. It's just, again, get synergy with the 2 new members here. Oh, Nif might be in trouble, but never mind. The
Twin Shadows
coming in here.
Twin Shadows from Froggen now. Does manage to catch down and slow. Wicked chasing on towards this one. Warlight's got to be careful. That's a very fierce spider in that mid lane. Haunting Ghost was picked up a moment ago. Here comes the rest of Alliance. Warlight's got Rocket Jump available and may well need it. He does manage to pounce away. Froggen riff walks and chases. Has got Flash available if he wants the Force Pulse to slow down. There is the Force Pulse. There's the slow down. Warlight caught out. Wicked on towards him. Wicked wants the kill. Does get the stacks. Now Unlimited in trouble. He gets taken down. Tabs gets the kill on there. Wicked so low, but he does manage to get away.
It's all about staying alive here for Alliance. Wicked instantly gonna recall, even though his teleport is not up. The rest of Alliance staying and pushing 2 members dead from Copenhagen. Remember, we are still only 19 minutes into the game, so the death timers, they're not very long.
They're not very long at all, but this inhibitor turret, it's taking some serious punishment already. Froggen around that side. One more hit should do it. Tabs is going to finish it off, and inhibitor turret goes down 19 minutes into the game.
Let's open up the base already. We haven't seen any Baron attempt from Alliance yet. Don't even need it, so they can just put full focus now on grouping up around this mid lane again. Woolite going towards this lovely farm in his bottom lane.
Oh no.
He's so dead.
Oh no, Woolite. He can repel over as well. There we go. Woolite caught out. Froggen gonna continue. Oh, we can go for it still though. I think he fancies it. Oh no. He's instead wise choice, going for the turret instead. Look at the side though. In comes Broken Shot and Unlimited. Can they manage to get themselves a kill on the board here? Onto Froggen. Whoa! Broken Shot just gets burst straight away. One little combo from Froggen, but they're in trouble. They're separated. He fancies Broken Shot. He's going to go towards it. Force Ball's not enough. Shook gets on towards it. Froggen does get himself the kill. Froggen taken down. Can he get dropped? He gets away! And the tower hit goes onto Shook. And Froggen's clean. Oh, good cocoon lands. Now Tabs comes around the side. He's burning down the damage. Shook's going to get focused on. Nif comes around to support. Throws out the lantern. Can flay onto the entire team. Wicked joins onto the team. Youngman gets himself on towards it. Tabs gets the kill and continues his stacks. And Froggen is still alive.
But right now, you just want someone from Alliance to die, actually, so we can see them be mad about losing the stacks on the Soul Stealer or sort of a cult here. Copenhagen Wolves, however, tried. Now Froggen with Home Guard joining in again.
Teleport Home Guard looking to get and improve those stacks. He's at 10 stacks, by the way, so far on that Soul Stealer. He's leading this race. A little race of their own. Got boots and mobility as well, just to continue his dominance. So, Dragons up, that's going to be a taken. Another inner turret went down. It's now 16-2, just 22 minutes coming up on the clock here. And massive, massive control for Alliance. It's a 15,000 gold lead, 21 minutes in.
I'm actually just standing here hoping Copenhagen Wolves will kill Alliance and win the game. Because of all these stacking items, and Alliance playing around with the Wolves. You just wanted to actually get some kills, deny some stacks from Alliance, and maybe try and come back in the game. Right now, it's definitely not looking good.
Well, Shook has now completed the Leandris as well, so he's actually, you know, all jokes aside with these builds, they have got crazy damage right now with those stacks, of course. You know, I think it's once it passes 8, isn't it? It starts to become cash-worthy, maybe 6. Well, they're up to 10 and plus at the moment between them. 10 for Froggen, 8 for Shook. Wicked on 8 as well. Tab's only on 4 so far. We'll see who gets the kills, because that's the all-important count. Oh, and if not landing that death sentence, that would have started things rolling as they move in for this inhibitor. Flash in there, pulverized down. They don't get enough down. Soren's in trouble. He gets caught out. Broken Shark gets down, and it is Wicked that is picking up all of the kills. Wicked chasing on towards them. Can they get on towards Youngbuck? Cocooned on towards the tower. They want to finish this one. Froggen fancies it, but the inhibitor is the target they really want to get in the end, and that will go down. They're not going to finish the game yet, but they are very close to doing it already.
Yeah, Copenhagen was just wanted to try and engage, see if they could get some kills. Didn't work for them at all. Unlimited didn't even have time to use his ult. He just went in, instantly got smacked down.
13 stacks apiece now. Wicked and Froggen dead level.
The Danish
Shook is chasing. The Danish fight is on. Copenhagen Wolves. You know, this is the risk. You know, they had the plus side of their all-in strategy before.
Yeah.
This is the downside of an all-in strategy backfiring horribly, and it hasn't really worked out for them too well. It's not so much an all-in strategy, but it was more tactically from the beginning. You could tell what they were doing with that Alistair. It hasn't worked out this time around.
Again, it was all planned. They would leave the castle in open. At least it appeared to be all planned, and then try and counter it with Unlimited going into this mid lane, and hopefully get Soren a few kills, and then Woolite with the early first blood. Potentially he could have snowballed and moved into the late game pretty fast on Tristana as well. Didn't work at all. It was all actually about the first dragon. Copenhagen Wolves completely misplayed the first dragon. Alliance picked up all the kills, got the dragon as well, and just started the whole thing.
So blue buff picked up by Froggen. Where's he gonna go? Broken Shard. Oh, you stood on a ward. There's a pink ward right there. He's just... They realised it now. They realised it. They're going to back off. They're not going to go for him. Or are they? Lantern's going to pull him across. Froggen, does he fancy Rift walking in? I don't think he does. I think he wants the Lantern from Nif. Wants free passage. They're going to go for Baron instead.
Still baiting it. Still baiting it.
Yeah,
they're waiting for this one kill. They don't want to give Broken Shot a chance.
Uh-oh, there it is. Cocoon called out. That's unlimited. 70%. It's not going to be enough, frankly. Who's going to get the kill? That's the question. It's going to be Shook. Oh, he's now closing in the gap as well on the stacks. That is the race right now. 13 stacks for him as well. 14 for both Froggen and Wicked. Youngbuck caught out. Look at that. The tankiest member, not a chance. Shredded down. Tabs gets himself the kill. Alliance chase on through. Froggen on towards Woolite. Woolite desperately going to try and turn this one around. Has he got enough to try and take him down? No, he hasn't. Wicked gets the kill. Soren now going to get locked up. Tries to get the slowdown on him. Not going to be enough. And Alliance, they can finish the game right here.
If they want to, there's 14 seconds on Youngbuck. Doesn't look like Alliance actually want to push up because there's no minions. So just waiting around, looking for more kills. Froggen is very low, but there's no teleport, so he doesn't want to go back to base just yet.
16 stacks now on Wicked and Froggen, 13 on Shook and Tabs, who will complete and hit 21st. Tabs is doing the damage on the tower while the rest of the Wolves try and defend. He's going to quickly Valkyrie away with the rest of his team as they all back away. Just 2 minutes on the Dragon. That's not the focus, though. It is going to be cleaning up everything from the Wolves' jungle. They're now 18,000 gold behind. 22-8, 6-1 in turrets. And Alliance are dominating and proving why they are the #1 team in Europe right now.
Well, Alliance did have some unusual items. They still play to win this game here. They're not playing just to wait around. We see them bait the Baron, wait for Copenhagen to make a move, get a kill, and then once again push into the base. They just didn't have an option yet to actually finish the game, but they are clearly just looking here to finish as fast as possible and keep baiting around this Baron. Copenhagen Wolves, they know our only chance at the moment is if we steal this Baron, get the buff, and then ace Alliance. Then they respawn, we ace them again, and then we win the game. Easy peasy.
Alliance setting up, easy peasy, no problem. They got this. Alliance trying to set up something, and this time around the Wolves are not falling for it. I think they may well be able to go for Baron quite freely here. and that is where they're going to head off towards. Nif, I can tell you, is just 2 assists away from hitting the 1,000 mark. And I think it may well happen in this game because Broken Shard is about to find him in the bush there. Death Sentence does not land. Flake goes in. Baron buff picked up. Froggen continues to pursue. Broken Shard ripping down his health. Not quite going to get it this time around, but the rest of Alliance move in towards his top tower.
Youngberg is down his bottom lane, actually trying to get some gold for the Wolves, but he's going to have to teleport back here if they actually want to try anything. This first tower is gone. Next one, Copenhagen Wolves just have to try and all in.
Well, Youngberg's going to get himself the tower down the bottom, so it's a something for nothing. I'm not sure really what, because they're going to lose the inhibitor turret if he's not back there to defend right now. I'm not even sure even if his presence was there, he'd be able to do anything about it. Limited just gets shredded down. He goes down, Tabs gets himself the kill. There is the 1,000th of assist for Nif as the rest of Alliance push on through. Youngberg goes down, Shook gets on towards that one. Broken Shard caught out, he goes very low as well. Wicked at the moment trying to plow on through. Tabs putting the damage down, and this is an absolute massacre coming out here. 20 stacks picked up by Froggen now. He is the winner of the stack competition. Twin Shadows catching on, the spooky ghosts coming out. Just one member, Broken Shard, stands between Alliance and victory.
And this time around they do have minions and can actually go for the finish on Alliance. Such a good performance.
Such a solid performance here. Dominant performance. They want more kills. They're going to get more kills. Broken Shard gets melted. Soren gets caught out. They are just shredding through the Copenhagen Wolves. 29-2. They're going to go to 30 here. They're going to continue on. The Nexus will fall. And Alliance continue at the top of the table.
Alright, so everything in this game here involves around the very first dragon. Copenhagen Wolves, they had the idea. They wanted to try and shut down Froggen on this Kassadin, they wanted to lane swap here, they got an early first blood on Moonlight, and then it was all about the very first dragon, where Copenhagen Wolves were not in a position, even though they were the ones to start it, to actually teamfight Alliance. They lost it, and of course the rest is history.
20 stacks on everyone.
On everyone.
Everybody hit 20 stacks there.
Everyone is a winner.
Wicked, Shook, Froggen and Tabs all hit 20 stacks on Sword of the Occults and Soul Stealers. Crazy amounts of ability power actually probably towards the end there. Only 465 for Froggen.
Yeah, if you can
we're only at
snowball
28 minutes hit the game.
They are good items if you can actually keep snowballing and keep up kills. So if you really feel confident, you can constantly get kills here and you can put pressure on the enemy team. They will be good items. I mean, we didn't see them build anything else other than the standard items. So in that case, it made a lot of sense for Alliance, and they used it to actually further snowball the game.
Yeah, fantastic results and crazy stats, honestly. 7-1-12 for Wicked, 8-1-11 for Shook, 6-0-21 for Froggen in their mid lane and Kassadin, 8-0-14 on Tabs, and 0-0-22 for Nif.
True support. Didn't even kill steal once.
No, but Freak has him in the LCS. Caster
fantasy.
If
you do have any Alliance players, or maybe you have
any Alliance players, you're happy
team,
now.
Like I
you compare it to yesterday, obviously they didn't get that many fantasy points today. It blew everyone away. It's fantasy points all around for everyone who had them in their team. Fantastic performance, honestly, overall, and proving why they are the #1 team in Europe.
And also proved why they were so mad last time they played Copenhagen Wolves and things went wrong for Alliance in the early game and they lost the game, because they just showed here, as long as they get the lead themselves, they know how to close it out against the Wolves.
Well, for an insider's take on the last match, let's send it over to Shox, who is standing by with Nif, the unkillable.
Thank you very much, D-Man. Nif, the unkillable. A little bit of a retribution, I feel, versus the Copenhagen Wolves. That a fantastic victory. Just one thing I want to touch on in picks and bans is obviously you guys saw that the Kassadin was open and then probably didn't fear any counter.
No, we just picked the first pick like always, and it showed that it's still really strong, and we won again by this.
What would you say is the central element that got you going? Because obviously they were in that bush for the first blood, but after that it was all you.
Yeah, they played the lanes up really bad actually. They left Wicked alone, and he got a lot of XP, and the Mundo fall really far behind, so we got actually really far ahead, even though they got the first blood.
So I don't know if you know, but you hit the 1,000th assist in your LCS career, and that is in the regular season. The only other support that's done that is special over in NA. Does that have any special sentiment for you?
Yeah, it's actually really awesome. I saw that Special got it, and I was like at 970 or something. But I haven't really followed it, but I got like over 20 assists this game, so it's actually really an awesome feeling to get that many assists. It's something special.
It absolutely is. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
All right, we have to take a quick break, but when we come back, what a turnaround season it has been for Millenium after finishing last in the spring split the last season around. They'll be facing Fnatic after a break. Stay put.
They're continuing to go. Froggen and Wicked getting onto Broken Shard. He goes down. Now Unlimited gets locked up. There is the Force Pulse. There's the slow down. Woolite caught out. Wicked on towards him. Wicked wants the kill. Does get the stacks. Now Unlimited in trouble. He gets taken down. Flash in now. Pulverized down. They don't get enough down. Soren's in trouble. He gets caught out. Broken Shard gets down. And it is Wicked that is picking up all of the kills. Welcome back, everyone. Here we are at the final game of the week, which is our featured matchup between Fnatic and Millenium. It's a biggie, ladies and gentlemen. Yesterday, Fnatic had a tough match against Alliance, where they finally fell after a 50-minute battle. That was the end of an 8-game win streak, of course, and I wonder if that loss will have an effect on the team.
Regardless, though, they are still looking incredibly strong. As Froggen even mentioned yesterday, he fully expects to be facing Fnatic in the regional finals at Gamescom. Big praise indeed, of course, to get there. They still need to secure their spot in the seedings. They are now secure in the playoffs. Question is, can they continue to hold that second place? Head-to-heads are important, of course, at this stage, especially against Millenium, who are chasing them in third place. They currently lead this head-to-head 2-1.
Yeah, and if you do look at the game yesterday against the Lions, very tactical game. Good rotations from Fnatic. A lot of focus on killing towers, but they never wanted to fight Alliance. They never wanted to contest any dragons. They lost 5 out of 6 dragons against Alliance. Therefore, fell very far behind in gold and couldn't actually do anything. And I have to question their decision-making in the game because they picked Jarvan in a comp where you actually want to kite because they had Ziggs and Jinx. And yet that Jarvan kind of out of place because Source as well, he built full tank on Gragas. So they didn't really have any all-in potential with like a Gragas on a Jarvan. And Jinx and Ziggs, they kind of want to kite and have Alliance engage on them. So it was a bit of a weird comp from Fnatic, and they didn't know what to do because they actually never tried to engage onto Alliance.
And we also had Froggen, of course, yesterday talking about the build possibilities that obviously Soaz builds on that Gragas, as saying, you know, it kind of hampered them because they had Aurelia. It was going to do a lot more damage, and of course the tank wasn't enough. Millenium, though, on the other side, played an impressive game yesterday against the Copenhagen Wolves, running an unorthodox Yasuo in the top lane for Kevin and Zillion in the mid lane for Kerb, which fitted their team comp superbly. It was a great play from Jerry at Dragon that set them up for the game.
And it was such a good game by Millenium. Very aggressive play, and they really used this mid-game comp well because they knew as soon as we hit Def Gap on our Zillion mid lane, we just look for team fights, and it worked for them. The hook coming in from Jerry, of course, set up the ulti from Kevin, and then your double bomb from Kerb to just destroy Copenhagen Wolves. And Kerb on Zillion itself was actually a pretty cool pick because Millenium is such an aggressive team and they know how to close out games. And then you have Yasuo in the top lane. You don't actually need a tank when you have a Zillion because you have this ulti. So Kevin could go all in, get the bombs from Kerb, and then stay alive or get back to life if Kerb wanted to at least give him the ult here. And now they go into a very important game against Fnatic because both these teams have a chance of securing second place, of course. Millenium are 2 wins behind Fnatic at the moment, and if they win here, we go into Super Week with a very close race between Millenium, super hot crew, Fnatic, even SK Gaming, who just won today. All the teams will be battling for this number 2 spot, which means you go straight into the semi-final. You skip the quarterfinals if you do get top 2 in the league, so it's very important for these teams.
Yeah, that Super Week could be massive for both these teams. Of course, Millenium and Fnatic, they are both wary of each other's aggressive gameplay. And while Cyanide is concerned about Kerb in the mid lane, the team hopes their coach, Aaron Nair, can give the edge over his former teammates.
Fnatic, they're like probably the best team at the moment in Europe, so it will be a really hard game to win against them.
Millenium is always this team that normally you don't think that they're really good, but sometimes they have really surprising results. Like especially I think their mid laner, he's a really skilled player, so if he gets ahead it can be a real pain, so he can almost carry along.
They play lots more aggressive than most other teams, and especially the support and the top lane just move around the map way more often than any other.
We don't prepare different versus Millenium like we do against any other team. We always have the same sort of rhythm lately with Arena. Of course, he has some in general insight about this guy can carry a game if he gets rolling, or this guy has troubles if he gets camped.
He tells us some stuff, and it's kind of helpful because he knows how some guys are in the team, and if you pick on them, they will get mad or other, so it's really good.
I think we have to prepare extra time for them because they are so good. So we find a weakness in their team.
Yeah, dirty little insight that Aaron Nair has given over his former teammates to Fnatic. Not sure whether they needed it, but it's also always a helping hand.
Always helps. I mean, Millenium looked very good lately. I did talk with them before the game, and they have their own little tactic. It's called Camp Reckless. And just destroy him, and then he's completely out of the game, and they will win.
We'll see how it works.
It's their tactic, not mine.
Let's check the starting lineups for these two teams. Over on the blue side, it's Fnatic. That means in the top lane, we have Soaz. In the jungle, it is Cyanide. Peke in the mid lane, Reckless as AD carry, and Yellowstar on support.
On the red side, Millenium with Kevin in the top lane, Codnex in the jungle, Curb of course is the mid laner, Creton on AD carry, and Jerry on support.
So many of you know that due to Lucian's rework in 4.12 patch, he is currently banned in the LCS. So we want to draw your attention to both the AD carries Reckless and Creton, who have been excelling on other champions in their roles.
And if we start with Reckless, then we can of course look at his Vayne. He went 18-0 against the Wolves last week, and he's currently undefeated on Vayne, played 3 games, and he's picked up 32 kills, died once, and he also has 16 assists. Pretty impressive stats here. Creton, he's preferred to play Corki instead, and we saw him also destroy the Wolves. The Wolves, they don't really like these AD carries. Yesterday, where he went 10-1 and 7, he's played it 4 times, and sick numbers as well, like 37 kills here, only died a few times, 35 assists on Corgi as well. So brilliant performance by both the AD carries, and it's really safe to say they are among the top AD carries here in Europe, and they have shown before, even without Lucian, they can carry games for the team.
Yeah, it's great to see, you know, Creton back to his best, back to his former self. Before he broke his arm way back in 2013, of course. They were a shot at getting into the Worlds back in Season 3. Can they do it in 2014? Let's check to see who you guys think is favorite. According to LOLesports.com, well, no surprises. The Fnatic fan base has come out in force. They are 80% ahead in the vote.
Again, if you do ignore the loss from yesterday, 8-game win streak, and looking fantastic. We kept talking about how Fnatic now always know when to play really well. Heading into Super Week, heading into playoffs. They will be the favorites, but against Millenium, you never really know here. If we see Cillian mid again, and then Millenium just try and snowball the game, good work.
Every time I think of these two teams when they face each other, I think back to the Intel Extreme Masters in Katowice, that big long slug they had. I think it was a 60, 70-minute game. And honestly, either team could have won that back then.
I feel like it's the old Millenium style, where they like to play the long, drawn-out games. Again, remember promotion tournament against NIP.
Oh, good lord.
7 hours for best out of 5. Like, it was very, very long. But now the new one here is more like all or nothing. Just go and see if we can win. If not, well...
They are a team that loves the fight, that's for sure. And that's what I like to see. That's what I like to cast. Let's see how it works out. Cillian ban!
Oh!
Wow. You're not getting that one, Kurt. Straight away. Plays it once, banned from him ever for life.
I feel like it's a little bit like banning Riven against Shook. We don't really know how to deal with it, so we're just gonna ban it. Not gonna take any chances. And Fnatic, of course, are on the blue side, so don't have to ban the Kassadin.
Millenium not making the same mistake. They ban out Kassadin, making sure that's taken away. Aatrox banned out. Kevin, well, he didn't favor it too much yesterday. Of course, the Yasuo was the consideration for him, but that was, I feel, potentially a one-off tactic. I don't think they're going to run with that one this time around.
Let's see here. Oh, Syndra been taken away.
That's a big one.
Yeah, fun fact here. The last, or 2 times this split, Fnatic has actually played Syndra against Curb because they like to put a lane bully against him to try and shut him down the laning phase. Because Millenium are a team who rely a lot on Curb getting a good start in his laning phase. So if you do play a lane bully against him and you manage to shut him down, you shut down the entire Millenium.
Fizzban maybe from Fnatic here. Let's see.
Fizzban. Twisted Fate is open
no,
as well.
Lee Sin.
Maybe Expector wants to play Fizz.
Well, Codnex is very, very strong on Lee Sin, that's for sure. So well worth the ban against him. Has 8 wins in 11 games on Lee Sin. So, of course, we saw him playing it yesterday to great effect. Final ban for Millenium. What are they going to go with? Well, they ban out the Fizz.
Okay, so because Fnatic didn't ban away Fizz, Millenium here expect them to actually first pick it and don't want to take the risk. Twisted Fate is open. Gragas is open for Source in the top lane. Lulu could be an option too. And then Evelynn, if they take Evelynn instead of Gragas, with Elise being open as well, with Rengar, Jarvan, whatever junglers we have, I feel like it's a mistake from Fnatic here.
It's a big favorite though for Cyanide. He has got 6 wins in 7 games on Evelynn. It is his, I guess you could say, most successful jungler. So following, it's no surprises. Maybe it's just making a comfort pit for him.
But still, I mean, you could have gotten a Gragas here. Okay, if Millenium doesn't actually play Gragas, maybe Fnatic has scouted them well enough to say Kevin clearly doesn't play Gragas. But I know in the mid lane, okay, never mind. It has actually already been locked in here. So you do give away currently the #1 top pick. If you ask multiple top laners to get a comfort pick on your jungler, sure, if Sana goes crazy in this game here, it could work out. But there's a lot of jungle options open still for someone like Codnex to pick.
The irony is, while people do count him as the #1 top pick, it's not actually been that successful. There's been a lot of counters to him. We'll see whether maybe Soaz, who, if anyone has something up their sleeve, it will be him, as a counter to it. Thresh, of course, was picked for J-Ree. We've seen him in Hook City with Blitzcrank before and had some great games. Yesterday, of course, on Thresh was the big key catalyst to that big fight that happened. So, Lulu and Kog'Maw picked in. Kog'Maw's been banned out a couple of times today. Yeah. Reckless is going to get his hands on that one.
Just overall, one of the strongest AD carries. We have good laning phase. Even your mid game is fine if you do build Trinity Force into Blade. And of course, your late game, we know, you're an absolute beast. And with this Lulu here, I expect it to be top lane for Soaz against Gragas, because if you do take Lulu mid against Curb, you won't apply a lot of pressure onto him. It's better to get it top lane here, can farm against Gragas, and then both will bring utility when it comes to team fights.
So Twisted Fate is still available, remember. So we'll see whether anyone wants to go for that one. Elise and Corki currently being hovered over by Millenium. They would be, I would say, standard choices, honestly, for either team at this stage. Corki being great success. We said that crazy stat, 37, 335 or something like that for Kraton. Rengar locked in. Nice. That's going to be Connex in the jungle.
Finally.
Wow, finally indeed. Of course, Dandy ran it to massive success the other day. Spirit running it today over in the OGN. So, big pick in Korea. Honestly, probably one of the #1 jungle picks currently.
Yeah.
And actually, they're all playing pretty aggressively. Spirit today went full defensive, though.
Yeah, so normally you go Feral Flare, and then you have two options. Yeah. Either you go like full damage from there, and you try to assassinate people. If you do wanna, if you have a pick comp and you like to split push around, you can go to full assassin Rengar and just try and get kills, pick people off who's pushing the lanes. Otherwise, you can go full tank after you Feral Flare and just focus on engaging team fights. You get a lot of cooldown reduction. You basically just become the main engage, and it's so hard to avoid Rengar's engage because he stealths and then he jumps towards you and he roots you with his E, and you're just locked in. The rest of Millenium can then follow up here. Again, you got the hook from J-Ree. Kevin can knock you back into the team here, so a lot of engage potential for Millenium.
So, Zyra pulled back out for Yellow Star. It's a champion he favored a long time ago, but more importantly, this is the big one. Peke, if you were to look at him right now, played a lot last night on Ahri.
Spammed it last night, and we saw Selfie play both games this week here. It's very, very strong pick. Got a small change here in 4.12. Less mana cost on Q and slightly better AP ratio, so small buff here. But generally, it works really well as this mage assassin. Again, also with the Fiend's nerfs we saw some patches ago, and land a charm, land your DFG, and it's bye-bye.
Well, it looks like it may be Gragas in the middle, so it will be a little bit more tankier. That, of course, would put Kevin onto potentially Shyvana at the moment. They're discussing it to see what they want to go with. Shyvana, I wouldn't say a terribly strong pick for Kevin. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Maybe going to switch here. Aurelia, though, against the Lulu. That's a tricky lane.
Yeah, let's see how he wants to handle it here. Of course, with the range advantage for Lulu, but Aurelia does have the option to actually jump onto him and try and pressure him. So, and with also the sustain on Aurelia, I'm not too sure if Kevin is going to be in too much trouble. And he also plays a lot of Aurelia, so he will know the matchup really well. And if you look at the side of Fnatic, they've gone for a bit of a mix in the combo. So you have Ahri and Evelynn to kind of pick people off.
A lot of magic damage.
There's a lot of magic damage, and then you have like the potential to pick people off with Ahri and Evelynn. And then you also have Lulu and Zyra now to protect Reckless in these team fights. So you got a bit of everything here from the side of Fnatic, except for a lot of physical damage, which you don't have. It's all about Reckless here and his auto attacks. The rest is pure magic, so it means Millenium can stack a lot of magic resist here and make it very hard for Fnatic to actually kill them in these team fights.
Well, ironically, they are both teams that love to do pick comps, and it seems like they're going to try and do it once again, of course. With the picks now in, which one of our featured AD carries do you think will go OP? Tweet at LOL's Esports and use the hashtag Reckless or hashtag Kraton, and we'll check out the results in game. Of course, that is Kog'Maw versus Corki. Corki stats for Kraton are unbelievable. I'm trying to think of the Kog'Maw stats. I can't remember too often for Reckless. It's interesting. I love the fact now that Lucian is now off the cards. For now, we'll be back. We'll be back soon. But it has opened up a number of options for AD carries. And suddenly we're seeing variety.
Yeah, we even saw Jinx yesterday. We haven't seen her in a while. We don't really see Twitch here in Europe.
Yeah, which is strange because it's still considered the #1 pick over in Korea.
At least one of them over in Korea. They love to play it.
Kog'Maw generally banned out as well.
It just seems Korea, they favor really the pick style a bit more, and they play a more aggressive version than we do here in Europe, where it's more of like safe pick styles you have. But let's see what Fnatic can do with this. Are in the mid lane from FLICKR.
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Final game of Week 10. Super Week looms. Fnatic currently second place on the table as the blue side, up against Millenium, third place in the standings, chasing hard on Fnatic. A win here would be wonderful for them. Kevin almost forgot to buy there and decided to last minute get it.
And a lot of mid-game focus here from Millenium. You have Corki, who's really good in the mid-game once you get your Trinity Force. Same goes for Irelia. Her big power spike is once she completes Trinity Force, and then she can actually jump your squishy members and 100% to zero them very, very easily. And then normally build tank afterwards, so you can now become this tank in the late game teamfights, but you won't really be able to kill people by yourself when you go late. And the same thing can be said actually about most of the members on Millenium side. Gragas, a bit of the same deal. He is very, very strong, especially in the mid-game points, but real late game, he doesn't have the same scalings he used to have. We have, of course, seen the full AP Gragas destroy people anyway, just a little bit harder than before. So Millenium, a lot of focus on this mid-game, where Fnatic can afford to go late, mainly due to Reckless.
Yellowstar went very far forward to get a little bit of information in that top lane. Give them some vision. Did, of course, get that ward in the tri-bush, so they saw that Kevin was indeed in that top. It is going to be a red buff start. And remember, Fnatic went pretty aggressive on the red buff yesterday against Alliance, and maybe that is why Millenium are playing so defensive right now in this top half of the jungle.
And we do actually see Fnatic
Ooh,
there.
it's a late
don't
invade.
want to do anything. Reckless down this bottom lane, so Millenium might be able to...
This is a delayed invade, absolutely. They're going to go straight across the ward, though.
Yeah, they spotted here Signet still. This thing I know he's going to move away from his own blue buff, and instantly Fnatic ping Millenium's blue buff. They already have the dual lane down there, so they can move up. Yellowstar being sent in to just ward it and make sure Cotnex didn't start his own blue buff.
And look at Reckless holding the lane. Keeping it.
Oh, lovely little trick.
Just off at the side there.
And notice here how now every single minion is actually hitting the very first minion from Reckless, and therefore he will now start pushing towards Reckless, and he can freeze the lane. It's the reason he move in, group the enemy minions, it's like just pile them together, so they will target your very first minion, and therefore he started a small freeze now. If he keeps it frozen, he can just stay there for the next 10 minutes.
Well, we'll see if he lets it go or not. At the moment, though, blue buff was picked up by Cotnex, and that's going to continue around. Took the Wraith down, so he's going to go up towards it. Are we going to see some good old 4-0 maneuvers? At the moment, buddy system well in effect for both Millenium and Fnatic, as Reckless continues to freeze out that top lane, bottom lane.
Definitely not going to see 4-0 in this bottom lane because he's freezing the lane. So he doesn't even want to get close to this tower at this point. And Yellowstar probably doesn't want to get his level 2, and then he can move away from the lane. It's actually going to be a very, very early Dragon Fnatic here. Nobody from Millenium is even close. So it should be a fairly easy Dragon now.
Yeah, the shield, of course, from Soaz on Cyanide will help out on this one. You can see Yellowstar trying to dodge in and out. It is focusing back and forward. Oh, it did finally hit Cyanide, so it's not quite working out. There's the shield. That's going to be enough. Yellowstar doing what he can. And basically, all he's doing right now is basically juggling aggro. The idea is, if you can do it right, nobody gets hit.
Yeah, because you only level 2
it's working out.
point.
Look, they're barely getting hit.
It took a few hits, but still, they're going to get it. And when you are level 2, you're going to take so much damage from the dragon, so it's way too risky to just standard tank it, so you have to do this dance here. Normally, when we do have these lane swaps, we actually see the team who's in the top side send the support, the jungler, and top laner down towards the dragon to make sure you don't start at very early dragon, because if Millenium had been nearby, they would have been able to stop Fnatic, maybe even pick up a kill. However, because they started the Fnatic blue buff, they moved to their own red buff, they were way too far away, way too slow, and Fnatic could take the very easy dragon.
The gank attempt, oh dear, that stood right on top of a ward. Kevin and Jerry, that's not going to work out for them. So, pressure on the tower actually in the top lane. Looks like Creaton is going to start pushing this one in. Cotnex was finally about to go back. Well, he's going to, of course, go for the Madreds. Creaton just happy to hold on, not pushing too heavily on the tower. They're happy to just hold these waves, both top and bottom. And that's going to cause problems for now Kevin and Soaz as they finally return to lane.
And this is a smart thing about the Millenium lane swap. Against Evelynn, it's always good to lane swap because you kind of remove her stealth pressure. She's now either forced to just sit and farm in a jungle or roam around as a group, which you're going to spot anyway, move towards your lanes to actually set up a gank or push out of the lanes. You won't really be able to just gank like we normally see Evelynn if it's standard lanes. Where also now Cotnex get some time to just sit and farm, because nothing is really happening in any of the lanes due to both AD carries freezing.
Well, we've had a long time looking across all the lanes. We haven't had a chance to talk about this mid lane pairing that Kerp and Peke are running. So often, as you mentioned, it has been Syndra a couple of times for Peke against Kerp. They need to lock him down. Kerp did go back and get himself the triple thorns and put a pink ward, actually, just in that side bush. Peke teleporting back to lane, something we also didn't mention, by the way. Goes for the Fiendish Codex first instead of the Holy Grail that is the Chalice.
The Chalice, yeah, okay. So doesn't want the mana regen early here, but Kerp, triple thorns, full focus on the lane, get some extra HP as well, so the all-in potential from Xpeke becomes pretty much a non-factor here early on, until Xpeke can pick up a DFG. He won't be able to take down Kerp by himself unless Kerp really misplays it. Cyanide, however, moving down towards this bottom lane. Reckless will push in a massive wave. It's all about now denying the farm away from Kevin. Millenium, however, have already sent Jiri and Cotnex down towards this bottom side, so they know there's a chance of Fnatic to try and move into this tower here and force Kevin away, because he needs all this farm here, otherwise he will fall very far behind.
We do see Kerp shoving in. I'm not sure whether Pink Ward spotted Cyanide or not. I don't think it did. It would have given a warning sign to Cyanide that there is a Pink Ward nearby, and he would have hunted that out immediately. He's going to be taking his Wraiths. We do see Cotnex continuing his path as well. It was interesting to get a chance to discuss players, builds, items with these players. We did get Cotnex, of course, up on the couch yesterday as we were watching this Fnatic Alliance game yesterday.
Notice Source up in his top lane. He's just sitting in the bush, getting XP from the minions, but he doesn't actually get any farm, which is a big issue for him. He needs to go and push the wave out into the tower of Millenium, reset it, so he can actually get some farm here. For now, he's just waiting. Seems though Kraton decided actually to push it down, so he will get the farm. Yesterday against Alliance, he didn't do it. He waited in the bush for like a minute, didn't get a single CS, but got some experience, but it meant he fell so far behind compared to Wicked and couldn't actually do anything on Gragas, had to build full tank. He is slightly behind compared to Kevin, but this time around he did actually get the minions down towards him, so it paid off for him to wait. Got some XP, got some farm, didn't take any damage either.
Well, Blue Buff about to respawn, and Cyanide is there ready and waiting. Yellow Star also going to come around. Look at this though, J-Ree is going to come around the side, spots it with a plant, the pink ward. Now Cotnex is nearby. It's going to be a smite fight, and I think Millenium are going to win it because Fnatic will back out and play it safe.
Alright, so I'm just moving in to see how many members from Millenium are nearby. Seems like there's a lot. Oh, interrupting Yellow Star. Doesn't actually want to go for it, just be annoying. Blue Buff over the Kerp, so while it's not standard lanes yet, we do have AD carry versus top lane up in the top side. And then this bottom lane, it's actually Kevin playing with Jiri just to make sure. Jiri's only there to make sure Kevin won't be in a situation where the lane once again will freeze and Reckless can just deny Kevin all the farm. So Jiri needs to stay nearby so Kevin can get all the farm he needs. Yes, they do share the XP, but still, now it's about the farm.
Blue Buff will go across the Peke. Blue Buff went across the Kerp already as well. So, the farm race will begin in this mid lane as the race will start to fall. Both of them will be aiming for it. Dragon's up in a minute. And of course, that was picked up by Fnatic and the early start. Grasping route on towards J-Ree. Kevin trying to show some aggression there. Actually gets a ton of damage back on him from Reckless and Yellow Star for the pleasure of dashing forward.
Cotnex did hit his level 6 now. Picked up red buff. Moving towards this top lane, but Cyanide is already there. So maybe now Fnatic are expecting Millenium to set something up. Level 7 on Corki, so he's Kraton at the moment is very, very strong. They did actually spot Cotnex, he just cleared the ward.
Tower's going to go. That's the last hit, and there is the first tower. Kraton will take that down for Millenium. The backup was there, wasn't required, so as has to step away from this now defenseless lane. Kraton will clear out this wave and back off to buy. So
he didn't actually push the wave out here.
Well, we'll see whether he wants to stick around there. It looks like the bottom lane are both backing off as well, so seems that Kevin is going to change lane. And that will be the AD carries now heading down towards the bottom. So Phage and Sheen were picked up by Kraton on that back.
Alright, so what Source is doing here, he's actually pushing the wave back because he wants to recall before a potential dragon fight. He does have teleport, but if he joins in now, he only has 2 Dawn's rings, so he won't be able to do too much. So you want to push the wave in, get Kevin to join in for this top lane, and then they can either both use the teleport down towards this dragon, or Source might have time to actually go back, wait for his team to delay the dragon, and then run towards it. So he's just pushing it into the tower here, so smart move by Source. And also, I guess the reason Creation didn't actually bother pushing it all the way out, because he knew there was a high chance Source would just push it back anyway.
I think he wanted to give some CS to his top laner as well, maybe, who knows. Got himself that phage, so as he's going to shove that wave, as you mentioned. Kevin should be able to hold this one fairly easily and clean out the CS. The question is, how quick do Fnatic react? How quick do they go for that dragon? Will they dash straight for it? Kevin wipes out this wave, no problems there. He's going to get every little bit of CS. Cottonex is going to try and make a play. Stealth goes in. He's going to get on towards Yellowstar, spots him out, pounces, gets the root down on him. Yellowstar in trouble and just gets destroyed for a simple first blood for Millenium.
The ganks from Rengar are so strong. He jumps towards you, instantly just roots you in place, and then Jerry can follow up, create him with all the damage. Yellowstar had only one choice. Flash instantly as he saw the mark above his head, but you don't even know if you're going to be the target here. It's very, very hard to deal with Rengar once he actually ganks after level 6. A good setup. Millenium, however, because it was only Yellowstar they killed, didn't feel like they could actually go towards the dragon.
Yeah, Millenium, they had a ward on it, so they know that it's up, they know the timer's on it. Of course, they had the vision, so they did have enough to go for it, but instead don't choose to. So as back in his top lane, Triple Doran's ring was picked up along with the Fiendish Conex. Mellanonomicon now picked up by Peke and completed. Rod of Ages meanwhile, so it looks like Curb. Is he going to rush that death cap again?
Seems like it. I mean, yesterday on Zillion, he was, because he died to the first blood, bought Triple Doran's ring, and he was like, no reason for me to go Fiendish now. I need some AP, I need more AP instantly to be strong in the mid game, so he went straight for death cap. Might do the same thing here. On this Vargas, I mean, there's not really... He could go Hourglass against an Ahri, but with all the magic damage on the side of Fnatic, the armor itself won't really do anything.
Yeah, Abyssal Scepters all around, maybe. We'll see how it works out for him.
Banshees for everyone.
Banshees for everyone, indeed. So, still Fnatic, the favourites in the vote. No surprises. The Fnatic fanbase is very strong. Ward's going to get swept out and cleaned by Cottonex. And now Millenium, are they going to try and go for it? Cottonex is backing off, actually. Fnatic are grouping. We do still see the two top laners, of course. Both could interrupt one another. And it's Fnatic that are going to move in for the second dragon. Just the second Cottonex backed off.
Yeah, simply means Millenium probably have to give it up. They're actually staying around. Curb might want to try and steal it.
Nope, not going to happen. Explosive cast come in. It was actually Yellowstar that got it, so it was close. It was close. It wasn't the smite from Cyanide that finished the job.
Huh, and they actually tried to teleport down with Kevin to start a fight and hope Cottonex would join in time while Source had teleport himself. So a bit of a aggressive move here by Millenium, but it was all about Cottonex recalling. Fnatic started at the same time, even though they didn't actually see him recall. And now he's down to his bottom lane. Oh, Yellowstar could be the target again.
It's a sneaky cat. Yellowstar caught out and just blown up once again. These are gifting the kills for Creaton.
Again, Yellowstar, same deal. Unless you flash instantly while you see the mark above your head, which you normally don't, so you don't really have a choice.
He wouldn't have seen him then that time because he came out of the bush and he was just completely unseen, even with his ultimate. Didn't even need that to pounce straight in there.
It is so hard to deal with, and you are so squishy as a support early on here. You're just an easy target for Millenium. 2 kills now on to Creaton on Corki. He keeps racking off the kills on this champion. Now Kevin might be in trouble. Flash is ready.
Agony's Embrace goes down. There is the flash from Kevin. I think he's going to be doing enough. You can see the hit spike's not quite damaging on towards him, and Kevin is safe. Creaton takes down the second turret of the game for Millenium. Top one already down, and Millenium starting to build a small lead over Fnatic here.
This top lane, however, Kevin being forced back means they actually evened it out in CS. There's no teleport on side of Kevin, so he's going to lose a massive wave up in his top side, while Source does have his teleport ready. They didn't actually want to push the tower, even though both Sanad and Source was in the top lane. Not sure if the minions are going to kill it by themselves. Would surprise me a little bit. Not even close.
Not even close. Death Cap picked up by Kerp. Another Fiendish Codex, by the way, picked up by Peke. I guess he's going to go into the Athenes this time around. We'll see where that continues to go. Kevin.
Oh no, it's going to be a DFG now.
Back in, of course it will be, yes, DFG. This is going to try and blow people up. That's when things are starting to step themselves up. Still only a 2-0 game and very, very tight in gold. Despite, of course, the Dragons going the way of Fnatic with those 2 turrets down. Millenium looking to try and start some pressure. That death sentence, if it had been on point, would have landed on Peke. That would have been serious trouble.
He would have died instantly. I mean, there was Old Radiant Curve, Ignite as well. Actually using it on Yellowstar here, he's really been the guy. Everyone from Millenium just want to join in, picking on Yellowstar.
Well, he does kind of make a lot of the calls, and if you can disrupt his game, maybe that's what they're planning. So Oh, well and good Fnatic in the advice from Aranea. Maybe there's a bit going back the other way.
So if you do have to stay down this bottom lane where Yellowstar died twice, what you need to do against Rengar, he's going to take it afterwards. He's actually going in for another gank. He wants to Soaz.
Going for Soaz this time around.
Oh,
He's a tanky target though. He did run out, and so did the stun. It missed actually on towards him. Stun will be back up in a moment. Stranglethorns will pop off. Kevin caught out on that one. He gets slowed with the Glitterland. Soaz can finish him off here. He's going to continue chasing. Should be able to speed himself up. Can he get on towards, get another Glitterland? Splashes on towards him, gets him.
So Cotnex here stealth a little bit too early, so he started running back as soon as he figured something is up here because Kevin moved aggressively forward towards him, backed away, stealth ran out, there was no jump from Cotnex, he didn't actually manage to land his CC and they couldn't get the kill. Kerp is trying to bait out something from Expector here, could potentially a flash body slam.
Spirit Rush comes in, barrel rolls back out, not going to land, and now Kerp having to get away. That tower will hit him. Cyanide gets on towards him, puts the Aghanor's Embrace down actually. Not sure what he was hoping to achieve with the follow-up there.
So again, if you just go back to Rengar here and how you avoid the ganks from him, you need deep wards. A bit like warding. Speed. Also some speed could help, but like warding, like you ward against a Nocturne, deep inside the enemy jungle. My voice once again.
You just can't. You're just emotional. That's what it is. You're emotionally.
It just makes me so sad to see the poor die. I mean.
Fnatic though, they're going to get themselves the first turret of the game. It will be the top one, and Reckless will get that. We haven't seen a great deal from the AD carries other than Kraton basically picking up 3 kills down that bottom lane. In terms of farm, it is a big advantage starting to build up by Kraton. Of course, those kills have given him that Trinity Force earlier on, but Reckless now with that completed. So, where do these two stand? I mean, Kevin's going to freeze the lane here, by the way, on your screen. Where do these two stand? Because they're both equally fed. Who is stronger? Because we're going to hit, what, 20-minute spike, maybe even the 18-minute spike when the next Dragon fight comes around. Yeah. And I expect both teams probably want to contest that this time around.
But it's where Millenium needs to win the fight because they have this mid-game setup. You got Trinity Force completed on Corgi, so you have the first mid-game power spike. Kevin should be able to get his Trinity Force in time as well, and that's where you're going to be so strong on the side of Millenium, and also Kerp rushing this death cap after the triple Thorn.
Yellow Star.
So a lot of invested into this mid-game now for Millenium. They need to win the Dragon fight if Fnatic want to try and contest it. Because if they do go late game, they might be in trouble.
They knew it. They'd spotted a ward, luckily. And Millenium do back away. There's an ultimate popped by Cotnex. He's stealthed up, but he's not going to go for it. So ultimate wasted. That's not going to work out for them. Of course, they wanted to make that pick. Dragon is up in 40 seconds time. Kevin's going to shove the top wave and teleport down while Soaz has already joined them down here. Kerp is going to come down. It's a 4-on-4 pylon on this turret right now. J-Reed goes in, flash, play on towards Soaz. Soaz locked up. Wild growth not quite be enough. Shields himself up. Can he get away? No. Kraton will get himself the kill. It's a revenge kill though for Reckless. He gets himself 1. He gets himself 2. And Millenium are floundering and forced back once again.
And everything was invested onto Source here. They managed to kill him, but then the rest of Fnatic were just saying, found him. We're just going to pick up 2 kills on our hyper carry. Expected didn't even join in, still has ulti ready. And Cotnex, he used ulti in the bush before, so he didn't even do anything in this fight. He just ran in, died, and Fnatic might be able to take a tower here.
Yeah, that teleport did not work out too well there. J-Reed needs to land a perfect death sentence. Remember, Kerp does still have that barrel available, so even a Dragon now is a risky maneuver. Of course, it is only 18 minutes into the game, so this death time is incredibly short. They're both already up. Heke has the Spirit Rush around, putting a lot of damage down. J-Reed caught out with Reckless once again. Sniping him in the bush. That almost certainly will be the Dragon for Fnatic once again.
Dragon here, even teleport on Source in case they need it. Cotnex is nearby. Might be in trouble here.
He's caught out. Grasping Root gets on towards him, and he's got not enough damage. And Cyanide comes in, gets himself the kill. It is a revenge from Kerp. He managed to use that barrel and take down Cyanide. Just off of the side, Kerp thinking of continuing. Kevin's like, guys, I'm back. But it's too late. And Fnatic, they could push on the tower.
And notice all the wards around the Dragon here from Fnatic. They know everything Millenium is doing, so they could spot them move from the tower towards the Dragon, land a charm from Pyjamas, going for another fight here, got another kill for Reckless. Just a lot of good wards around this Dragon area at the right time for Fnatic. It also helps you get 2 kills early on, where Millenium actually tried to kill Source, but they invested too much onto him. There was no ulti for Cotnex. He wasted it in the bush here, and Millenium couldn't even fight.
I wonder how key it was, the fact that Kevin couldn't get that Trinity Force completed. He's got the 3-item recipe, but hasn't quite got the completion as he came into that fight. I wonder if that was a big part of it. Cotnex now, actually, it's not going to go for the kill. Yellow Star going again, Youngstar. Don't do it. Reckless almost certainly is going to be the focus. Stealth up, gets on towards him, gets a slowdown, but look at the turnaround damage. Reckless on him, will get shut down. Can the Cathian surprise get on towards Carnex? He's running for his life. Not quite enough. And Millenium do manage to get down that hyper carry.
So this time, Yellowstar flashed away and just left Reckless to die. He was like, I'm done dying. Go, die, my lovely and beautiful. I was about to call him beautiful lady carry. I do not have a man crush on Reckless.
Just Cyanide.
Just Cyanide.
So as in the bottom lane, he's farming up a Storm. Actually, speaking of Yellowstar, he's gone towards the Aether Wisp. We'll see where he builds on towards that one. Of course, it looks like he's gonna go. I'm not sure which. We'll see where he goes with that. He's got a couple of different paths he could head off towards.
I will admit, could be Twin Shadows. Should probably be it.
It should be Twin Shadows, yeah.
I was just trying to make sure, yeah, it's the right items, yeah.
But you never know which way you could go with it.
No, but okay, so how do you counter stealth? You get Twin Shadows.
Well, we just did two Swords of the Occult and Meki Solstice in the previous game, so I'm not willing to bet on what the hell they're going to build.
No, but it's simply against Connect. So once he tries to engage onto them, you pop Twin Shadows. The Ghost hit him, slow him down, so he won't be able to jump onto you or get in range.
You also find him.
You also find him and you can just kill him if it is. So very smart item choice actually from Yellowstar here. And again, he's done dying. Leave Yellowstar alone. It's going to be a new slogan.
I'm happy with that. He's in my team. Not quite the same as Nif. Nevertheless, the bottom lane is continuing to be pushed in. 3 members of Fnatic, 4 members of Fnatic now moving up there with a cannon minion. Don't think they're going to go aggressive on this wave. Millenium move in defensive force because off of the side, Peke is just farming his wraiths. He's quite happy to not be bothered involved in this fight.
Let's see here. So Millenium with the mid-game comp, not really been able to do too much. Still some kills on Creaton. He's of course very strong, but Reckless is kind of kick-starting his way into the late game already because he picked up some early kills. But later Druid King gonna be completed very soon, and he's gonna be very strong as well in this mid-game point.
Oh, Kevin. Kevin. He's got to be careful here.
Fine, he has 24s now. He's ready. 1v5.
Not so sure on this. The key point here is Kevin getting caught out. We know what he might do. Not going to be able to get away this time. Grasping root. And Yellowstar gets the kill. Oh, Charm on curve. They don't get followed through. Peke thought about it. There is a full 4 members still there defending and the turret. Death Center's not quite landing. Look at Yellowstar playing the defensive duties, throwing out those grasping roots. Next wave comes in, it could be that tower going down.
So we really see the issue with Aurelia right here. If you don't get a good start, if you don't get an early 24s into some tank items, it's very hard for you to do anything because you are so squishy. And yes, Kevin, he tried to flank around Fnatic here, but as soon as they caught him out of position, it was very easy for them to take him down. The rest of Millenium could react in time. So the lane swap and the fact Kevin has died a few times has hurt him. And he's actually very far behind in CS if you compare to the solo laners, or sorry, to the AD carry and mid laner.
It's a very tricky team for him to actually get in close to as well. Yeah. And the Glitter Lance is very hard to chase in. You're going to run into a Charm potentially, or even just a slower or grasping route. He's going to get a giant wave of farm here. He's going to be happy with that. Question is, can he last out the game?
And also just the big difference between Lulu and Aurelia. The reason in Korea or in NA as well, they love Lulu so much is because even in a lane swap, if you fall behind, let's say you die 20 times.
You're still useful.
You're still very useful just because you bring so much utility to your team, and they don't necessarily need your damage anyway, so they just need your ulti, need your slows, your Whimsy is so good in the late game as well. Of course, don't die 20 times on Lulu guys back in solo queue, is not what I'm saying, but you will still be useful. Just don't try it.
Just don't feed the win. It hasn't worked for former members of Gambit yet. At the moment, Fnatic wiping out, trying to push on towards that central turret. They're not really massively applying the pressure. I think they're hoping that Millenium will... Oh no, Curve caught out here. He's in trouble. He's going to take the Lancer. That's it. Oh, the heal. Oh! The picks comes through for Soaz.
So they got a kill here. Whimsy as well from him, so Curve couldn't click the Lantern in time, and then the very, very last little Lantern. Now Fnatic can take the tower. Dragon as well. 12 seconds, easy for them, and just keep extending the lead.
They're going for the tower. They don't care about Dragon right now. They've got a wave coming in. Peke's pushing in. They're going to get the blue buff and the tower, and this is all just going well out of control. Suddenly, one death goes in, one pick comes out, and a massive stack of objectives all go Fnatic's way. That's going to turn the goal 3, 4, 5,000 plus in their favor. just from that one little play.
And while Kevin is pushing this top lane, Source already recalled. He can teleport to the tower and deny or at least stop Kevin from taking the tower. And also pick up a massive wave if he actually wants to. So not to use the teleport. Just gonna run there because Kevin actually left it to take the blue buff.
Blue buff will get taken away. That's something out of nothing, I guess. 4 out of 4 dragons though for Fnatic. They now have a big lead built up over Millenium and looking to secure that second spot. It was a good start for Millenium. Honestly, there were some good ganks from Cotnex being involved in everything that Millenium have done, but simply put, Peke. Oh, he's in trouble. Curve catches him out. He's got him, and that is the danger. If you let Curve get on you,
get dunked.
He will get dunked, yeah.
Holy. Well, life lesson learned. If a big fat man rushes into you, it hurts. I'm not telling you to try it on me, Lee.
Oh. Sorry, you skinny runt. So, back to the game. And any fat guys out there, don't start slamming people, whatever you do. Just a little bit of advice. Cotnex is going to get himself the red buff. Fnatic have grouped and they are pushing all 4 members up that mid lane. Peke has got teleport if he wants to get in there. The question is, are Millenium going to react to this one? They are. They're going to go on Yellow Star. Wild Growth used. Curve taken low. Cyanide chases on towards him. Stranglethorn doesn't catch on. Look, keep your eyes on Cotnex. He's trying to flank around the side. Cyanide caught up. Hooked in there. Rekt is now caught out. Cotnex gets himself one. Can't get himself the second. Kratos joins the fight. Rekt is taken so low. Teleport comes in. Kevin gets on towards Rekt. Have they got enough damage? Yes, they have. Captain Surprise will not get himself the kill. And that was a 3-for-1 for Millenium. They're turning to try and go Baron.
So Fnatic, they push up and the nice...
Oh,
you're dead.
Peke! He's got his own explosive charge. Oh my word! Peke just gets blown the hell up with the explosive Cask of Cup.
Destroyed here, Millenium. Getting the kills, will get the mid tower as well. Cup. Not done yet. Moving forward towards Source here.
They could go for a second tower here. Oh, the respawns.
Right.
Remember, we're only at 27 minutes. The respawns are pretty quick.
And this is again what the mid game can do for Millenium, because they have so good mid game champions. The burst potential of Corgi and of course of Kirby again. Going on Yellow Star here. Wild Growth pops, so he doesn't actually kill him, but still Cotnex. Notice up here to the left of your screen. He's stealthing in, jumping in. He's looking for Yellow Star, of course. Poor little Yellow Star. Instantly he dies, goes on to Rekt. This Kratos and Johnson from the side here. Xpeke is now teleporting from the bottom lane. He wasn't here from the start. Fnatic were pushing up without him. And now another kill for Millenium. And whilst Rekt will actually, while Xpeke will get a kill on Juri, we're just gonna see it again here. Curb is gonna be like, nope, revenge is coming. Q into ult. Beautiful timing. Get dunked.
So, well, this game is still very much alive. Dragon Timer not even close, so Millenium looking to try and make some plays. Fnatic, could they fall back to the old faithful, the Baron bait? I'm not sure it's going to work out. Millenium still very aggressive, and as both teams have proven, it's really about how this fight engages for either team. They started it.
Because Kratos was down his bottom lane pushing it. He's very far away. There's still 4 members for Millenium. They might not be able to react in time.
Well, Kratos is making his way up here. Cotnex is stealthed up already. He's going to look to pounce in. He's running all around the side here. Is he going to try and start something else? Stealth's run out now. He wants to try and pounce on the bush, but he just gets destroyed. And Yellow Star gets revenge. Now you can see the rest of Millenium trying to come around. Baron picked up by Fnatic. They turn the aggression on towards Millenium. Kirk gets charmed down. Oh, big explosive, but the Wild Growth pops up all 4 members of Millenium, and they're just getting melted down. Another pickup for Yellow Star. He finally goes down. Kevin taken low. He gets dropped. It's Reckless that gets himself the kill. J-Re now the focus target. Reckless fancies it. Peke is not going to chase. And it is now a 3-for-2 in favor of Fnatic and the Baron, and it seems maybe the mid turret as well.
It was all about Kratos being in this bottom lane, pushing it, while Fnatic has sent all 5 members to the Baron. Kratos didn't move in time, so they started. Forced Millenium now to engage with only 4 members. And Cotnex, he's built a lot of damage here. So yes, he can kill you very fast, but if he doesn't actually get onto you, it's very easy to just blow Cotnex up. We're just gonna see the stealth already, pops the Ghost Blade to get in range of Source, but doesn't really want to jump in because Wild Growth and everything. And now stealth is gone, Cotnex you out of the fight, instantly dies.
Uh-oh, we're going back to it. For Peke comes in. Kraton in trouble. Reckless on him, but he gets hooked in. Still gets the kill. That's going to be J-Reed going down as well. Flashes through. Reckless fancies it. Ultimate going. Don't think he's quite got the range on that ulti. J-Reed should be safe, but Kraton down. Keltneck stealths up. He's coming in once again. Doesn't fancy it. Oh, he pounces in regardless. He's going to get locked up. Grasping root in there. Is it going to be enough? Keltneck's taken down. Stranglethorns bounces him in the air. And Keltneck goes down to Yellowstar for the third time straight. Revenge is a pill well sweet for Yellowstar.
And it was just one of those moments for Codnex here, like, I already popped my ult, I have to jump in, there's no other choice, I can't really run away here. And he jumps in, kills himself actually, another kill for Yellowstar of course. And there's so much action here, and credit to Codnex for constantly popping his ult and looking for fights, but maybe should be a little bit more careful, especially because he's so squishy.
A needlessly large rod now for Yellowstar.
I mean, why not, dude?
I don't think he liked dying at the start, that's for sure. He's just like, no, that is not happening again. Forget your little support items. Reckless, you're on your own. Soaz can do that. Instead, he's going for it. Soaz continues to clear out the waves in that top lane, and
notice the wards.
Are starting to look very strong. Yeah, notice the wards. It is basically a closed-circuit TV system set up by Fnatic right now across the mid lane of the map.
They have had full control around Dragon and Baron, and every single time Millenium moved towards either Dragon or Baron, Fnatic would just say, okay, we know where you are, catch you out of position, get a kill. Now they just need to take all the wards and move them a bit further in, towards the base of Millenium. They're already doing it here. Good ward. Oh, hook onto Yellowstar.
Don't want.
Just to send a message.
Don't want at all. Kerp, can he explode someone? He needs to land the combo. Again, Cotnex. Guys, I can stealth. We got this. It worked so well at the start. Not quite working out anymore for him.
Do it, man. Be a man.
No, I don't think he fancies that. He's going to back off. But, well, Fnatic have also backed off. Dragon is up. That's where they're going. Timer is very much secured for them. They can shove up that mid lane while only needs really one or two members. Peke waiting with Soaz to pick somebody off in this top lane. Kevin, ooh, doesn't quite get spotted. Soaz, oh, they're sneaking up. They're going for it.
Want a piece of Kevin.
Charm comes in. Kevin caught out. Wild Growth bounces him in the air. Flash comes out. Is it enough? No, it's not. Kevin will get away. He's gone. He's gone. He's home free. He gets it.
But that was so unfair. Kevin, he walked down to the golems. He started drinking water while killing the golems.
He was drinking
and then
water.
Fnatic just jumped onto him. He forced him to throw away the water bottle and escape. They had to flash away and lost some water too.
I fear for the computer under that desk because I got a feeling that water bottle just
threw the water at him.
That water bottle took flight, that's for sure. But at least he was safe, it was worth it. Dragon went to Fnatic while that was all happening, and they're continuing to push this bottom lane, keeping that siege comp going. Yeah, he thought about it. He tried to snipe someone else. He's caught Peke before, but this time, so isn't Peke. This is the old roaming combo. They always went looking for the kills. This time around, of course, two ability power champions.
Kerp doesn't do the same thing as Kevin, a little bit too far out. Kevin, however, is now down this bottom lane, playing some minions, and might actually look for a fight. Never mind.
I thought about it. Well, they know that the two are in the top lane.
It's all about this two.
Give them vision. These two are continuing to try and cause problems.
You do see Horning Geist on Curve though, so he's really putting all his effort now into this Gragas and just, the charm.
Charmed. He didn't see him though. He didn't know he was there. He came out of the bush really late. Explosive satchel puts him in there. Manages to dash away with a flash. Cornex Cornex charmed it once again. Is it going to be enough? There's Sonya's hourglass. Cornex flashes away. The lantern's there again. Peke gets blown up by Kraton. Now the rest of Fnatic come around the side. Finally, we do see Yellowstar going down. The passive comes out. J-Reed taken low. I don't think he's going to get away this time around. It's Reckless cleaning it up. Gets himself a triple kill. Chases on through on Kraton. You're not going to be able to flutter your way through the base this time around. But Cornex is back. This is maybe not the choice you want. It is going to be Reckless again. Just drilling down his health. Oh, this game is very much alive and well. 17 to 14 kills. Fnatic are going to back away once again.
Constant action. You're just going to see it again. Charm onto Curve and expect here. Just waiting to see how many people are actually waiting in this bush here. He's too experienced with waiting in this bush to catch people out of position. Once he sees it's only Curve, goes in for it. Poor Cotnex. I mean, he just wants to help. He just wants to be part of it. And then he's the target. He doesn't actually die because there's going to be a lantern from Diri. And now they get a kill onto FLICKR here for Creaton. Another one on his Corki. Yellow Star joins in. Kevin behind him. He's dead. But now Reckless. Untouched on this Corkmore here. This goes in. Boop. One kill. Let's get a second one. How about a triple kill? Yeah, sure. I would like it. In the base at the same time, Cotnex bought home guards. Popped his ult instantly. And again, you have to go in. Once you pop it, there's no other choice. Even though it might kill you.
Not worth, that's for sure. So, Baron, it's up in 40 seconds time. We've talked about how these two teams like to fight, and fighting is indeed what they've been doing for the last 35 minutes.
Can we get a doctor in here?
I think someone's dying in the front row right now. Millenium are looking to try to create something to get themselves back in this one. It's in danger of slipping out of their hands. It's a 12,000 gold diff advantage, but you wouldn't feel that the amount of times these fights have been going. Baron is up in 10 seconds time. This time around, Kevin, he's pushing down the bottom lane. He's got teleport, so it's not going to get caught out like they were before. As long as they put a ward in a relatively safe position for him, right now they've not got one for him to teleport to. Baron started. They're going for it.
Going down very, very fast here.
Stealth pops again. Here we go. Cornex is going in. He's going to go in. There's no vision. Fighting goes in. Get the smite. Yeah! He gets with the Baron instead. And he gets down tape with the lantern.
No way!
God, no!
Yellow Star!
Yellow Star again. Revenge is very much sweet for him, that's for sure.
Didn't even have to use teleport from Kevin here. This curb jump. Oh, curb not even jumping in. Still, so Connect will go in. He didn't actually smite. Let's see where the smite is from Cyanide. Didn't have time to use it either. Just so combo from Curb.
Yeah, and that nearly killed Soaz in one. That was so very, very close, as well as getting
Really
the Baron. The shield just, not quite enough to stop him. Maybe a couple of defensive stats. That's kind of what he needs.
It's prime time for Gragas at the moment. You're so strong here. Give it another 15-20 minutes. Curb might not be able to do the same. Once they can get some magic resist on the side of Fnatic here. Some more, I should say. A lot of actually, they don't really have anything. Very squishy, man.
Yeah, they're all going for.
Okay, they got Banshees here.
Sonya's Hourglass was actually picked up by Yellowstar. We'll see if he gets to use it next time around. So, everybody, okay, let's take stock. Let's slow down. We've got a little break here, a little pause. Let's take a stock of the situation, the items, everything that's going on, and let's not forget. There is a 926 Cockball sneakily going about his business right now for Reckless.
Yeah, every time he actually joins in for the fights, suddenly Fnatic just kill everyone. But the same can still be said about Creaton. I mean, yes, okay, he only has 4 kills, but still, he does a lot of damage on his Corgi. No Last Whisper for him. Same for Reckless here, but we've seen the math on Reddit. You don't actually need Last Whisper on a Corkmore here because you have so much magic damage already, and attack speed is so important because you just want to hit as many times as possible with your W proc and you play the Ruin King. So he's not actually going to go Last Whisper. I wonder if Creaton wants to do it. Corgi, of course, also has some magic damage, so Last Whisper not as ideal for him either.
Millenium haven't got vision of Fnatic here, and in fact they are just pushing up the mid lane. Fnatic slow to respond to this one, maybe caught out of position here. Millenium maybe I'll just rush it and tank this one out. Kevin's going to try and start it out. Creaton needs to get a couple of hits on towards that tower. The rest of Fnatic now reacted. Peke comes around, tries to get on towards him. Cyanide tried to flank around the side but got spotted out. And they will safely defend the tower.
For now at least. The top lane is actually pushing towards Millenium. Nobody decided to slow push it. We do see Twin Shadows popped. Spooky Ghost. It's Jerry and he's like, yeah, who cares? Maybe they were trying to spot Cotnex. I'm not sure why.
Well, it wasn't stealth this time. They're going to go for Dragon. This could be their first Dragon of the game. Can they work it out? Meanwhile, Fnatic, they may just shove straight at the mid lane.
They can go to top lane here.
Kevin's out of position here. Yeah, Kevin's out of position. He's actually trailing them back. And Fnatic are, as you mentioned, moving straight towards that top tower. They're going to get it. There's no way Millenium can react quick enough for this.
No, it's only Kevin up here. The rest of the team recalling. It should be a tower for Fnatic. They do have home guards, so they're trying to rush it. Right, they don't even need the big minion wave. They just want a tower.
Yeah, it's going to go straight in. Tank it. Tower goes down. Fnatic back out. 6-3 in turrets. Big advantage. All of the outer turrets now down, and it's inhib time. The problem is, Millenium do have good wave clear.
They do. They do, both Corgi and Gragas, and also Kevin if he decides to use his ulti, so a lot of options here. Still, we're so far into the game, and with the way we've seen Xpeke play on Ahri, one charm, and Fnatic might even go for tower dive.
Reckless wants to get down towards that bottom tower. Look at it. We see Cornex actually is the one that's heading down there. Somebody's going to have to deal with that big wave. It's going to be Soaz. He's heading off down there. That's going to free up one possibility. Millenium are going to have a 5-on-4 situation in this mid lane turret for a moment while Soaz covers off, and that's going to buy them time. They may just get a couple of free shots on this. They're going to take the inner turret.
Getting a tower here, Soaz down his bottom lane. Still in the team fights. I would actually have loved to see Connex build tank on his Rengar instead, because you have Irelia who does decent amount of damage for a top laner already. And then you have Corgi and Gragas as the main damage dealers. And then you could jump in, you could get the knock up from Yellow Star, and you could actually stay alive. Every single team fight we've seen, it's Connex jumps in, gets knocked up by Yellow Star, and then Reckless just destroys him instantly, or X-Package destroys him instantly. So I've been working out for him with this assassin build on Rengar.
Yeah, you need to curtail his aggression a little bit, I feel, as they goes rushing
the fail flare
into the teams. No, he didn't complete it.
Oh?
Didn't choose to, I guess. Just going to sit on that Wriggles.
Okay.
Still on the Wriggles, still on the Madrids.
On the Madrid, yeah.
So
probably has a lot of stacks by now.
Banshee's Veil's going to start to be picked up. They're actually pretty important for both teams. We've seen, of course, Kerp sniping out. Not going to be able to quite do that anymore. Or shouldn't be able to do that anymore. Still possibility. DFG, I feel maybe is going to get picked up next.
He definitely still has the burst potential at this point in the game, but it gets so hard for him, especially with the Banshees, because you need your Q and ulti to hit.
Fnatic are out of position. Millenium are just rushing straight up mid. They're going to get around the side. Yeah, they're well out of position. They could rush straight for the inhibitor here.
Could be a tower at least. I mean, if Fnatic wants to fight, it's going to be without Reckless, the most fed guy on the team. Seems though Millenium, because they don't have any
vision,
wards, any vision to actually see where Reckless is, backs away as soon as Fnatic reacts. So could be about the next Baron spawning. 1 minute and 25 seconds. Let's see. It's already been pinged by Fnatic. They've had very nice ward control in this game around Baron and Dragon, and seem to be moving in once again. There's a pink ward on Yellow Star. Get control of the area and then wait for Millenium to move in.
Fnatic, no, there's not going to be time. That's what I was going to say. I thought they were going to rush into Baron. It's not for a minute. We did see Kraton backing off. They had full vision of that one. Somebody's going to have to deal with that bottom wave. That's going to be pushed in for Fnatic just at the right time for when Baron spawns. Kevin's already going down there to deal with that one and just try and shove it back in Millenium's favor. That 10,000 gold advantage, or 11,000 currently, that Fnatic hold, it's starting to become less and less, because at this stage, everybody's already got big, gigantic numbers of items.
Very, very true. We do actually see also Fnatic, they have a lot of gold at the moment, so they need to time this correct, where they go back to base and return before the dragon spawn, or Baron spawns. Reckless is sitting on like 2,500 gold at the moment, 2,300. Didn't actually go back yet. Probably waiting till he has enough gold for a Bloodthirster, which means he might have a lot of gold for the potential teamfight around Baron.
They really want a pick here. It's not going to work out for them though. Nobody from Millenium is blindly going into it. You can see they're moving as a unit, moving as a 5. Connex is just going to
jump that wall.
Real aggressive on that wall.
Finally killed someone.
Oh, wards go down, Baron spawns, perfect timing. They don't want to risk it this time. Of course, it was Millenium that stole it away last time around with an explosive cask, and Fnatic do not want to risk that again, but they seem a little bit lost as to how to make the next move. They really just want to find a pick and push for it. That seems to be their only option right now.
Yeah, but it is very scary when you're against a lineup who has so much damage. I mean, one misstep by Fnatic, one member who gets out of position, and Kerp or Kraton will destroy them instantly. Even Connex, while he's squishy, he has a lot of damage at the moment. We do actually see also Source now going like full support top laner, picking up the Mikhails to make sure they do have it to cleanse whatever CC comes in from Millenium. They might look for a fight here.
Ooh, they're going to try and go for it, but doesn't even get the Banshee's Veil spot. That will poke out. J-Re blocks Kevin's off there. Now we'll come up pretty quickly though. Kerp did just go up and quickly barrel the top wave. That's going to slow it, and actually it's pretty much even in the favor. They do know that Kerp is there. That's a risky play. Charm could finish him.
The worst thing is, Fnatic, they can't really just start the Baron because Kerp can still steal it with the Q ulti combo we saw earlier, where Sana didn't even have a chance to try and smite it, just instantly destroyed the Baron. They might do it if they spot Millenium recall, and look here.
I think
Kerp
it's
actually
not
started
a ward.
recalling.
No, it's not. It's not their ward. It's alright.
They're moving in again. They have a ward.
Yeah, we've got coverage on the back there. Yellow Star surely can see it. They're going for it. They're going to try and snipe it. They're going to move in around the side there. Barrels come in. This time around, Fnatic try and peel. But it's going to be Cyanide. He hooked in there. J-Ray, it's going to be enough. He gets taken down. Connex jumps in towards him. Reckless gets himself 1 kill. Soaz comes in. Kevin gets melted down. Millenium are just dropping like flies here. You can see the charm comes across towards him. Kirk getting chased down. Peke captures on towards him. He's not got the health to sustain this one. Throws out the barrel. Reckless gets himself another kill and goes godlike. And Fnatic easily clean up there. That was a quick, clean peel. It worked well.
And it was such a bad team fight by Millenium. They didn't know how to engage it. Creaton did no damage in the fight. Curb didn't even use his ulti before. After the fight here, they couldn't get in, couldn't hit the right members from Fnatic, and everyone just died so fast. And it should be the game now.
This should be the game. 40-second death timers. Millenium in all sorts of trouble. I don't think Creaton could do anything about this one. Fnatic will hold on to second place and take victory over third place Millenium. It is a loss, and that means it's now fourth place Millenium. There's the kill. It's another one for Yellowstar. 6-5-11 for him. Nexus turret goes down. Fnatic take victory over Millenium.
All right, okay. Good performance by Fnatic here. Really showing Millenium, especially in the last team fight, how it works around the Baron area. First of all, always the better ward control. Fnatic forcing Millenium into a bad situation, a bad engage. And the very last team fight here, great ulti from Yellowstar, knocked up multiple members from Millenium, and none of them could actually get in to the backline, get to Reckless, get to Peke. Sentiment. Fnatic took the fight and took the game as well, but there was so much action here.
Yeah, that was 23-14 overall kills, of course. So 37 over the 45 minutes. We did have a slight lull once the both teams realized just the sheer danger of the situation. It's like one lost fight, the game is over. They knew it. They knew that was becoming a problem. Once they saw Curb starting to one-pop people, suddenly the realization dawned on Fnatic that they can't maybe go so quite wild as they were at the start, starting to make some picks. But Millenium, they've proved that they are still one of the top teams in Europe.
They are, and the play style is just so entertaining to watch, because even when they're 10,000 gold behind, it doesn't matter. Let's go, try and fight, try and get a pick here, try and steal the Baron as well. You could have seen other teams back away from the Baron.
It's scary for teams.
Just wait in the base and say, we have good wave clear, give the Baron over. No, just move in here. Curb stole the first one. Cotnex constantly looked for engages, maybe a little bit too often. But still, they wanted to fight. They knew, okay, we have this mid-game come to just find targets, just blow them up, and we need to do it, because if we go too late game like we saw in the last team fight, it's very hard for us to do anything, and Fnatic won the game. But it was very, very good game here. A lot of action, a lot of kills. And damn, Yellowstar, don't kill him 2 times early, because he will destroy you.
Yeah, he got angry. So 9 wins in 10 games for Fnatic. Overall, very good scorecard for them.
I would say decent.
Yeah, very good scorecard for them overall. They are peaking at the right time, but that's possibly a little warning signal for them. Of course, the loss to Fnatic was to Alliance yesterday, sorry, was actually a similar style game without the kills, but tactically, it was very similar.
And it's just weird to see Fnatic yesterday compared to today, because yesterday they were afraid to engage. They didn't want to fight. They were just moving around the map. They took a tower, gave Dragon to Alliance, said, fair enough, we trade tower for Dragon, and just constantly dodged around Alliance. In this game, however, it was more about, okay, let's find some kills here. Especially Xpeke and Soaz together up in his top lane. They were there for like 10 minutes just looking for kills. First, Kevin had to throw away his water. Poor Kevin here. And then it was Curb afterwards, killed him, or actually tried to kill him, but at least he got a tower, got in to get a triple kill for Reckless in the very end. So
I wonder how many people at home have been in similar situations. I'm just going back to base, guys. Oh, just have a quick drink. Panic. Quickly throw everything away. So, fantastic performance. Fnatic now second in the table. Continuing to chase Alliance. They can chase down that first spot in Super Week. Everything now on Super Week is all about the playoff spots. We're going to be getting to that. That's, of course, next week. For now, though, we want to hear from the main man from Fnatic. It is Peke standing by with Shocks and Quickshot.
Thank you very much, G-Man. First off, congratulations, Peke. Great victory here for you guys versus Millenium. I want to ask, of course, first about the Ahri pick, because I feel like maybe yesterday you were pushed kind of to the edges of your champion pool with all the mid lane bans and then the picks coming in. Did you feel like you had to pick Ahri up here?
I didn't feel like I had to pick her, but I felt really confident on her, that it suited me more. The options, there were not many options, because they are banning, like Syndra, for example, is always banning. Is a good champion I like to play, because even though you can farm with her, she can be really aggressive. And the Fizz as well is the same thing, so I didn't have many options. It was either pick a farmer or pick Ari. So I decided to go for Ari. They let me pick her, even though we didn't play her that much, and it worked out kind of fine.
It did work out. This was one extremely exciting match. It swung back and forth, but you guys tended to hold control of the gold lead or presence on the map. Was there any time when you felt like, oh, if we lose one more fight, Millenium are going to take control? Did you get panicky at any points?
We didn't panic, but when they took the Baron, instantly when they took it, we realized like, oh, we should just stay at the Baron and wait until they waste the Rengar ulti and then do it. But we didn't. They got Baron and we didn't panic. We were like, it's okay. Just try to not let them get anything for free, and we didn't. They only got Drake, but we took top turret. So that was perfect, and it was like, okay, we can go again from the beginning for the next Baron if we don't lose anything else.
One final thing maybe about the game, the Gragas, it almost reminded me of the pre-changes Gragas, because mid-game, that was really the most annoying thing I can imagine for you guys. How did you work around that?
Yeah, it was really scary. He went Rabadon first item, and then Morello, which gave a lot of FP and Void stuff, so he was pretty much almost like the old Gragas. Even more, if he hit you with the W, he hurts more than the old Gragas. So it was really scary. We just knew that we had to take care of him because no one else was really a threat. Rengar was just going in and snaring, doing nothing else. He couldn't really kill someone or tank any damage. So what we had to do with Lulu and Syra, it was perfect. Just put the ultimate when Rengar goes in, one shot the Rengar, then Irelia. And Gragas, I think in the fights, 1 or 2 fights, Gragas couldn't ulti or Q because he was all the time snare, slow, then charm or going up in there with Syra ultimate. So that's how we had to play, and it was really good.
Well, it definitely worked out in this game. Coordinated, controlled, aggressive team fights. You were present on the map. You were making plays. Why did you not do that against Alliance yesterday?
I don't know. We were maybe sleepy, scared or something. I don't know. It felt a lot different. We were playing fine, but at some point we were too scared. Like the opposite of today. Today, for example, for me, I was just trying to go in whenever I saw a chance. I just wanted to see how far could I go, because we had Lulu, we had Syra, and I had Thonias, so I know if I go deep and they wait to kill me after Thonias, my team is going to clean them. So this time I was like, I'm just going to get when I can. I think Cyanide tried to engage a lot with Evelyn as well. So it was I think we learned from yesterday that we cannot be scared all the time and wait for their mistake, because if they don't do a mistake, then we're just going to slowly lose. So sometimes we have to try to take a small risk at least.
Have you had a chance to watch the VOD back from yesterday and look at the game?
Yeah, we watched, not all of it, but I watched a few parts. I think we'll...
So I've got a question that stands out, because Joe and I were casting the game. And at the 30 to 40 minute mark, you guys were hanging around in the river. Bush is just on the top half of the map, and Cyanide was sitting by the Wraith camp. Did you guys know that Tabs was not with Alliance? It looked like you wanted to engage. It looked like you were trying to, but again, it was hesitation, it was waiting.
Yeah, I'm not sure which point it was.
If you remember, would you think that was a mistake, not going in?
I'm not sure at which point it was that. Like, I cannot remember every situation, but I don't know if we knew he was there or not. But anyways, I think we should have tried to engage way more often. That was a mistake that we all talk about. Like, we should have tried, because they had Koma, which is a really mobile champion, and we were never trying to force his flash at all. We could just try, like Jarvan could try to EQ ultimate the guy, flash away, and then Jinx and I ultimate him, and he's going to have to flash or he will die. And we never tried that. We just let them have flash up all the time, push, and then never use it, and that was really bad.
So obviously yesterday you had that loss coming versus Alliance, a first place team, which I think can be a huge dent in the confidence going into the rest of the season. How do you not fall into that pattern that you guys have done before? You have a winning streak, you have one loss, and you can't get back into it. Do you feel that this is crucial, that you were able to pick it up in this kind of a game the day after?
Yes and no. We didn't feel like we didn't know what happened yesterday. Like the other times when we lost in the past, it was more like, we don't know why we lost. Like it stopped working. We didn't win. We don't know why. But this time we knew what we did wrong, what we could have done better, all the mistakes. So it's a lot easier when you know what you did wrong, what you have to do better the next day. So it didn't feel that panicked.
Well, just one more question regarding looking forward now. Fnatic is guaranteed a spot in the playoffs. You are not guaranteed second, with 4 more games still to play out. It's going to be very difficult for you to take first off of Alliance. I believe if you go 5-0 and they go 3-2, you still don't take it, I believe. So, where is Fnatic's focus now over the weekend and Monday? Are you looking at Super Week games, or are you planning further ahead, potentially quarterfinals or semifinals?
I think we're looking at the Super Week and then semifinals. That will be the aim we have. Like, we just have to win. Like you said, we almost have second spot. We have to win 2 games, I think, and it's almost secured. So we have to focus on Super Week, at least on winning not the easy matchup, but the ones that we should not lose. We should focus on those, not make mistakes, and at least get those wins. And in case we lose versus the other teams, we have the second spot secured.
Maybe a quick finisher. After winning the splits 3 times in a row, is this the most threatened you have ever felt in the league, that you might not win it this time around?
The most threatened?
The most threatened, the most in fear of not winning it this time around after winning it 3 times straight?
No. I think last year was worse when we ended up almost from relegations. We went to 2nd place in 1 week. So I think that was even worse because we were tied for 6th place or 5th place, and suddenly we won 2 games. We got tied for 2nd place, and then we
that was the tiebreaker, right?
Yeah, and then we got all tiebreaker, and we managed to win that against 2nd place, and then go win Gamescom. So that was way more scary.
7 or 8 games extra at the end of a Super Week. Let's go next week as well.
So expect it 100% sure you're going to win the split?
If you want to win the split, of course you want to win the split.
If you're going to win the split?
If you're going to win the split, we will see about that. I think so. I think we will.
That's what I wanted to hear. A lot of confidence coming out. It's going to be a great battle. Now let's rejoin Demon and the Future for a look at where the teams stand at the end of week 10.
Thank you very much, Shocks. With just 16 games left in the split, here is how the table looks. In the top, it is Alliance. They have been at 1st place every single week this split, and that hasn't changed. They still control the top and show no signs of stopping. Fnatic are right behind them though after that win in our last match, and behind them are the Super Hot crew now who have sole control of 3rd place.
Yeah, because Millenium, they've slipped down to 4th place, and SK Gaming are right in the middle in 5th place with 12 wins and 12 losses. And 1 match behind them is Roccat, with an uneven week, but they are still the team to beat for that 6th place position, as the Copenhagen Wolves can only hope now to match their record and force a tiebreaker.
And every week we like to look at the teams. It is time for us to put together our own all-star team for week 10. Here are our OP players of the week. So top lane starting off, it is Freddy. Freddy122, he has been Nidalee both games and performed fantastically.
Such a good Nidalee game. He played it as well last week and he dominated on it. Good laning phase, picks up a lot of kills, and it was just very important for SK Gaming to get a win now. Freddy definitely helped.
Yeah, absolutely. The shot caller, of course, turning things around finally for SK Gaming, picking up their 1st win in 6. Next up, the jungle, Cotnex. He has played fantastically well. Cotnex, of course, over on Lee Sin. Not quite so much for his Rengar, but definitely for his Lee Sin.
His Lee Sin performance yesterday was very strong. We're just going to see a clip here how he actually kicks Broken Shot away, goes back in, steals the Baron. It's just so well done because it's so fast. He puts the Q onto Baron, kicks Broken Shot, and then he jumps back in, gets it. And his Lee Sin performance yesterday was great. Rengar today still needs some work. Good start. Team fights, not so much.
Definitely needs work. Well, the mid lane, well, no surprises here for me. It was Selfie, of course. 17 kills as Ari, the most this week. You know, we talked about, you know, should it be a ban? Maybe it should be another ban from Selfie.
Yeah, he looked so good, and we always talk about with Selfie how he's a very, very good player. He just makes some wrong decisions from time to time. This week, however, he didn't do it. Picks up here a double kill, which really turned the game around against Gambit. And as long as he performs, Super Hot crew win games.
Fantastic stuff. Alongside him for Millenium was Creaton on Corki. He has incredible stats right now. 14, 3, 11 just in these 2 games. Overall, he's plus 40 kills on Corki in just 5 games.
Really been his new main champion here. And yes, they lost to Fnatic, but he still had a very good performance. And just racking up the kills from yesterday's game against Copenhagen Wolves. And it's just a pick which really fits Millenium. Mid-game power, let's go for it.
Well, it's the escape as well, the maneuverability of that Valkyrie. Of course, the support, who else would it be? It's the man from Alliance. He broke his 1,000 regular season assist, just chasing hard behind Team Curse's X-Special, of course. Fantastic stuff from Nif, you know, 0-0-22 in that final game today.
And it's just, Nif is such a good support, also because he doesn't draw any attention. Like, he will always be there with the team. He will always set up a lot of kills for everyone, but you don't actually yell out, oh my god, Nif, with the massive plays again. But he's just always part of everything, so great performance.
I remember being with the team while Froggen talked about Yellowstar. It's like, no, he's probably the best support in Thingweb. Nif's like, really? 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 Right here. But yeah, absolutely proving his worth. Of course, we have an MVP every week, and this week we've decided week 10's action is all about Super Hot Crew's Selfie in that mid lane. Fantastic performance from him this week.
Yeah, when you carry 2 games on Ari, you deserve to get the MVP. And he's so important to Super Hot Crew. We always talk about it. He needs to go into Super Week now, and he needs to perform like he's doing now. And then maybe Super Hot Crew can actually get towards the second place. Will be very hard, however.
Now to highlight Selfie's gameplay on the Nine-Tailed Fox, we have a clip of him diving SK's Candy Panda under the bottom inhibitor turret and blowing him up.
Selfie continues to split push off Candy Panda. Oh, he's going to get no one. There is the kill. And that's what happens.
Well, Flash Charm. That was a great play.
That's what happened, man.
That is indeed what happens. You know, when you're that fed, it just feels so comfortable for you. And a very, very happy Selfie there was be very pleased with himself because he's been looking for a new champion and he seems to have found it.
Could be a ban next week. Also against Fnatic. We have seen a lot of RE coming up. Small buffy in 4.12. The mid laners really seem to like it.
Yeah. Well, the LCS action will be continuing tomorrow in North America with a bout between LMQ and Complexity. That will be followed by Team Solo Mid taking on the Evil Geniuses.
And then we'll see Cloud9 against Dignitas and Counter Logic Gaming against Curse. And tomorrow's North American Challenger Series semifinals has Team Coast taking on Team 8 in a best of 3. And those matches, they start on Saturday at 9 p.m. Central European Summertime, 12 noon Pacific.
And remember, of course, to join us next Tuesday as our Super Week gets underway on July 29th for the start of the final week. This split. Gambit going to be facing off Copenhagen Wolves. It's a big game for them to start with. And then it's going to be Alliance versus Roccat. That will be followed by the Wolves, who will square off against Fnatic.
And after that, we have SK Gaming against Millenium. And then our featured matchup of the day, Super Hot Crew taking on Fnatic.
And that all begins on Tuesday, right after the LCS preview show at 4:30 p.m. Central European Summertime, which is, of course, a very early 7:30 a.m. Pacific. Now, of course, it is time to send it over to the European Challenger Series semi-finals as Alex Itch's Ninjas in Pyjamas will fight Ocelot on Gamers 2 for a spot in the Summer Series to take on SK Gaming Prime in the final next week. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back to Week 10 of the European League of Legends Championship Series.
Clap, no. Genj is in trouble. Pyjamas teleports in towards it. Eddie going down as well. He gets caught out. Diamond gets taken down.
I'll be ready. Yeah. Guys? Always ready, dude.
Tries to get away, gets stunned up. Freddy pounces through, gets himself the kill. Vander now locked in there. He's going to get stunned out. One more basic attack will be enough. There it is. Freddy gets on towards it. He gets himself a double. Flash in there. Pulverized down. They don't get enough down. Soren's in trouble. He gets caught out. Broken Char gets down. And it is Wicked that is picking up all of the kills.
Look for a booger.
It's going to be cyanated, hooked in there. J-Ree, it's going to be enough. He gets taken down. Connex jumps in towards him. Reckless gets himself one kill. Soas comes in. Kevin gets melted down. Millenium are just dropping like flies here.
Hey everyone, welcome to the 2014 European Challenger Series, brought to you thanks in part to our friends at Coca-Cola. I'm David Frick-Turley. Alongside me is the wonderful, illustrious, and always amazing Aiden Zyrene Moon. How's it going?
Going pretty well after that, man. Thank you. That was awesome.
Just decided to give you some compliments. I make fun of you enough outside the camera, so I figure I'd just go for the 180 today. Guys, we're closing out the Summer 2 semifinals today with 2nd seed Ninjas in Pyjamas and 3rd seed Gamers 2, and pretty close match.
Oh yeah, we have two former LCS stars going at it today. On Ninjas in Pyjamas, it's former Gambit Gaming mid laner Alex Ich. After spending Summer 1 in the top lane, he's now relocated back to mid, where he's able to make more of an impact on the map.
And matching up against Alex on the other side with Gamers 2 is former SK Gaming mid laner Ocelot. The two face each other for several years now on the big stage, but now they're poised for that comeback. The problem is they've got to go through each other to get there.
Yeah, whatever happens today, Gamers 2 and NIP will still have a good shot at competing for LCS spots. They've already clinched berths in the Challenger Summer Playoffs, but whoever wins today will secure a first-round bye. So this matchup is really huge. These two teams did face off in the Summer 1 semifinals as well, and back then, NIP took the match 2-1.
It's true, they did win that fight, but since then, and since that series really, both rosters have been retooled. The only lane matchup that's actually the same is the jungle fight between Mordin and Co., and we know junglers are really dependent on their team. So the first series doesn't necessarily foreshadow what we're going to see today.
Yeah, exactly. Last time the NIP bot lane was huge, but today they're facing Gamers 2 new support, Rydal, who the team credits with fixing their communication issues from Summer 1. This is a better Gamers 2 team, but the question is, this time, can they win one more game and take the series against NIP?
We'll see if they can make the mid sort of series adaptations to make sure they make the right choices there. And for those of you guys who have missed all the action so far, here's a visual recap of Summer Series 2. SK Gaming Prime upset H2K Gaming yesterday in the semifinals and will travel to the finals next week in Germany at the European LCS studio. Meanwhile, H2K will compete for third place.
And whoever wins today's matchup between NIP and Gamers 2 will face SKP in front of that live studio audience. Whoever falls today will have to take on H2K.
And when you win games in the Challenger Series, you also earn points at the end of the Summer 2 series. These 6 teams with the most points earn a spot in the Summer playoffs. Right now, 5 teams have qualified for that.
H2K Gaming, Ninjas in Pyjamas, Gamers 2, SK Gaming Prime, and Loveland Shore have all secured entry. Now they're battling for higher seats. Meanwhile, Playing Ducks and Unicorns of Love will face off in a tiebreaker match for the 6th and final spot.
And the top 2 score leaders will earn a first round bye. H2K Gaming has already secured one of those. The other bye goes to the winner of today's match between NIP and Gamers 2. But one team that we would never want to take a bye week is the men and women behind LOLesports.com.
Every day, under the Leagues and Tournaments tab, they update records, scores, schedules, and post everything else you need to follow the Challenger Series and the LCS for all of the 2014 season.
So guys, it's time for the best of 3 matchup today. Now it's just about ready to go. Alex Litch's Ninjas in Pyjamas, Ocelot's Gamers 2. We talked about before, last time it went 2-1 in a pretty close match. And actually, NIP was the team that broke, and it broke my heart, but they broke the 96 KDA of the Gamers 2 bot lane.
Yeah, that was a really, really just crushing defeat in the bottom lane over Yuki and Dude back then. Now it's Yuki and Rydell, so we'll see how they can pull out this time. And Rydell, you know, we talked about it. He's credited a little bit with fixing their communication issues. They did have a good showing in the round of 8.
Yeah.
Hopefully they bring it today, because we had an upset yesterday over H2K.
Right.
They're going to follow that trend.
Yeah, I mean, it might be. And of course, as you can see down there, the bot lane of NIP, incredibly strong. Freeze of 5.83, etc. And these guys are repeatedly scary. Freeze has been touted as one of the best AD carries for a very long time in Europe, and he's going to continue that trend as best he can. Of course, we did talk a little bit about the Gamers 2 bot lane as well, and to be honest, Yuki is still having a pretty good performance. It seems really common for teams to keep their AD carries on and kind of keep cycling supports until one works. It's more likely the AD carry sticks around, which is a very interesting dynamic because both roles are very valuable, and yet we keep seeing the AD carries the ones that teams keep latching onto.
Yeah, and that actually happens more often than not. You don't see a lot of AD carries just being swapped around. It's kind of, oh, we'll swap out supports. And this isn't just something that happens in the European Challenger Series. It happens in NALCS all the time.
Except for EG.
That's true. That's the one. Been keeping Crepo around. I mean, why wouldn't you?
Hey man, he's a jovial guy.
What was that? Crepo's gonna get.
Yeah, no, that was a fist bump and high five together, right? I know it seems like it's menacing, but a high five is cool to fist bumps, right? Like, give me a fist bump, right? That's friendly. Give me a high five, both friendly. So when you put them together, it just looks mean, and I don't know why. It's like a double negative makes a positive, and yet it's double positive making a negative. I don't know what it is, guys. But of course, Ninjas in Pyjamas still have that all-star mid laner, Alex Litch. Segues are awesome. 5.6 KDA for himself. Ocelot's been great for his team as well, though. And honestly, it's a fun matchup because, like, these guys fought each other in the European Season 2 finals, right? SK versus, back then, I think it was still Moscow 5 at the time, were like, these are the guys who are going hard for it, right? 2 of the best mid laners in Europe, and they still are 2 of the best mid laners in Europe, but they are trying so hard to get back to that level again, right? They've tasted LCS, of course. They're both in Season 3. Alex Litch played the first half of Season 4 as well, and like, no, we're going to build new teams around ourselves, and let's go.
Yeah, they're both kind of stepping into those leadership roles, too, around the team.
Yeah.
You know, Ocelot, no surprise there. Alex Litch, he's not so much of the leadership portion of NIP, but he's definitely stepping up to the table. And I like the fact that he swapped from top back to mid. And since the meta keeps shifting and changing, I wonder what he's going to bring out today.
Yeah, he was a kind of guy who didn't really like the poke meta of basically the Ziggs Nidalee sort of combo of champions. He's, you know, great at Ryze, great at Kha'Zix, the assassins, the getting into your face and going for combat there. And yeah, he basically dodged out of that for a while and went to the top lane where you do tend to brawl a whole bunch and played some Shyvanas and stuff. So there's an interesting test though, because Ocelot really does like poke champs. The one game that G2 did win against NIP was Ocelot getting old Nidalee. He's since added Xerath to his champ pool, so I want to see if that is a ban that comes out, if G2 can rally around a poke team, or if it's not possible for them.
Yeah, and that's something I've noticed is a trend for Gamers too, is they will crush games, actually sometimes just squeak by in games. They win games when they're down in kills because they have a poke comp. Poke you off of objectives, take them for themselves. Xerath is kind of the new Nidalee right now in the mid lane, and he's added that to his champion pool, but he's also added other things to try and counter popular champions like Twisted Fate. He has the Fizz in his back pocket if he wants to bring that out, and we did see a Twisted Fate from Alex Siege previously.
Yeah.
But Alex, he loves assassins though.
Yes.
So I don't know what's going to be here today for him. Maybe he'll whip out the Kha'Zix for old time's sake, but
hey, got buffed. We are on 4.12 right here. Only champion disabled is Lucian. Everything else on the table for these guys. We've seen Shen hovered, but I think it's weird. I feel like we should have seen less Shen back in the day. People have realized that you can just bring Summoner Teleport. You don't have to be Shen anymore to bring that global pressure. But right now, mid lane bans coming out. The Ahri away from Ocelot. Interesting, of course. She was buffed in 4.12 as well.
Barely.
Morgana removed.
Barely.
0.05 AP ratio. Yeah. Good enough for everyone else. I actually like the Morgana. Yeah, okay. I was going to say, I like the Morgana ban as the counter pick to Braum, which Voidal keeps getting to play. So the Braum ban from G2, I think, is a great adaptation.
Yeah, out of the 7 games that we've seen Voidal, he's played Braum 6 times.
Yep.
Thresh is the only other champion he's gotten his hands on here. So everybody keeps leaving it up for him, and I like the fact that Gamers2 made that adaptation and didn't fall into that.
Yeah. Well, speaking of making adaptations, though, look at this. Riven also banned away from Morden. He's been spamming that one, taking a page out of Shook's book there. Kassadin removed from NIP, no big surprise there. That is definitely an Alex's champion, on top of just being strong in general.
Yeah, ban Kassadin. Basically the theme of all of EU Challenger, every time we see Kassadin left open.
The theme of League of Legends.
Somebody's going to pick it up.
Let's be real.
Yeah.
So Gragas gets first pick, though. That one was going to be a Contessa top lane pick. That's going to Cabochard, though. JWoww clicking the random button a lot. I do want to see, do they get JWoww and Nidalee here? Do they go for the, basically so far, uncontested AD carry and jungle picks?
Yeah, there's really no reason to go ahead and pick up a Nidalee right now. You wouldn't need it for the top lane. It's better to just pick high priority champions. And I love the fact that if they take the Thresh away, puts Voidal on a champion we haven't seen him in the Challenger Series on before.
That's true. I actually really think that's a great option there as well. We even saw that from Millennium, I believe. They went for an early pick Thresh to try to deny Yellow Star. He just played Zyra and did fine anyway, but you definitely have a sort of sparing ability to take contested picks away and try to deny with your early picks. You've got to make sure they fit your strategy. And something like Thresh Cog, I think, is great. Thresh is very good at keeping a typically unsafe AD carry out of danger.
Yeah, and the fact that they went for the Kog'Maw over the Tristana right now speaks worlds to the playstyle of Yuki. He did play both Tristana and Kog'Maw, both of them very available to him, but he goes with the Kog'Maw. So he's looking at more of a kind of mid-late game power spikes here.
Yeah, so basically Cog is a whole lot better at one item than Trist is. Trinity Force first Cog is ludicrously good in lane. Once you're at level 9, you've got the 700-ish range in your W. You just bully that lane out really hard. So I think it is a pretty good choice there. The Rengar-Orianna combo, though, for NIP, these guys will be very able to pick fights, and honestly, it will be hard for Rydal to save Yuki against this.
Yeah, if he gets right onto the back line, it's going to be nigh impossible. He's going to at least eat a shockwave. Unless the Lantern's preemptive and you see the exclamation point immediately, that would be really, really hard to pull off. But
exclamation point means throw a Lantern out and click that thing.
Seriously, though, we are in for some great games today because both these teams, since they've played each other, they went 2-1, but we have Rydal, who is credited with, you know, kind of solving their communication problems.
Right.
But then on Ninjas and Pyjamas, Alex is back in the mid lane. So they've had some adaptations since last time they met. So both these teams have kind of upgraded their rosters and upgraded their communication.
Yeah.
So today, we're definitely in for some treats.
We're going to see even more tweets coming out. Looks like another Cat going to be joining the fray here. Nidalee and Rengar in the game. JWoww going to be most likely playing top Nidalee. I know she's typically played as a top laner, but I always wonder, like, at what point do teams move it somewhere else and we play more of the assassin mids like what Nidalee is now? Still, it's very likely to be JWoww. Going to take some time for G2 to show their own mid laner here. And in fact, we talked about Xerath still being on the table, and they've actually got a lot of really good long-range combat. Xerath would actually fit this comp.
But the thing is that they have so much engage from Ninjas and Pyjamas, you would just have Rengar jump in with the Orianna ball, and then you'd have the separation from Cabochard if they wanted to start that off in a separated fight. So there's a lot of team fighting prowess here for NIP, whereas Gamers2, if they're going to go with a poke/pick comp with a little bit of Kog'Maw fighting, I don't know if that's the ideal thing for them.
Totally fair.
But I mean, that's kind of what their options are now. They're just put into that composition now. So the Xerath would fit Ocelot, and then if they can just poke people down and stop the engage with good warding, then yeah, they could come out on top with it.
We'll see if they can find that. Oddly enough, I feel like if G2 wanted to get a team fight comp going, they'd want like Galio mid. As much as we never see the champion, I'm like, how could you round this comp out to actually be able to 5-on-5? And you'd need something like an Orianna or a Galio. Again, not likely to pick here, but that would actually round it out pretty well. I think Ryze would also succeed at doing that. You'd be very non-AoE, but I think you could tank through the engage. NIP do grab Tristana and Nami here for the bot lane. Actually, very strong early bullying. I think either side can win the fight in the 2-on-2, just based on how the first 2 levels go, but NIP definitely have a scary bot lane.
Yeah, they have a very scary bot lane here with the harassment early on.
Right.
A lot of Tidecaller's blessings in the explosive shot. You're going to look for some harassment, and it is going to be the Syndra here for Ocelot. I was juggling around things in my head. I'm like, all right, he could go with this, this, or this, but Syndra, he's going to go with the pick here. So they're definitely just honing in on the pick comp.
We talked about juggling. I mean, Syndra pretty well posed for that one, and honestly, it continues pushing the pick comp sort of motto here. Kog'Maw doesn't exactly fit it. Jinx would do a little bit better there. Ezreal Graves as well would fit that a little bit more, but it's still this sort of backline that can belt out damage if the engage isn't perfect from NIP, and you have to be really aware when you're the Ninja's Pyjamas lineup of there's a lot of skill shots coming in at 1,000 range that will stop you in your tracks and kill you, and you've got to keep that in mind. What does G2 have up their sleeve? And we're going to see how well the ward control then keeps them safe moving around the map. But of course, Coke can turn invisible, and you can pick people off.
Yeah, you got to get the pink wards up in the good spots. You got to get green wards all around the jungle from the entry points that you think he would come from and start the stealth up. Also, at the same time, there is some disengage there with the Syndra. If you see the Rengar leaping at you, you go and try to disengage it. But the thing is that really good Rengar players will throw the bola before they leap, because you can come out of the stealth and then still have that half second to use the leap afterwards.
Yeah, and so that's going to be an interesting reflex test. There's a lot of these actually in the game. Can Syndra knock back Rengar? How fast are the shockwaves off of the Rengar leap in the first place? Does he get them as soon as he gets in range? How good are the Lantern saves against Rengar leap? Because I don't believe he'll track, so he'll basically end where you were, and you're out of range already from the Lantern. So a lot of interesting little 2-on-2 gimmicks can happen in this battle depending on individual play. That could completely flip the matchup, just regardless of what the team comps are supposed to do. But NIP looking for very heavy engage and extremely strong follow-up on a fairly safe lineup overall. Gamers 2 looking for picks. JWoww's a cat.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Just randomly out of nowhere. He's on a horse.
He's not on a horse.
No, he's also a kitty. But speaking of Ko, we haven't talked about him a lot. He's a very, very great jungler. He's actually probably one of the best top 2 EU Challenger Series junglers.
Yeah.
I'd say he's up there with a lot of LCS junglers. And now he's on NIP. He's got a lot of that limelight. He's got a very aggressive playstyle, and even the fact that he brought the early sweeping lens. He's looking for some ganks early. He's not going to just farm to level 6 as Rengar and then look for them. He's going to try to force them early. He might go for invades and just play the jungle bush game on top of Elise. But we got to see how Ko plays it, because I'm always impressed every time we see this kid.
He's incredibly skilled. And finally, he's old enough to play in the LCS as well. So if NIP do make the promotion tournament, he'll actually be playing in it, which his old team, Cloud and Eclipse, now H2K, didn't have the luxury of. Ko had to be subbed out when they played their promo tournament match. So whether he makes it with the team, maybe he gets picked up by an LCS team currently. Oh, look at this move. They sweep the ward.
Not fast enough, though.
Not fast enough. They do get spotted out, and Gamers 2 are like, I'm out of this, but NIP gets spotted.
They go for the late invade, and that's going to actually reward them with a blue buff, and it's going to slow down Morden's jungle just a little bit. And they are going for a lane swap at the same time.
Exactly. So NIP wanting to dodge out the 2-on-2 matchup in the first place anyway. Cabashard could get himself some nice farm as well. Dodges JWoww, and these guys will be grabbing red buffs, but it is a slower start to the game here for G2. We'll see if that hurts them very much in their movements across. Ko, Cabashard still sharing farm. Likely the same for the red side.
He's just going to go with the solo laners, farming with the junglers. Both pretty suited to it as well. They both have good wave clear, good jungle camp damage. But where's this first gank going to come out from, and when is it going to come out? Because now that you have the setup on the bottom lane, it could be a 3.5-minute dragon for Gamers 2. But NIP going to counter it? We have to see.
Well, right now, NIP have stayed one camp ahead, meaning they could finish their jungle route and then actually show up at the bot side. We actually already have Voidal recalling as well. So you've got Freeze just sitting there, isolated in the top lane. Can't teleport, but who cares? But the rest of NIP could show up. They could 4v5 the Dragon very cleanly. So I don't think the 3-minute Dragon will happen for G2.
Yeah, they're going to go ward it right now. Cabuchard doesn't have his ward. The only person is Voidal. He's got some in his inventory after the back.
He even put a pink ward down as well. This is a very well orchestrated strat from NIP. They have all these steps planned out. Ocelot, he's on the wrong side of the mid lane. He's not hugging his ward.
Rydal is actually going to face check this. Oh,
right
they
as they
showed.
go forward before they see him. Looks like no CC onto Ocelot whatsoever. 4 guys mid lane, nothing to be shown for it.
Except for all of the NIP team. They didn't end up getting Rydal. And Warden finding Ko with JWoww on the backside.
So much damage comes through this. JWoww has to flash away. Red buff is on. He's barely going to survive with 40 health.
Wow, that's
wrong place, wrong time.
Aggressive move from him, but they saw him traverse the mid lane, and he pays for it. He's going to have to pop some potions and possibly back.
He doesn't have a whole bunch of gold yet either, because Cabuchard's been taking some of those jungle mobs himself. That's what the 6 CS is on the guy. So not the exact start the NIP wanted. The mid lane gank failed, and then Ko got really shoved down, but he's going to keep farming for now. Wait till he has enough for Madrids, most likely. Now Rydal wants to make the play.
Trying to come around. Alex is actually still staying forward.
Hook's going to come out. It lands onto him. Nice stun. Lands well from Ocelot. Alex Itch burns Summoner heal. Ignite comes out. Not really needing that one, but put some damage down.
A little bit of a questionable play there by Alex, having to blow a Summoner spell and his potions, because they saw Rydal. They saw him off on the side. They knew what his move was, and Alex was just a little overconfident, thinking maybe he could juke the abilities.
Didn't happen for him. JWoww actually TP's into the mid lane. It's interesting. He's going to keep jungling for now. Doesn't have a lane to really go to. Didn't want to hold up at the top. Which is interesting because we did recently change the experience range on minions. So it's actually fairly easy to leech XP in a 1-on-2 lane. And it's not something they want.
That's Cabuchard for you, though. He's going for that strategy. At the same time, though, both of these AD carries, which are hyper carries, having a really early lead here. Very easy early game. Highest CS in the game for both of them.
And speaking of highest CS in the first place, Ocelot also +8 on Alex Itch here, also forcing the potions out thanks to the gank from Rydal. So a lot of these elements are going well for Gamers 2. Now they actually are going to set up for Dragon potentially, because again, they saw Voidal head all the way back to the top lane. He's on the wrong side of the map to defend this. Ko also on the northwest side. This could very much be a clean Dragon.
Gamers 2 are making good motions, good movements around the map. JWoww didn't show himself top for this exact reason. He TP'd to the mid lane, cleared a camp, so he's at least in this vicinity and able to respond because he didn't have his teleport.
Absolutely great play here by Gamers 2. These guys look very strong as a unit. 6 minutes in, the Dragon goes down and a 900 gold lead for the underdogs.
Yeah, saw underdogs being successful yesterday. Man, it's just going to be a new era in the Challenger Series.
I mean, I always knew there were a lot of very good teams, even the quarterfinal teams that lost. And in fact, we have a tiebreaker to see which of those comes in. There are a lot of very strong teams here who have heavily improved. Teams who weren't in the conversation last split for the spring promo tournament, or sorry, summer promo tournament, spring Challenger Series, who are now very real contenders to the throne, contenders to LCS spots. And I'm actually very excited for the playoffs when they do show up.
Everybody's kind of playing their heart out this season.
Yeah.
And Gamers 2, they kind of were in the conversation. They were very surprising last time we saw them going 2-1 against NIP. Even taking a game off them was something that people weren't sure was going to happen.
Right, the hype train was all, oh, it's H2K and NIP, just those are the only two teams that matter, and that's really not the case this time around. I'm very impressed by the level of skill of the teams coming in here to the Challenger Series.
Yeah, the fact we aren't even going to see H2K in the finals this time. They will be in the playoffs, but the fact that they got knocked out by SK Gaming Prime and their roster changes just shows, team plays their heart out, gets the right pieces, gets the right players in, and meshes. Boom, you can accomplish almost anything and become an LCS team, or at least have that chance at it.
Absolutely, and heck, you talk about the fact that the LCS might branch out to 10 teams as well next season.
You get double the chances.
Potentially. We'll see what ends up happening with this one, but right now, Gamers 2 having a very good start in the first game of this best of 3. First buff respawns come around, and looks like those are going to be secured so far. No major aggressive moves, just early ganks towards the mid lane. A good Dragon play. And honestly, these teams playing very smart based on their vision.
Yeah, right now, Ko's just going to try to get the level 6. His early aggression didn't pay off, and it put him kind of behind in regards to his timing of ganks. He got some wards to keep track of where Morden is, so he doesn't get invaded on. But as soon as Ko hits 6, we're going to see some moves from him.
Well, he's 6. He has bought Madrids. No Ferocity yet, the only 2 stacks there. You typically, because you don't build Ferocity during Stealth anymore, you want to get up to 5 so that you can throw a root out with your very first leap, basically.
Let's clear this out. He's on the complete opposite side of his blue buff, but that's not such a big deal right now. Portal's covered.
Okay, he's going to go into 3 Ferocity. Ocelot knows he was around. Look how far back he plays. He swept the wave and says nope.
Yep, he's going to get nothing for it. Runs off to the left.
So Ko does not reveal that his ulti is down. G2 does not know that gank failed. They are still going to have to stay afraid of the potential of Ko.
Ocelot kind of played the wave clear, and then he wasn't going to push the issue. Instead, he goes to get the blue. So it's just a strange timing by Ko on his ultimate, just unlucky.
Yeah, just completely unlucky. I mean, the thing is, he knew the wave was getting cleared. Ocelot would have no reason to stay that far up as well. So honestly, to me, it's a bit of a misplay because the minions were gone.
Oh, yeah.
There's no reason for Oz to be there.
And they saw Ko's positioning when he was clearing the ward.
True. They knew he was around mid. Top was safe. Bot was suspect. Lanes have swapped back to normal. No turrets did go down. It was just basically a large freeze. And NIP have swapped back to regular lanes here. Zeal Pickaxe, a very strange opening buy for freeze.
Right now, Ocelot, despite the pickaxe, I want to talk about this.
Oh, okay.
Really good CS, approaching the 10-minute mark. He's got over 90 at 9 minutes.
Yeah.
It's very close to have it.
He's been undisturbed.
Yeah, he just farms it out, backs up. He's not really pushing the issue on Alex. There was a gank in the mid, which helped him out a tiny bit to get some pressure and forced Alex to play more defensive. But man, the fact he's doing so well against Alex, just like old times.
Yeah, well, I mean, keep in mind, Ocelot did pick second here in the matchup. He knew he was going up against Orianna when he picked the champ. And so you trust he picked something that he thought would do well. 97 CS at 10 minutes. The score for this game, an incredibly large margin considering he's battling with 80 carries who are in 1v0 lanes and is out CSing them.
Yeah, they've had free farm. They've just been sitting around being like, all right, can I play whack-a-mole? Can I auto-attack this? All right, good. But now the 80 carries are back to dueling each other. 2-on-2s in the bot lanes, 1-on-1 in the top.
Okay, well, here we go. Looks like NIP going to look for their second round. Ko already has his ulti back available. Has added cooldown boots to the mix. Will they try again for Ocelot here? Looks like he really wants to make this happen. Shockwave is up for Alex. Pink Ward and Sweeper make sure left side mid is undisturbed there. He is in darkness.
Ko has his ultimate available.
And full Ferocity. This is his best chance for a kill. Looks like Cabochard is trying to push JWoww under his turret and drop the health bar low, but they will not look for a dive just yet. Instead, Ko looks for a counter gank maybe. And in fact, Morden is around saying, hey, this could be a dive, this could be a gank. Let's see what's up.
Cabochard very aggressive. Morden, ooh. He knocks him back.
The knockback into the root as well. Holy crap, first blood out of nowhere.
That was super clean.
That was perfect.
Little bit of an overextension there by JWoww. A little comfortable because he had Morden off in the wings, but knocked straight into his teammate. The flying bola.
Yeah.
Basically clay pigeoned him and wrapped it around his feet. Brought him to the ground again.
And Ko didn't even have to ult for that. He gets a ward down aggressively in the jungle. He can spot out these moves. He'll keep his Ferocity up for this one, kill the pink ward. And I feel like JWoww doesn't say he ulted for that one. I think you know he came from the brush. And in fact,
he was on top of a ward.
Yeah, threw a ward. Also going to back right on off. Gets the exclamation point as well. So actually Ko knows that they know he wasted the spell.
Ko's just there for the experience.
Yep.
Just run him by. He's good. Dragon is live once again. They're out of pink ward and they have no idea that the bot lane is in trouble. Gonna have to back up.
Yeah. Well, they saw Ko killing the ward, so they're like, you know what? There's a jungler on this side of the map. Let's go ahead and not deal with that. And then we got pink ward swept back away. JWoww doing the same. Nice. That's one of the brushes I think you have to check on purpose.
There's a lot of them.
It's a very common defensive pink ward spot now, though.
That place and the one right above the red.
Yep. Very common defensive pink wards. I recommend all of you guys try to sweep those out. You gotta find new pink ward spots. They slowly but surely get found.
His bot lane Hasn't really played defensively at all here for Gamers 2. They're just sitting around in a neutral position. Even though they saw Ko kind of come down, they hadn't made any little hiccups in their strategy. They just kind of played forward still.
Yeah.
Knowing that Rydell could keep Yuki safe.
But look at this, though, for Ninjas in Pyjamas. Basically, that kill has basically answered the Dragon goal. And we're back to a fairly equal game here. Money spread around fairly evenly across the teams. And I do want to see what sort of team breaks forward first. Like, I don't feel like you can play a laning phase for 20 minutes and that be the optimal strategy. Of course, Ko is trying to make plays with the Rengar. He is getting some decent ganks through. But we've seen basically nothing from Morton all game.
NIP going for a Dragon right now. The Lantern's thrown backwards even though there's nobody there.
You just want to try to push people back, though. Yuki's still slowed. Smite is available. Actually, not available for Ko. They've got to be a bit careful. There's no steal. Teleport comes in. These guys want the battle, and Voidal very near to going down. Summoner heal pop. Burst comes out. Rengar claims that with the Smite. Yuki forced to get away from this one. Kill for a kill, but keep in mind, that is an NIP Dragon.
Oh,
Morton getting down. The jump across the wall. The Shockwave going to claim the kill as well. Now Osla getting knocked back in. More kills coming in. NIP crushed that fight.
Wow, they end up with a Dragon, and they go 3 for 2. Big lead there for NIP, just bursting out with about 1,500 gold lead. Big part of that was JWoww had no teleport. Cabochard did, so he made it to the fight and was able to just completely turn it around.
So the question is, can JWoww equalize Dragon as a turret? Looks like that will be the case. Blade of the Ruined King first going to be the idea there. Cabochard won't be in lane in time. That will definitely be the turret for Dragon. So in the end, it's a -1 kill trade, which is still not great for G2. I'm just surprised they even picked the fight knowing they had no TP.
Yeah, they were just trying to dissuade them from being on it. I saw the Lantern backwards, and he was kind of just flexing his muscles, making him think there were more people there than there were, but NIP wasn't falling for it. Despite not even having a smite on Ko, they waited out. Morden's off on the left side. They see him with Alex, so they know that the smite isn't there yet. So they blow it up with Ko, freeze the entire time, just doing damage. And they lose Voidal, but they trade supports. And then Ko going all the way around. He actually comes over the wall with a flash, and then using his complete.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just not sure why Ocelot and Morden wanted to pick a fight there. They didn't know they were standing on a ward. They said maybe the two of us together can randomly pick somebody off of a a greedy move by NIP. But the rest of that fight was a 1-for-1. They just traded support for Cabochard, right? So.
Yep. Ko forced the issue though and continued, but Cabochard in the top lane now. He's actually going to get ganked here in a second.
Body Sam using explosive gas, but here comes Morden. The ulti is down for Cabochard. He does have flash. Gets pretty far away. Cocoon and Javelin Toss both miss. And that's a safe Gragas.
It's a really big minion wave too. There was no way they could fight him on top of it. And they'd have to just clear it out first. Also a lot of skill shots there.
Yeah.
That they would miss.
Yeah, I mean, Cabochard just got the heck out, though. Even with the minions, though. That guy was, like, piecing out in this one. Triforce now done for Kog'Maw, though. Shiv there as well for Freeze.
Ko, he can jump right on.
Jumps right on, stuns up. The Tidal Wave predicts a flash, but there isn't one. Rydell's got nowhere to go in this one. Freeze actually gets the kill to Voidal from the ebb and flow. But it's still a kill. Good gank by Ko.
Yep. Throwing out the bola before he even leaps, because it gives him less time to react.
Yep. It does not get stunned up, but Yuki actually does big damage down onto the turret. Ko's going to get away from this one pretty safely.
Turret
trades kills, actually. Freeze sticking around just a little bit too long, but hey, still makes it happen. It gets the assist for the team. Ko is around, but Morden spots him. Good route in the place. Ko has nowhere to go right now.
His ultimate's got a very long cooldown left. He's going to try to suicide, but here comes Ocelot.
Into the base he goes.
He didn't get hit too, so he actually is going to get executed.
I think Morden might have just been in experience range, but that's it. So, NIP though, now 2,000 gold up. They're going to see if Voidal can hold up against JWoww. Otherwise, this Nidalee could take down another turret and actually put this gold to a pretty decent spot. G2 just might hold a turret lead now in this game, even though they are down in kills.
Yeah, it's just the rotations on the map. And Rydell going after Cabochard.
They're getting some decent damage down. Explosive cast doesn't do very much. The Lantern comes out, they pull in Yuki, and Cabochard really has nowhere to go. Ocelot going to claim the kill on this one. Overextension there from Cabochard.
I mean, being down in kills has never been a worry for Gamers 2. The game they took off NIP, they won when they were down in kills still. So the fact that that is what's happening, it's not a huge problem for them. They know how to play from behind.
And keep in mind as well that Yuki is actually the one getting the lion's share of this credit here. 1 kill, 2 assists, highest skill participation on his team. So he's involved in all these plays, and he's going to keep scaling up his Kog'Maw, which is a scary place to be if you're NIP.
Yeah, and a lot of the kills are also on Ocelot, who's looking for the pick potential there. Speaking of pick potential,
Shockwave in, Ocelot's gonna get picked off mid-lantern flight. Ko gets the kill with some savagery. That's a good place to be as well.
He clotheslined him.
Yeah.
Whipped past him, nope.
He clotheslined him with claws, though. That is a very deadly clothesline.
Ooh, going back to that cinematic right now.
Yep.
Leaping straight on him, New Dawn.
What kind of clothes would you even put on a line made of claws? Morty's mail?
They'd be shredded afterwards, no.
Yeah. But alright, now the poke's still coming down. Looks like the inclusion of Kog'Maw does help the siege game a little bit for G2. Put some of the poke damage down as they try to take turrets off. Freeze gonna grab red buff for himself. Code is gonna claim away some wraiths. Those die pretty fast. The NIP still hold on to this 2,000 gold lead. They have gotten their own turret kill back. Mid lane now under fire though from G2, but there's a reaction in time for Ninjas in Pyjamas. Looks like these sort of grander offensive moves have yet to pay off aside from dragon fights.
Yesterday we were talking about Rengar builds.
Yeah.
Going with the build that we saw from I Will Dominate.
Yeah.
Where you have all the cooldown reduction, you reduce the cooldown of your ultimate, and you just keep making ganks like that happen, which will synergize really well with Alex Siege having the shockwave on the Orianna. And they're just going to siege up this mid lane once again here, and they get themselves a turret.
Nicely done, NIP. And I do really like that build. Ko's primary role is an initiator. He is the one who starts the fight. He needs to withstand that front end first because he's the guy taking the damage there. Set up the shockwaves and then the follow-up afterwards. And of course their comp as well has enough damage here. You've got Alex Siege on Orianna. He's a great farmer. Orianna scales well. Tristana the same. So comp-wise as well as build-wise, I think this is the right choice for NIP.
And he's going even tankier. Went back and got himself a Giant's Belt right before the dragon spawned, so he's ready for this dragon. He has all the combat sets possibly can, and here he goes. Shockwave is coming onto him.
Old Pop Shockwave, good escape there by Asa. Gets away by a 4-man tidal wave, and here is the battle. Rydal low on health, gonna get taken down first. Gamers 2 now routed, but the explosive guy's gonna put JWoww back in the mix. He gets taken down as well, and now they chase on towards Morton, who also has nowhere to go. Kill picked up by Ko. Ninjas in Pyjamas able to find the team fight they want. G2 not able to get picks.
Even though they didn't get the double ultimate combo off, still comes up really big for them off the rest of the team fight from this team against a pick-oriented composition.
And that's the real difficulty, as we asked, what kind of snap plays can be made by G2? Ocelot did flash the shockwave and he got out, but what if he had QE'd instead? What if he had knocked back Rengar, kept his flash up, kept Ko out of the battle? Either way, shockwaves miss, or shockwave whiffs, but in one of these cases, Ocelot gets damage down and saves his flash up.
Yeah, this is kind of a team that wants to whittle you down or split push with a Nidalee at the same time and have them show up later. The fact that you don't get any time to start whittling your opponents down, this team with the Gragas is able to just do so much low cooldown fighting alongside the Orianna and the just persistent auto attacks with the Tristana at range. He gets himself a double buff here, or I mean the red buff, which is why he's able to just continue the slow and nobody's able to escape.
And one big risk as well for G2. You talked about the fact that they want to... Oh, hold on. Ko.
And again, Shockwave is about to come up. But Alex
gets the ferocity. Rydal takes a pretty good amount of damage. Ko's going to get some ferocity back. Does not land that slow, though. If it had landed, that was a kill.
It's pretty big. Alex had like 2 seconds left on his ultimate, so he wasn't able to get a combo off with Ko, but Ko was interrupted. Knocked back a little bit. So JWoww going for the split push game here. He's going to go with the Trinity Force and the Blade of the Ruined King build, which just signifies I want to try to 1v1 someone. I want to try to split push and take turrets very quickly.
Let's see if he can do that right now. JWoww is going to be kind of the one person. Ooh, wow, that missed Voidal. I'm surprised at that one, but it will let him get away pretty safely. JWoww's got nowhere to go.
It's that width reduction.
Yeah. I wasn't looking very closely, but yeah.
I mean, it's not me too. Maybe you hit the tail.
It's true. That's why a lot of people play Butterfly Kog'Maw, or Monarch Kog'Maw, I suppose.
Yeah.
The wings don't actually make you any bigger, as far as the game's concerned.
His hitbox is the same. His wings just make him look bigger, so you aim skill shots at the wings, don't hit. Oh,
wow.
For another. The ball on him. It slapped on him now. They know it's coming.
They definitely know he's there, but Asa does not have flash this time, so Shockwave claims the kill very cleanly. Freeze can't quite chase down Yuki, but the rest of Gamers 2 still forced to run away. Hunt goes on to Go and Cabashard, and they're like, I dare you to hunt us right now.
Yeah, they're using this team fight comp as a pick comp in the early game until they have 5-on-5 team fights, but by the time those erupt, they already have so much of a gold lead that you're going to lose just flat out.
Yes, and that's really the problem here is the 6,000 gold lead that NIP are forcing in. Turret's going to be going down rather quickly. No one's going to defend that one in the right mind. JWoww throws javelins that don't hit very hard, doesn't have much ability power, and G2 is forced to lick their wounds and say, yep, you earned that one.
Yeah, Rengar is a very highly contested champion in a lot of compositions right now. He's 100% pick banned in the Korea games last night. A lot of priority on that champion because of what he can do. He has a lot of roots, a lot of utility, but a lot of damage too. And he's tanky.
Yeah, I mean, this is again why I like the build. His base damages are very high. He has some AD ratios, they're meaningful, but you do enough off base values that I do like the tank Rengar build myself.
And the fact that you get cooldown reduction means you just get more rotations on your spells, more ferocities, because he's cooldown gated.
Yeah, CDR is a very big fighter stat because they're very ability-based. Ko gonna walk right out of a pink ward as it gets put down under his feet. He actually gets away from the cocoon, walks past Morden to dodge it. And Morden's like, yeah, okay, I'll back off of this one.
He's gonna stealth himself. He's gonna go after Ocelot again. Ooh, blind stun.
Well, he walked through a ward before he stealthed all the way out, and he's like, hang on a second, he predicted this. Yep, there's a ward. Jumps on it for good measure. Doesn't do any more damage, but looks cooler.
Yeah. Got himself the 5 ferocity off of mid too, because of his ultimate. Just sitting around, and that thing will be up very shortly. It's about 1/3 of the way down.
Yeah. We're seeing very, very frequent ults out from Ko. And you can assume an easy 5% for masteries, and many junglers have the luxury of taking cooldown reduction blues as well, since they don't face any magic damage dealers early game. Outside of jungle invades, where you have release.
Yuki getting the red buff here. All of this farm on him. Went for the Bilgewater Cutlass. He's been holding on to that pickaxe for a while now. He just wanted that extra damage as he goes for the Blade of the Ruined King. And then he'll eventually get IE.
That's kind of weird, though, because you could have simply picked up Vamps at their pickaxe for, like, the same cost. Or I guess just Vamp, actually. But either way, like Vamp Longsword, you know, just go towards the Ruined King sooner. But either way, he's going to eventually finish that item up. The pickaxe weight was strange for Yuki, but that's okay. Infinity Edge Shiv, though, really standard for Freeze here. The difficulty, though, for the Kog'Maw is actually the Gamers 2 don't have a real tank line. And we saw it actually in the prior Dragon fight. The only real team fight we've seen so far this game was the one Dragon fight, the most recent one. And Yuki just does not have the uptime to deal auto attacks because no one can tank the front line.
Ko going in.
Sees a lot of people, puts the root down into Ocelot. Big damage comes out, the knockback as well from Tristan. All it's going to do is earn the blue buff. But that's good enough. Buff goes through, Freeze steals it. And if he stay in control.
You see, that was just Ko pretty much on Ocelot, and he chunks him down to about 1/4 HP. The base damages of Rengar, and just using the ultimate for the extra ferocity is huge. Just so much damage comes through so quickly, even without any damage items.
Yeah, honestly, it's really, really good. The levels mean a lot for his damage output. Freeze put an auto and an ulti in the very end there, but a significant portion of Ocelot's health did go down that way. He's built almost no defense at all. No Zonias. Just some MR, which doesn't really help you against Rengar here. Cabashard just continues to wave clear. He is really yet to have to try hard against JWoww. He's just kind of holding the line, clearing minions away. It's very hard to push against Gragas, unless you can actually assassinate him and put some real damage down. It allows NIP just to play with their 4-on-4 composition, take down dragons, take down turrets.
It's a very, very quick dragon there, and the power spikes for Freeze with the IE and Static Shiv. It's a really, really threatening Tristana now, getting those 2 items. No real armor on the enemy team, so having a Last Whisper is not going to be a huge power spike for him now. So he's actually at liberty to go for another damage item.
Yeah.
Nobody's directly building tank or even close to just yet on Gamers 2.
Yeah, you could very cleanly go for, I would say, Ruined King here. He's going to go BT, though, instead. That's plenty fine. It's still a strong item for Freeze. I guess it did get buffed in terms of lifesteal substantially, and players are really valuing that as far as a defensive statistic. Though AD, actually the most important stat on Tristana, because you have no AD ratios aside from your auto attack, and you can actually get more auto attack speed and crit, but that is fine. His choice is to be a bit more defensive, and to be honest, your team is winning. I think getting a hybrid defense item is plenty smart there. Baron being attempted 28 minutes in. Morden will ward. Good instincts there by the Spiderling. Ko does lose some health, but he's going to walk out pretty safely. NIP ready to bait a fight if they can find one. That's not going to be the case, though. Good move by Morden to ward that.
JWoww still split pushing. Teleports this game haven't been used on cooldown. They're going to send Cabochard back to try and deal with it and just stop the split push from the middle league. That's been the MO of JWoww all game.
And he is trying to win these duels. All offensive builds so far. Double Thorns, Triforce, Ruin King. If he can get in on Cabochard, who, to be fair, has bought early magic resist and health. Things that, honestly, Ruin King Italy is prepared to deal with.
He's also thrown in some armor, too, for good measure.
Yeah, finally.
Trying to get himself just all-around tanky. And Elise builds lately just seem to be kind of up in the air and confusing. I've seen a lot of different Elise builds. Some go Spirit or the Ancient Golem. I've seen a lot of Spectral Wraiths at least recently. And then a lot of second items are confusing me. Some people will go for Spell Pen, and then they'll go like half Spell Pen. We'll go one item, but no boots.
Yeah.
And then some go full, and then they're like, we'll get a Void Staff too on top of it. And I'm like, you're not tanky. And your AP ratios aren't that great, especially when the other team is pretty squishy and doesn't have like a designated tanker just yet.
Yeah.
Granted, that's not this game, but if you just went full damage, and we saw Crumbs do it. We see this one right here where he's magic resist oriented, even though there's multiple threats from all resistance types.
That's the real risk, is you've got a very well-crafted team composition from NIP. The Rengar ganks thankfully did work today. We saw our series yesterday, H2K versus SK Prime. It didn't have the Rengar ganks fall through, or actually fall through is a negative thing. They didn't come through for the team, they did fall through. But Ko right now has been very successful, 3-2-6. Highest kill participation on the team, 9 of 11 here for these guys.
Oh, they hid.
Oh, but he's got a lantern, but he gets Shockwave back. He's got nowhere to go, Alex Ich. Nice claim on that kill. Ko already across the wall for Rydell. It's going to be a tidal wave, and he just looks over to the red buff. Nice.
Started up for Yuki, being a teammate.
Oh,
Here
man.
comes the duel. Cabochard.
JWoww, can you beat up Cabochard? Drinks from the cask again. He's actually missed a lot of javelins there. Body slam, flash, and the auto attack. Easy claim right there. JWoww cannot miss those skill shots.
We see that duel constantly. Look at this. The Baron does go over to NIP, and they're going to go after Rydell.
Freeze
Red
going
buff.
in. Red buff is there. One more attack. Claims the kill. Freeze takes him out. Killing spree now on Tristana. 4-1-4. Beautiful stuff NIP. Plays all across the map.
Well, the fact that they had JWoww split pushing, doesn't use his flash, doesn't use his TP, doesn't join the fight, and he doesn't even beat the Gragas that he's been trying to just orient his build around. We see the Hex Drinker now coming out for him. I still don't think he's able to beat this Gragas head on. It's going to just stunt that win condition for them. They're going to have to find a different strategy.
And this is not going to work here in this game, I don't think. Cabochard shows himself up on this one, and this turret going to take a little bit of damage. G2 do stop that though. TP maybe not required just yet. Could have pushed actually bot tier 2 in that case. But Ko is split pushing. This is one of the things about a well-fed Rengar, is he becomes a split push threat in his own right. He's a good enough duelist that he can show up in a lane by himself and requires a whole bunch of attention to deal with.
Man, you know who really enjoyed this meta? We'll talk about it in a second, but Ko, he's trying to go in. He's looking for an opening. They threw the ball on him.
G2 are well grouped though.
He's got nothing.
And the root either, and no real damage yet on the turret. The wave's still getting pushed in. Freeze though, so long range, can make these plays happen. JWoww on the flank saying, who is the better feline? And right now, Ko's going to need one of those 9 lives because he's about to go down, evaporates in that battle, but Yuki gets caught up by the shockwave regardless. Beautiful play, Alex Ich making that a 1-for-1. The flash is away. Looks like it's going to be JWoww keeping himself alive.
Rydell trying to keep Yuki safe, but just exploded. The shockwaves from Alex Ich all game have been catching people out mid-lantern, mid-flash, decimating people constantly.
Yuki had flash up right there too, which means he could have dodged away from that shockwave. So still, great ults coming out from Alex Ich and everybody else here. NIP playing a very good game, 15-5 in kills. See that fight again.
Oh, goes a little too early because his team wasn't there yet, but the knockup, he's not able to flash after getting hit by the Nami tidal wave. Even the Acathian surprise was a little surprised there.
Yeah.
He's sitting there with a shield on him from the Thresh
Too stunned to move.
Wow, just knocked up and then sucked in by the Orianna ultimate. Alex has just been doing a really good job with those, but the rest of his team, everybody on NIP, pretty well coordinated this game.
Yeah, they look like a very, very good team. Alex Ich goes back to the mid lane. Cabochard's picked up in the top, and he just sits there and fights JWoww. Like, pretty, you know, par for the course there for a top laner. He's playing fine, winning his matchup. That's the important thing. And the rest of NIP is a group of 4. Just continually make very, very good moves.
Yeah, and I said that they looked really coordinated. Ko has been, there's a little caveat to it, he's been a little aggressive sometimes.
Yeah.
A little early aggressive. Like, he has the right play in mind, but he executes it maybe a second or two early. Tries to force it, but I mean, they did come out with pretty much an even trade on that.
But turrets are still going down. Ninjas and Pyjamas, with the aggressive play, are still removing structures from the map that Gamers 2 tries to own. Now bot tier 2 under fire. Ko again looks for the flank here, really go for it. A little bit of poke back and forth, nothing gained just yet, but this turret starting to get chipped down.
Bloodthirster completed, now some magic resistance. Ko, he's sweeping wards around him. He has his ultimate available. Alex has his ball ready to go.
Got flash too. You just flash the wall, get shockwave on. Oh.
Surprise!
I don't think they can stop him though. This ward's gonna die.
They can't stop him. The hook's down, the cocoon's down. There's nothing they can do about it.
And this turret is taking massive damage
just
right now.
too.
There it goes. Ko, can you find the engage?
Nope.
Looks like no, but that's fine. Short cooldown in the first place anyway. Minions go away, but another turret goes to NIP. Of course, they've been holding the Baron buff for a while. And they're making very good plays with it. They're up 13,000 gold now, and I have not seen any signs of G2 finding their way back into this game. Hook, it's onto Alex Itch. Will they chase one down? Big burst comes across. Ulti not going to be enough for Ocelot, though.
Yeah, they burned DFG on him as well.
Wow.
There's a DFG ulti from Ocelot, and it still didn't destroy Alex. He's actually got
a lot of AP.
Yeah, he's got a lot of AP. He's able to shield himself for a good amount. You can see right there. Through the DFG, that's really surprising. It's really good. They're in really good spots here for NIP to just close this game out.
Well, no death cap for Ocelot means his AP is actually only in maybe the 400-ish range. Whereas you got 600 something for Alex, which is actually pretty massive.
That's true. That's kind of the big difference there between the two. Yeah, the lack of the death cap. That'll be a good spike for him. But I don't know if it's really going to just close it out. And the fact that Freeze has the Bloodthirster who'll have the shield up, and then he'll have the shield from Alex if it's used on him as well. So they have a lot of options here. Exactly.
Yeah, Freeze will be very hard to kill. Alex Itch has proven that he is hard to kill, and Ko is building pretty much tank there.
It's the 425 AP for Ocelot currently.
Yep. But that'll go into the almost 600 range when he completes death cap, though. So that'll be pretty important for the man if he can get another 1,000-ish gold under his belt. He'll be much more threatening. Is level 16. Ulti is back up. Ninjas Pyjamas right now just sort of clearing the map. Gaining gold, making sure minion waves are all pushed in. They have Tristana, which is a great sieger, and Orianna can protect her while she attacks turrets. So NIP have all the elements of just grouping up and pushing down turrets. Just very slow and steady, they would win this race.
Alex looks back in his groove. From the top lane, now in the mid, 307 Orianna. He doesn't have to deal with the wave clear champions, even though he's playing one. He's more of a team fight champion right now.
But he's been able to make those aggressive plays.
Oh, yeah.
Look for the gank synergies.
He's playing his style. He's not fallen into the hands of Gamers 2, which just seem like they want to pick you off and then fight you a little bit while split pushing. But they can't do it.
I think it's really cool, actually, that Alex has managed to, like, play with sort of, like, the season's up-and-coming players, right? Like, when Moscow 5 came big in Season 2, it was like Diamond out of nowhere is revolutionary jungler. He's like, here's this new style of being really aggressive, and the whole Moscow 5 crew is like this new sort of team that played really differently. And now he's like, all right, well, I got Ko, who you've seen him around for a while. He's not as new, but, like, he's arguably the best jungler and challenger we talked about before, right? He's one of the, I would say, still few Rengar players. Like, it's not uncommon, but not everyone plays the champ. And it's like, he's part of that sort of new wave of junglers. Of guys, there's more to this. There's all these new champs you guys can play. Try these new things out. Very aggressive player. And
plays it well, and there we go.
Finding with them. Engage comes in onto Morton, has to repel up into the air. A little bit of damage comes towards Alex. Root's not quite going to land from Kobe. Here comes Rydell, flashes in. Vox comes down. One of them flashes the shotgun, but Rydell still stays alive. Finally goes down to freeze. Health bar is going down for NIP, but they have still pushed back G2 Morden very, very low. Just Pyjamas. Gonna try to move in now, go for Baron Nashor.
Can they stop this Baron? Morden off on the wings. Can he get over the wall? He sweeps, makes sure there's nobody around. He's very low. He'd have to sacrifice himself for this. Even if they get it, not entirely sure it'll work out. Ko.
Big damage to Alex, though. He is overextended. JWoww claims the kill, and he backs right on out. Does get picked up by Cabochard, though. Ulti onto Ocelot. He gets to flash away, but Freeze grabs another kill, and they keep chasing. Morden's got nowhere to go. Flash in from Freeze.
Got another jump.
Just wants Yuki. Who's going to get the damage output? That's going to be Freeze right there. And in fact, the support picked up the kill onto Morden, so everyone now dead from G2, and NIP can go back for this.
That's an ace, and they pick it up for themselves. They're going to get this Baron off the back, but NIP in a great spot right now. Almost 20,000 gold up, but it's at that 16K.
Yeah, these guys right now looking great for NIP. Scumbag Freeze didn't help his team pick up Baron. Instead, he pushed the mid lane. 30 seconds till respawns. They can get him.
NIP have just been looking in control of this game since around that second dragon. And now Ko, cooldown reduction build, wants to make plays. He
jumps on the inhibitor.
Got it. Surprised it. Didn't see that one coming.
Nope. Inhibs do not get exclamation points. They're going to keep pushing this one down, though. 10 seconds till the respawns. The 4 men are still there to knock this structure down. Turret number 1 goes. Turret number 2 going to fall as well. And now they commit in for the base. Tidal Wave going to stop some of the reinforcements. And in 39 minutes, Ninjas and Pyjamas with a very clean win and a very convincing game take out the first game in the best of 3.
That was really well played there by them. They end the game with 20K gold up. NIP take game 1 over Gamers 2, but we've seen this story before. Gamers 2 came back in game 2 last time we saw them, but are NIP just at a higher level now that they put Alex back in the mid?
They definitely appear to be. So we do see teams turn it around in the second game. New composition, they fixed out 1 or 2 minor mistakes, and they go okay. It does look like G2 play poorly from behind with this type of comp. I think if you can't reliably get yourself in an actual gold lead, right? You don't limp into the bad dragon fights. I think they can't run this comp again because it's too big of a risk where you've got to pull these games out and get that first round bye in the postseason playoffs. So G2, I think, need to find a new look for themselves. An actual poke comp for one might work out. Banning the Rengar might work for one, but I think they need to find something new to do here. But of course, yes, NIP look absolutely great. They got picked off early on. They lost the dragon early on, and they still managed to play around that, find the fights. Ko and Alex worked great as a pair, and that's a really good thing for NIP.
Yeah, NIP just coming out of the gates blazing there. No mercy.
Yeah.
Completely wreck pretty much every lane. Ko sacrificed himself a couple times, but most deaths on a team, but it's only 3, and everybody else had 1. Gamers 2 ended up getting just 6 kills that game. One of those deaths from Ko was actually a suicide.
That's true.
So he died pretty much just 2 times that gave gold over to people. So the fact that it's 20-6 in kills is very disheartening for Gamers 2. Yeah. The fact that they also had a pick comp too. They had Elise, they had Syndra, and I don't think we ever saw Ocelot just blow somebody up. We saw him use his DFG ultimate on Freeze in that last fight. Got him pretty low, but then Freeze just lifestealed back up.
Yeah. And that's been a big difficulty for these guys, is the pick comp does not seem to be working. NIP seem to play a very slow and controlled style, at least against a pick team like this. But you saw they got control. Wards stayed up. They kept all the lanes pushing. They kept Dragon timers. They kept Baron timers. They started taking away the enemy jungle. And when a team plays very much by the book and very methodical, you don't have those chance openings. Without some kind of stealth champ, without an Evelyn for a random flank where you dodge a pink ward, without a Rengar, G2 can't play this type of comp again. But they can't harness the fact that NIP are playing methodical, right? They had Yuki continue to farm, continue to do well as a champion. His build wasn't good. Last was Spurs dumb 3rd on Kog'Maw, but he can play another late game carry. Wasn't punished in the lane for that one, right? Can be a late game force. Ocelot knew he did well in his lane one-on-one, right? Knew he was holding up well against Alex H. You find a comp that harnesses these facets that NIP will play slow and these guys will perform, you can find a new strat in game 2 and game 3.
Yeah, and just looking at what happened, Ocelot left the laning phase, 10 minutes, huge CS lead over Alex at the start, and then he just kept getting ganked by Ko.
Yeah.
Since the fact that they're going to swap from red to blue means that they'll ban Kassadin most likely. They won't have to ban Kassadin most likely, and they can sub that in for a Rengar ban and not have that same pressure on Ocelot that he was experiencing in the mid game because they kept going after him. It's like flashes down, get Ocelot with a combo over and over again. They got him about 2-3 times with that.
Absolutely, and maybe even you consider stealing the champ away as well. Now, you think back to Game 1's champ select and the 2nd and 3rd picks for NIP were Rengar, Orianna, meaning that G2 would have had to, in their first round, take one of those champions, but maybe you say, okay, on blue side, maybe we should do this. Maybe we should take away part of this combo, whether it's bans or just contested picks, because I know Ocelot can play Orianna. He's been playing it for like 4 years now. Yeah. The champion wasn't even 4 years old, but he still played it for that long. So I think there's definitely adaptations available for G2. If they correct it, they're going to look good. Now, guys, going to take a quick break, but when we come back, Gamers 2 and Ninjas in Pyjamas will swap sides and do it all over again. You don't want to miss it.
Oh,
Gordon getting down, the jump across the wall, the Shockwave gonna glean the kill as well. Now Ocelot getting knocked back in, 4 kills coming in, NIP crushed that fight. Rydal low on health, gonna get taken down first. Gamers 2 now round up, but the explosive cast gonna put JWoww back in the mix. He gets taken down as well, and now they chase on towards Mordred, who also has nowhere to go. And right now, Ko's gonna need one of those 9 lines, because he's about to go down, evaporates in that battle, but Yuki gets caught up by the Shockwave regardless. Ulti on Ocelot, he gets to flash away, but Freeze grabs another kill, and they keep chasing. Mordred's got nowhere to go. Flash in from Freeze. Just wants Yuki. Who's going to get the damage output? That's going to be Freeze right there.
Give me a fat beat.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to the 2014 European Challenger Series. We are moments away from champ select here as Gamers 2 and Ninjas in Pyjamas ready up in the lobby. NIP, of course, leads the series 1-0. Slightly above average game, about 39 minutes if I recall correctly, but a slow and controlled game. No chance really of tossing the game away. a really, really solid game from them.
Yeah, really good objective control by NIP, and 20-6 in kills.
Yeah.
Really big just lead that they established in the mid game off the second dragon that they got for themselves. Gamers 2 got the first one because of the map pressure and the map movements and the fact that they had their top laner on the bottom side.
Yeah.
But then when they started just going into 2-on-2 lanes, then 1-on-1 lanes, they just got outclassed.
Yeah, and that really seemed to be the case there, is honestly, and it wasn't even, I didn't feel like the 2-on-2 lane got outclassed that badly. In fact, I think the bottom turret actually died in G2's favor first. But yeah, the 1-on-1 lane especially, I think was the very rough one. Cabochard repeatedly outplayed. And that was a big one.
Yeah, and then the fact that Ko just kept going middle and establishing that synergy with LCS.
Yeah.
Continually ganking it. The bottom lane, it was like, okay, as soon as they freed up themselves, they rotated mid and just had team fights around Dragon and ran away with the game after that. So they kind of outclassed them in team fights, not just in the laning phase. Because they just had a lane that was back and forth between Kog'Maw and Tristana, where they were pretty much even.
Yeah, and so I don't want to see now what else comes out comp-wise here for these guys. Gamers 2 going to keep the TF and Braum bands coming in there. Jarvan added to the mix. I don't remember seeing that ban coming through the first time around, but maybe you're expecting a Yasuo comp. Rengar first pick to deny it from NIP, who immediately rushed the Gragas pick because they still love that for Cabochard.
Yeah, I was sitting here going, they banned away the Jarvan. They didn't pick the Gragas. They went and picked the Rengar for themselves. I thought it might be a ban, but they instead throw in the J4 ban instead of the Kassadin, and now they throw it over, and it's going to be a Gragas. I didn't think they were going to lock in Lee Sin, because it's not a contested pick here in the jungle, because they've already locked in a Rengar for themselves.
Right.
But I do think that Ko is eventually going to go with the Lee Sin.
It makes a lot of sense for the guy. He's such a good Lee Sin player, and it's fun to see those mechanics come out. Thresh does come through for Voidal here, and with Cabochard being on Gragas, they have actually what I feel like is a decent front line, where you could get away with a Kog'Maw. I think a champ like that, it's not a point I got to finish during the game, but basically G2 had not set up Yuki for success with his Kog. We talked about him grabbing that over Trist over anything else. Kog relies so heavily on having a real front line, because you have no way of getting out. You have to respect every move forward. People can't push others back for you. You don't get to play that champion.
You also have to have really good timing of your W activation, because it's just like Kale. As soon as it wears off, you're going to start walking forward towards the person. And you're like, oh god, oh god.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to go that close.
Yeah, it's one you get from experience, and so look at that. Quick change for Yuki. Realizes, guys, we actually are playing a bit of a squishier comp, and he goes for the Tristana instead. I think it's a very smart choice. JWoww once again will get Nidalee, so they opt into that matchup, and he says, you know what, this time around I think I will beat this one up. Honestly, he was set behind early on because NIP swapped their Gragas into the basically the one-on-one lane earlier on against AD carry. So Cabochard was always ahead in golden XP in that matchup.
Yeah, he did have that little edge, but the thing here is that Nidalee will win from auto attack trading at level 1 through 3 and just bully you out early and get that advantage and then just push him further and further. If Gragas goes parity with him up until level 6, then you just ulti Nidalee into your team, you ulti Nidalee into your own belly, you take her out. It's very, very easy to just kind of counter that once you get into that mid-late game.
Yeah.
So the thing here is you have to establish that lead early as Nidalee in order to continue the bullying.
Well, we're going to see if JWoww can actually get this one this time around. Ninjas and Pyjamas actually grabbed the Orianna for themselves. So G2 did not rush for their mid lane pick, the lane that was still open and contestable there. So Alex Ich actually gets first dibs on the mid laner. Goes for Orianna as the blind pick. G2, will they get a counter pick here? They went for Syndra last time. And honestly, Syndra Rengar does have some good gank pressure. Or will they go a different way with this?
So the last time that they were just trying to figure out what they wanted to play in the mid lane, I was thinking, why didn't they take Xerath? Why didn't they take Lulu? Because they did have a Kog'Maw, so they could have gone with a little bit of a Lulu composition there. And oh my lord.
Wow.
So I love this. I love this.
I do too.
I love that I had this down too, because Rydal plays a ton of Alistar and a ton of Blitzcrank. And the fact that he's going to whip out a Blitzcrank here for us today on the Gamers 2 lineup is just fantastic. I want to see this through and through. And they haven't even locked in whatever they're going to play in the bottom lane. If Freeze just whips out an Ezreal and goes, I see your Blitzcrank, I know how to play against this, that'd be great.
Yep. Sivir and Blitz. Or he goes man mode with Kog'Maw and says, I dare you to land a hook on me.
That is man mode right there. He's going to trust in Voidal to just get him out with a Thresh Lantern. But
so NIP could go for a lane swap, but I don't think he should do this. The only exception being, yo, if Alex gets shockwaves. Like, I mean, you could really bait your AD carry and go for Command Protect shockwaves. They're gonna go for it here. This is risky from Freeze.
It's very, very risky there, but I think they're going to try to look for the lane swap here, whereas Gamers 2 is not going to. The thing with Blitzcrank is, in 2v1 lanes, he's got a ton of pressure, so he can't really show up and try to leech experience.
Yeah.
He's going to try to roam around the map and make picks in like the middle. He's not good at being like, all right, we're going to go 2-on-1 and we're going to freeze the lane. He's kind of like, I'm just going to zone you. Thresh is a little better.
Yeah.
There's just a whole bunch of things that go into that. So he's going to try to roam mid, possibly get hooks on Alex and things like that.
This will be interesting. I want to see how these two hook supports are going to play out there. As you mentioned, yeah, in 2-on-1s, they're roamers. They're going to look for plays, usually mid, and we'll see how that plays out. It's going to be all kinds of fun here. The Nidalee versus Gragas matchup is still going to happen. Now, this is a throwback to when they fought in the last semifinal. NIP won game 1 convincingly, and then G2 played a poke comp, and Ocelot got Nidalee, and they won that game. It was a very close game, but Gamers 2 pulled it out, and they did a very good job of that one. And we said there may be some questionable choices by the NIP builds and whatever, but they ended up not winning that game. G2 took that game too. Very similar situation. NIP won game 1 pretty convincingly. Gamers 2 pulls out the poke comp. Here we go.
Yeah, tried and true from them. They usually win when they have a poke comp on their side, but if NIP got enough practice to make sure that they can just work against it, not fall into the pitfalls and the traps that a poke comp lays for you around objectives. Right now, they kind of have a little less of a team fight setup because they don't have Rengar. They have Lee Sin, but it's basically the same composition for them, except for the Tristana being subbed out, and also they don't have the same support as they did previously.
Yeah. So, gotta see what happens here. NIP, similar goals. We'll see if it pans out.
Gamers 2, though, they're looking for the poke, looking for a little bit of the catch here with Xerath.
Yeah, they have interesting ways of playing around this because they do have
and the blitz.
Really good pressure here. Yeah, I want to see the Blitzcrank pan out. I think it's a fun champion. Morden on Rengar I think will work better. His Elise I really felt was underwhelming. I did not see him do anything, like all game.
Yeah, Ko walks up and wards. No sweeper here for Gamers 2.
30 seconds.
And this is just an area that NIP are not even going to sit around because they have the vision already.
I believe they didn't get spotted by... Never mind, their ping's coming out. You can get away through that brush. Ooh, nice choice there.
Just because he can.
You never know, sometimes you get it.
Big thing here is that they didn't invade as 5 for Gamers 2, so they didn't get the deeper wards in. So it doesn't look like they're completely investing in the 2-on-1 in the top lane or looking for the lane swap. They're just going to send it down bottom and say, you have to fight us here because we'll just take Dragon control. Even if you do 2-on-1 us.
So Gamers 2 going to head to the bot lane. Ninjas and Pyjamas going to do the same thing with their duo pairing of Freeze and Voidal. Ko going to start blue buff. Same thing for Morden. So these junglers will not spot each other or fight each other for some time, I'm expecting.
He's not even going to get a leash either. This bottom lane is just sitting in that bush, making sure that they get this early push going.
All right, Freeze and Voidal going to get level 2 as fast as possible. However, Rydal will actually get bonus damage out of his Relic Shield, so they could still push faster as the G2 lineup. Little harass coming through, but there we go. First minions going down. Both melees crashed out, and now you can see Freeze popping the W, trying to get his harass in as best he can. Yuki has not got an explosive shot just yet. Finally gets a hook. Oh, hits the 1 minion left in the wave. That could have already been the start of big damage.
Had to get it for himself. Yuki, Freeze, just back and forth here. Voidal.
Look how aggressive Voidal's playing as well. He knows only one member on that team can actually deal damage to him. And he's playing very aggressively, landing autos, landing plays. And he's forcing Yuki to attack him instead of minions. And so NIP get level 2 first.
The big thing when Blitzcrank was kind of replaced by Thresh in the meta a long time ago when Thresh was released was because Thresh has a lot more harassment early on. Blitzcrank's kind of an all-in, if I hook you, you're going to go down type of champion. Thresh is, I'm going to poke you a little bit with auto attacks, and that matchup just really goes in Thresh's favor.
Yeah, the one good upside that Blitz has, though, is you can force zoning in a lot better ways. Like Thresh, you know, as long as I'm a half second away from outside of max range or half second away from minions, you can't hook me. Whereas Blitz says, if I can overcharge past a minion line, you're hookable. And you've always got to respect that if you know the Blitz is coming.
Oh, you got
look at that hook right there! Freeze takes a whole bunch of damage, forced to flash away, forces the double flay. Ignite gets burned, but that's a lot of damage.
They got his flash, they didn't get his heal, they used an ignite, and also at the same time, Yuki just Goomba stomped him for the extra slow duration. Rydal, he has it in 3 seconds, but Morden was off on the wings, and they did see him.
Overdrive, I believe, actually.
Yeah.
The W name, but hey, close enough. I don't read ability names anymore.
I would have believed you with Override for a bit. If
Overcharge.
I didn't override. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Oh, the flash hook! Ooh, close.
Oh my god, that was so close.
Yes, it was. It's fun, man.
Why he uses the heal for the extra movement speed there. You got a flash out of Rydell. Rydell knows summoner spells, but Freeze knows summoner spells on the flip side.
That's a pretty good place to be. Cog with no summoners is a rather dangerous champion to be. Ko waiting around by the bot lane does have his longsword already. He's backed once. Has a ward as well if he wants to watch where Morden might be going. And look how far, like Freeze legit just can't do anything right now.
They see Ko, but they
hook him, do it.
They aren't playing. Don't hook him.
They don't have follow-up. To be honest, it's just free damage on Ko. I feel like that actually would work.
I don't know. The fact
it would
that
also make it pretend like you have brain guard.
Yeah. You could lantern him out. You could do some damage. You could get a follow-up hook. I don't know, but he's going to go for another just wraparound way to do this. He's going to safeguard as soon as it's up.
It is up.
He's looking for it. There's actually pings.
They pinged like, hey.
Gamers too, like
they might be there.
This sounds like Ko. Ko would wrap around on this.
Ko would totally wrap around on this. He doesn't have the ward hop. There's no wards there in the first place.
He thinks there's a ward. So he's going to just go in as soon as he'll try to all in it. So he's going, and that's the signal for them
There's
to go.
the land of the flash play. Comes in, hits two. Rydell's got to be real careful. He's got no summoners, though. Gets hooked in. A late hook from Voidal. Perfect. The pull into Freeze. They're going to give him the kill, though. Rydell goes down for first blood. Now in the top lane, JWoww. The outplay from Cabochard flashes away from the pounce. And now a couple spells in. Bodies M comes around.
Got no mana left on Cabochard.
JWoww, oh my gosh. He's been so close in these javelins, but I've seen him miss so many of these 1v1s.
Even that one javelin on Nami last game, where it looked like it was going to hit, but just the hitbox on it, it's a lot harder to actually land.
And that is an unfortunate thing for JWoww here as Cabochard just holds up against this turret. Should be able to last hit a good number of these. Bam! Even gets the harass down. JWoww's got to be real careful. Both do have teleport, and they'll back with a 3 CS difference.
And Ko now in the top lane making a visit, checking things out. But at the same time, Morden, he's been roaming around the jungle. He's been placing some wards, trying to keep tabs on Ko because he got that first blood down bottom and started to just upset that lane. Because Freeze with extra gold on him, they've been trying all game on Gamers 2 to keep him down. Didn't work out.
JWoww's going to TP back on in and really wants to bully this one, though.
Yeah, Cabochard TP'd as well, got 3 Doran's Blade for himself. Pretty much standard Kragus build.
That's true, yeah. A lot of guys go for this kind of build.
He's extremely strong. Those early stats really helped him.
And honestly, he had been bullied around just a little bit by JWoww's Nidalee, so...
And the fact that...
Gotta make sure he's safe.
The fact that Flash was blown in the top lane by JWoww is going to allow Ko to push up again. And we saw this last game in this exact same matchup. Ko sometimes sneak himself up into that first bush and then wait for Cabochard to use his ulti to knock JWoww into an unfavorable position. If JWoww's having any flashbacks from last game, it's going to happen soon.
Well, he's not going to get to flashback this game. It's on cooldown. Morden shows up to support him, though. We've seen this one before. Explosive cast died as it hits Morden, actually. JWoww going to get some harass down, but maybe not too much follow-up, but it's enough to get him away.
If that cast had hit JWoww and had been off to the right a little bit, would have been disaster for him.
Pretty close, but nothing really happens here. Ko, not level 6 just yet. Morden going to get blue buff here to Ocelot. And Ocelot is holding pretty much equal right now in this matchup here against Alex Sitch. He was winning by a bit more in the first game of the Syndra versus Orianna matchup. This time around, going to play some Xerath and get some of that long-range damage out right here. Gamers 2, I think, are much happier to play a little bit of a slower game and wait for team fights in Siege.
Gamers 2 pushing in on the bottom lane here on Freeze. Voidal getting themselves pretty much even in CS. They haven't backed yet, so I think that some ganks will be coming down here soon with Morden hit 6 and Ko hit 6, because that is the area that you want to back right now. Those are the people you want to free up. They'll be hitting their little gold spikes soon, where they want to back.
But the thing about G2 is they are the team perennially pushing in this bottom lane right there. Explosive shot from Tristana makes that very easy. So if NIP ever does back, they give up part of a minion wave to do so, whereas G2 gives up much less from their bottom lane. And I want to see when these guys do force.
Oh, looks like a gank might be head middle now.
You know what's interesting actually is the fact that Rydell died actually gives more gold to Gamers 2 because he actually upgraded his GP10. He had enough for Targon's Brace.
they'll eventually start catching up, I guess, if the lane just stays
in a really, really minor way.
Slow way.
Of like 25 gold a minute.
Wow. If we keep up at that, it'll be about 16 minutes before they catch up the gold.
16 minutes will catch the first blood. 24 if you count the assist. But hey, we're 9 minutes in so far. He's getting there. 500 gold difference right now. JWoww still taking harass there. Cabochard throwing the barrels down. Still a very close fight. You can see why JWoww wants the matchup. Morden, oh, he reveals, he goes on in, but the root's gonna land. Cabochard separates the two of them, but can he get away? A slow's gonna land. More bridge comes through. The second root comes in. He's gonna give the kill over to JWoww. They knew the flash was down. Beautiful play by G2.
Cabochard saw the exclamation point on his head and he tried to body slam away, but Morden actually ended up after the lead on the opposite side of Cabochard and he interrupted the body slam.
It's beautiful stuff. Worked incredibly well. You can see Freeze now taking a bunch of damage, has to burn his summoner heal. I assume that must have been a hook from Rydell to get that much damage down. So hey, this Blitz pick is working against Thresh.
Yeah, they have the pressure on. They have this early game from Tristana, which is very, very good. Explosive shot damage and the poke down. And then just having the fact that she clears waves so quickly allows Blitzcrank to have more openings to poke.
Yeah, this is one of the cool things I like about this matchup is there's so many weird sort of externality is not the right term for it, but interesting combos with supports. So if you're always pushing, a Leona is really useless because you can't dive turrets unless you've got jungle support, so she basically can't do anything the entire laning phase. With Blitzcrank, if your opponents have no minions, they have to give up CS because you will eventually hit one of those and give up a lot of damage. And so a perennially pushing Tristana makes Blitz really good because there's nothing in the way. And again, Freeze went for the really greedy pick of Kog'Maw and says, I can outplay you. This is his third summoner spell lost because of Blitz.
I would say there are some pretty interesting nuances.
There's the one.
In the support combos. Just gameplay stuff. I like that.
Yeah.
Also, the thing with Blitzcrank is even if you are not pushing, you're underneath the turret.
Right.
So it's like, you just don't want to be in that middle ground. You always want to be pushing up, or you want to be at your turret, being pushed in. Freezing, not that great, but hey, Tristana, you're never going to be freezing away.
Yeah, I know Yuki actually... Yeah, actually the first game when they were in the 1v2, Yuki had 4 points in Q and 2 in W at level 7 and just didn't learn explosive shot until they got to the 2-on-2 lane. He waited until like level 8. Oh, Ocelot gonna get Shockwave. Good damage. The Q lands from Ko as well. He's got nowhere to go. Doesn't have any summoners left to spend, and he's gonna go down to Alex Ich. And he making that 2 kills to 1.
We talked about how Alex is just bringing up these junglers, Diamond extremely aggressive. Now he's got Ko. And when we thought about Alex each with Diamond, it was just the synergy they had. Every time you talked about that combination, just the fluidity in the ganks, just the setup. And now, Alex and Ko kind of getting that same thing going. Lack of hesitation, just as soon as the call's made, Ko is going to go. And he's going to try to make a play.
And he's been making a bunch of good plays here so far. 2 assists, he's made every kill happen for his team so far. So far more than Morden has. That is a matchup that has gone well. We talked about this being the only matchup that was undisturbed by roster changes in the direct sense. And Ko continues to look like the player that was helping NIP win the series last time around. Oh, Cabochard gonna get jumped on. Good damage comes through. Wanted a body slam to block the pounce damage, but couldn't do it in time. JWoww is actually building a bit of a lead here, though. He's got the Cutlass and the double Doran's really high lifesteal.
So big thing about the Nidalee now is that because she has Cougar Form available to her before level 6, you can wave clear pretty dang easily. So he's able to just clear these waves out when he's left to his own devices or when Cabochard has to back, and then he gets an opportunity to back very early. But he's not going to do it. He's just going to stick around and continue to harass. He does have a bit of advantage in this lane by about 20 CS, so he wants to push it and not let up.
You pretty much, I feel like you want to recall right on power spikes. It's 1350 gold from here to Ruin King being completed.
There's no flashes in this mid lane, and both junglers are looking around, and Morden popping his ultimate. Ko is off on the left side. And he doesn't really have time to close this distance now, and he's going to go after Ko.
Root goes on to Ko, gets away from the Q there, and some harass comes out from Ocelot. But good instinct by Morden to realize that actually Ko was in the wings. Oh, of course, yeah, Rengar ulti shows him. I was like, there's no wards, how does he know? Right, Rengar. I don't plan for Rengar to realize that, but that's actually really cool. It's counter gank sense.
He just knew, somehow.
He just somehow he sensed it.
It's like the thrill of the hunt or something.
Yeah, I just got excited and realized it.
Just knew. Heightened sense. His pupil became dilated. One pupil on Rengar.
Yep. Second one was for Lee Sin.
And these junglers, both of them have eye problems.
Yes.
There's one eye between these two.
Where's Master Yi so you can kind of help them out? Lens them around.
Compensate.
Yeah. Red team picks up Dragon, though. That's a really good play by Ninjas in Pyjamas. They just had the health bars.
They also had the vision on it, too.
Yeah.
There was a ward on the wall from Gamers, too, but Morden just had no ability to get it. His smite used on the red buff. Or even before that. So they were able to go for it with pretty much no contest.
And another slow and methodical game for NIP. So there's the Rune King. JWoww might flip the matchup finally. But NIP are happy to play a pretty slow game. Ko has really not found his way in on matchups very much. Only 39 CS on Lee Sin is actually a pretty low mark. So he's been looking at lanes, but unable to turn them very often. Whereas Morden is spending a lot more time farming. To be fair, he is getting less ganks for it. But NIP just a really, really sort of low contact game.
Yep, Rydell looking for Alex. He gets
gonna land the hook. He does not have flash. He does have shockwave, but the CC chain pretty massive. Alex finally gets unstunned. Goes for the harass on Ocelot, gets the stun there, but here goes Morden. Claims the kill, says, guys, I'm part of this fight.
He's too tanky. That was crazy. Took forever to take out Alex each there. Took 3 people. Ocelot got chunked down as well in the meantime. And Rydell with the great hook there. And that's exactly what we're talking about. You want to roam as the Blitzcrank support. We talked about it at the start. It's exactly what his MO is. And they're going to go straight after this turret and use the overdrive to get himself some extra attack speed.
And Rydell last hits the turret, says, you stole my kill, I will take the turret credit there. Goes +1 in that column. Bot lane still getting pushed around, and these guys are now trying to invade a bit. Morden gets a ward over the wall. And they're going to say, look, let's try to control the upper jungle just a little bit more. I'm actually surprised they didn't go farther in and try to really just take over the red buff area and try to use JWoww's lead here to take more.
JWoww is actually doing a decent amount of damage now with just his regular auto attacks with the Blade of the Ruined King on Cabochard. It's going to force him. It looked like he was trying to back, but he might be getting a call from Ko now that Ko's coming top.
I've actually looked at a lot of post-game graphs of Nidalee in competitive, and she tends to go almost exactly 50-50 in terms of physical and magic damage to champions. So the autos actually match up really closely with her spell damage, and it makes itemizing, of course, difficult, but also means she has % health physical as well as % health magic damage. There's no easy itemization choice here for Cabochard.
He's got Ko in the wings. Can he knock him back? Morden looking top because Cabochard's now playing a little fishy. A little different than he was previously.
These junglers keep having the same instincts. Now, the first time around, Morden wasn't there in time.
There's a trap right there, so Ko can't actually go further.
Goes for him, kicks back JWoww. There's the body slam, not going to land on a JWoww just yet. Flash comes across, more explosive barrel damage. And JWoww, one hit from depth. They're going to try to blow up Ko, who hasn't gone down just yet. Morden claims that one back, gets a trophy, and yes, he has got a red buff. Does he chase Cabochard down, though? He's hitting minions, getting as much ferocity back as possible, but he's still a charge to go. Doesn't want to overextend. Here comes Asa, walks through a ward, has to flash the body slam from Cabochard. Did he even want to roam at all? And now the hook, they're on to Voidal, who does not have flash, puts the box down. Rydell, low on health, silences, tries to run away from this one. Looks like he will be going, and picking up the kill now is Freeze. Yuki now in a very rough 1v2, but looks like he can't get enough either. Yuki, by the way, ulted Voidal back and saved him, and now will go down to Freeze with this one. So 2 kills picked up off a bit of a misplay there from G2.
Saving Voidal's life with the Buster shot and not finishing him was huge because he didn't get another rocket jump off of it. And also his rocket jump that he used didn't actually land on top of Freeze. And now
oh, wow.
He's looking for something in that mid lane. Might just be a ward. Now they're trying to return the pressure. They don't have a turret now in the mid lanes. They can chase them pretty far. Oh, Ko took it, and they saw that.
Oh, he's going to be okay for this one, though. He walks right on out. He's going to stay safe. One thing that's unfortunate for G2 also is they took that fight by the time Freeze had Trinity Force, which was the power spike that flips the matchup. Freeze was more powerful than Yuki there. If Yuki had ulted Kog'Maw back instead, there's no way he flashed to get back in range there, and they get the separation kill on the Voidal, though. Yeah. I don't think they respected the fact that his flash was down. I don't think they knew, because you don't have to ult that early on a slow-moving support who's been CC'd multiple times.
Yeah, you ulti the Kog'Maw away, and you just focus down the support that you hooked, and just can finish the job.
Yeah, and in 2-on-1, Freeze has to run away. Another hook means he dies.
Rido's looking for this Ko-Nose. Ko-Nose.
Yeah, well, he was on a pink ward in the first place. The hook, it's going to grab the blue buff, and they burst it out. Morden steals it away with a smite. Nice.
Minute on Dragon. Everybody's trying to set up for it now, but a nice little slip away there. Like the hooks from Rydal, he knows how to play that Blitzcrank, whether it's a solo Q Terror or if he's bringing it into competitive play. Having a good showing on it.
And so far, it's, you know,
decent.
Yeah, like, I think Rydal's playing it about as perfectly as he can. Again, that one misplay by Yuki should have been a kill for G2 instead of a double for Freeze. Otherwise, largely some good plays there. Morden going to go ahead and set up blue buff once again for Ocelot. So both blues go to G2 in the 19th minute. And now can they make something off of that? They are only 1,000 gold away. They have finally taken that mid lane outer turret, though bot lane getting hit pretty heavily there. Can they make a play onto Freeze? Rydal looks for it, gets hooked, and doesn't quite land on a Freeze. He's going to take so much damage. Here comes Ko as well. This is not good for G2. Buster Shot comes in, but it's too late. Ko gets the kill, and that is Rydal going down. Great lantern by Voidal.
Rydal looked for the hook, but he got hooked himself, and it was just way too much. The damage burst. Ocelot
on a ward, wants to push Freeze away, but this turret is still going to go down. And now Yuki's got to be careful. Roccat jumps out. He's going to stay safe.
And Voidal had a really good lantern back previously to allow Ko to just cover the distance of that ward that was in that second bush. Now Dragon's up. They don't have a Blitzcrank.
But NIP have a whole team and a pink ward as well. Does Morden really want to try this one? I don't think he can. Dragon going down pretty quickly. The ward's dying as well. Vision really going away for G2 here. And of course, Ocelot's ulti down as well. This Q going to come out a little too early. And Dragon picked up with a nice smite there. And Lee Sin making it happen. 3,000 gold, putting NIP ahead.
And these objectives have been falling into NIP's hands throughout the mid-game in both of these two games that we've seen today, which are really when they're worth the most amount of gold. Gamers too, they've been trying to focus on the laning phase, but I think they're tunneling on it too hard. They are winning top lane, and they were winning bottom for a bit in terms of CS, but once you get these CS leads, you have to group up and start getting objectives off. You can't just sit on what you have, because NIP is going to get the objective, and then they actually have more gold, despite being down in CS.
Yeah, and it's weird how little Gamers 2 have managed to do with the Rengar pick. He rushed Spirit Visage there. Not Moby Boots, not getting the cooldown boots either. He doesn't have the same impact with his ultimate. I feel like at this stage of the game, maybe I'm wrong actually, but I feel like Ko had done more by this point in the game on his own Rengar.
So, sorry.
It's a scary thing for G2 when all they're doing is their dedicated 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 matchups.
Yeah, a thing here with the build is that Morden went straight for the completed Spirit Visage.
Right.
Whereas Ko got the Kindle Gem, then he completed the boots. But now, speaking of Ko,
knock back on a J-Bar. The Q lands from Ko, and they're going to get the kill traded back, though. Big damage goes on the Cabo Shard. Now the junglers are fighting. That's actually an equal trade.
Yeah, both top laners just went back and forth on that. And they both got drops. Pretty quick and flashy play. But now both the junglers are occupied in the top lane, which means that everybody else is free to roam without that pressure available.
And right now it's the early recall for Morden. He wants to be back around somewhere else on the map. See what he picks up off this one. He got a kill for himself.
These hyper carries both trying to farm up Tristana, trying to reach those 2-item power spikes, and then transition into the third, whereas Kog'Maw, he is pretty damn powerful right now with just those two. And no real armor on the enemy team, or magic resistance.
This is weird though. Morden went and picked up a Giant's Belt. Still no extra mobility. I guess he's really not relying on his ulti. He just wants to be a frontline tank. That is his main goal. It's just a different style. And I mean, I don't want to sell him short. He is 3-0-1. He is obviously making plays happen. G2 only down 2,500 gold. It's not that big of a deficit. It's not a Rengar style I'm used to.
Yeah. If they can get the next dragon, then they'll basically become even in gold. They're actually pretty close. They'll be about 1,000 down still, depending on how the fight goes. But they just have to set up for it properly, and that would involve getting a pick with Morden, also using Ocelot's ultimate effectively, which we haven't really seen this game.
That's true. I think I've only seen one.
Yeah, Ocelot's been using it to kind of clear waves, and not much else. Where we'll see some aggressive Xeraths just try to poke people out of lane over and over again, and then be like, all right, if you stay in lane, you're going to get ultied. Freeze actually has Voidal here off on the wing, so if JWoww makes a move.
Has to be really afraid the Rune King used to get him away faster, and Freeze says, okay, you got out, but it's going to be pressure on the turret now. Morden chasing down, jumps to a minion, and can't get much else there. Back up safe, but Ko wants to kick in. Yuki, he does. That was interesting. But he's going to rocket jump himself away, and this one, Yuki's still trying to run away. Big damage comes out from Cabochard. Shockwave catches on to 2. That is big from Alex, but gets hooked on it anyway. Rydell trying to fight for his life. Ko low on HP. Now the chase in. They want this kill, but no, he's going to get away with the flash.
Ocelot's coming
with
in.
The shield. Ocelot, one more hit. He gets Alex Inch. Reset on the rocket jump. Now, can they get more for this one? Cabochard very much on the wrong side of the map, and Rydell survives with the scarcest of shields from his passive.
But meanwhile, this top tier 2 turret, it has a ton of damage coming onto it now from NIP. They're going to claim this one for themselves and just actually come out on top in terms of gold.
So now how much more can G2 get? They sent some guys back to defend. They still have Tristana pushing. NIP picked up 2 turret kills, whereas Gamers 2 picked up 2 champion kills. And Ocelot, ooh, good flash, but Ko didn't have his ulti. He baited it, basically.
He faked him. Wow, Ko with the mind games.
All right, and again, Ocelot having a really hard time locking his champion down. Yeah, he will get away. So the second tier 2 bottom, ooh. I think he's safe.
Able to run away.
Oh, Cabochard
guard.
doesn't have explosive cast though. He's all right.
Wow.
So this ended up being a better trade for G2. They got more champion kills than that outer turret was worth. They both got tier 2 turrets.
The fact that they were able to trade it with Tristana and just hold off on the mid lane was really big for them. I want to see what happens with Ocelot and not having Flash in the next fight, because it won't be up for this dragon. He does play pretty far back, and he is going to have a blue buff for this. So I want to keep tabs on all of these little things, because they're going to play huge factors in the next fight if it's a contest, which I think Gamers 2 would be wise to go for. Everybody just needs back now, buy their items from both sides, and then set up for the dragon.
That's going to be the big risk, though. 26 minutes in, you take a team fight that also results in Dragon. Whoever wins this fight gets a gigantic lead on the map. How risk-averse are you as a team? Of course, if you don't contest, you just give up the 1,800-ish gold that Dragon's worth.
Right now, Cabochard's going to continue to push the top lane, and JWoww is going to join a fight in the mid with 30 seconds on Dragon right now, and no teleports available for either side. He's going to have a red buff coming into this, and Ocelot's going to have a blue.
Really good timing on the buffs going down on this. This is a fortunate timing for G2.
Cabo's now coming down. He's going to be a part of this fight. They are going to try and fight for this dragon.
15 seconds.
You have to set up for
it. Pink comes down. Oof, close from Rydell. He did take that one step back to look. Oh,
got him.
Hook comes into Voidal. He does not have flash. He doesn't have the box, though, and Rydell gets exploded at the start of the fight for nothing, basically. Ulti in from Ocelot gets some damage down, but not enough to matter. Freeze takes a javelin. Doesn't care about that either.
They weren't completely positioned for it off of the Rydell hook, and it kind of put Voidal in the range, just put down a good fox.
The fact that he was not ready to follow up on that hook was pretty rough. Smite comes in, great dragon pickup there for Ko. NIP get a kill and a dragon. They're up 3,500.
They also used a bunch of ultimates from Gamers too. Ocelot's is down and Morden's.
Wow. And this is not the happy place for G2 then. If only they were there to capitalize on the hook. Gonna say it again. If they were there, Voidal gets blown up. They trade supports, but the fight would probably still look decent for the guys. Freeze now gets his own red buff. They were down that in the fight, didn't even matter. Sweeps that all away, and G2've got to go back and wait around for a few more minutes.
Gamers 2 were in a pretty good position to contest that fight, but they just didn't have the actual real-time positioning for it. They had the red, they had the blue, they had everything they wanted, they backed, they had items. Just getting caught out there on Voidal, which actually ended up being a catch on the Rydell, because everybody was in position for it.
Well, we talked about the role swap rather being a fix in communication. G2 thought he did communicate better for the team, but that was a mistake on the teamwork side there for G2, and they're now on the back foot here. NIP ready to siege in this mid lane.
Mid lane pushing top. Hook on to Rydell again.
Looks like we will trade some stuff, and Rydell is simply going to go down right away. Another kill comes through, a trade in turrets though. NIP come out ahead once more.
And meanwhile, top turret goes down like you said. So the gold isn't completely swinging out of favor.
But here's the problem, is the gold is all swinging towards Freeze. He is 5-0-1 on Kog'Maw. His team has left him basically untouched in team fights. So much damage is coming out from this Kog here. He is going to remain above Yuki in threat this game, and there's really no good ways to reach him.
Yeah, that's true. The hard engage is really just Morden, but Morden is not in a position to actually just keep Freeze locked down. And then the damage follow-up is kind of Yuki at this point. He's about 1.4k down, but then across the board, just little subtle advantages here for NIP, except in that top lane. That's where they're leveraging a little bit of weight for Gamers 2.
And JWoww is doing his very best to push this one around 1, 2, and 4. Definitely a better score line than 0-3-3. But how much more can he make happen? JWoww right now focused on farming himself up. Level 16, takes a jungle camp, can go back to the top lane a bit later on. But with outer turrets down, it's a little bit harder to push through. Also, G2 with the rest of their team losing, can't easily give ward control in. Morden gonna take a whole bunch of damage, and Freeze wants him, forces the flash away from the Rengar. And out he goes, a summoner spell lost once again.
Ooh, Morden half HP, and now the setup for Baron from NIP. They have their ultimates available except for Ko, and now it's just darkness for Gamers 2.
They didn't even need Nocturne to do it. In Pyjamas, gonna start this one up. Ko in the front lines.
Trying to bait them in. They're in a catch-22 right now. You have to get wards in positioning on this.
The Javelins aren't finding anything yet, but that would reveal. There's the Ocelot ultimate, comes in, decent damage on towards Freeze, but he gets a shield and they back on out. That is enough to make NIP back away. Look at that G2 get in. They actually get to take the wards away and maybe get
Tier 2 turret. Tier 2 mid.
Oh, Tier 2 mid. JWoww's going to show up. They can pressure the inhibitor as well. This is good for G2.
They get a good trade off of that. It's only a 2.4k gold difference now. Ko, he's trying to make something happen, but... Oh, Rydal, what?
He is very much in the wrong spot. Rydal, what is happening to you? Third time in a row, he is very much in the wrong place. The jump on in, this could be good. Ko gets knocked back into the team, gets a lantern out if he wants it. G2 lose a kill, and they lose control of mid once again.
Rydal flashed over the wall into about 3 people to try and land a hook, but I don't know even if there was going to be capitalization off of that hook. The team just wasn't with him.
It's not like he's
not on
fresh.
the same page. Exactly.
Yeah. That is very strange from Rydal. I do not know what happened here, but this has not been the right choice for the man here. Not his game, to be certain. Now, Baron Nashor taking plenty of damage. Mid lane is pushable. G2, they're going to contest Baron, but they could take a mid inhibitor.
Morden's coming in.
They really want to fight this one out, and NIP going to respect that. Shockwave catches 2. Yuki's in a really bad spot. Box comes down. He's going to fall surely. And that is 2 kills. They trade one back onto the Gragas. But G2 taking another losing fight.
Freeze.
Massive damage. Baron gets picked up. JWoww's got nothing else to do. Can he get the damage? No, he can't. 3 kills picked up, and Baron, NIP get a clean one there.
Ocelot popping the ghost to get out, and the Baron onto 4 members of NIP. Rydal's now here. Shut down!
The stun comes in, though. That was a bit aggressive from Freeze.
That's another flash forward that's very questionable in this game. Whew. So I guess Baron on 3 members now for NIP.
Yeah.
They're going to just try to take control of this jungle. Ko is seen out. Ocelot going to try to nuke him.
Oh.
He's going to take
Ko doesn't want to stay.
He doesn't have smite.
He's aggressive, but he's not that aggressive.
He's aggressive, not dumb.
Well, seen some weird moves before. He's largely very smart. Everyone makes mistakes. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say. He is not dumb. He is a very good player. Let's be real on this one. Gamers 2 trying to lick their wounds.
Look at all those wards NIP has around the Baron. They were set up for that. Scattered wanted complete vision of that area. Every little nook and cranny that anybody could sneak into, they had vision of. Gamers 2 was not going to get in there without a fight.
Nope, and they simply just didn't get in there without, losing a lot of members for that one. So not exactly ideal there. It is in Pyjamas now playing the minion sweeping game as the rest of their teams recall back and buy up. LCS grabs some magic resist to make sure Ocelot doesn't single him out.
15 seconds on Dragon. Everybody's setting up for it. On Gamers 2 side, NIP, they're going to be a little late to the party. They have to swap their wards over to the opposite side, or else they won't have coverage.
And they don't really. Dragon is up. 5,000 gold difference, not that big, but 3-man Baron is worth quite a bit here. NIP come across. There's a sweeper coming out. They're going to get rid of some of these wards, and they just like brazenly walk into the darkness. Hook onto Ko! They're going to lock him up there. Kill picked up by Yuki. Great hook there.
No smite
from the blitz, and exactly smite is gone. NIP in a 4v5. They've got to back out.
Man, it's just been Gamers 2's wild Rydal today.
Yeah.
Just over and over again. It's like, am I going to get a hook and just win us the Dragon off of 1? Or am I going to get a hook, not have you guys follow up, and then they get Dragon?
Or flash into their team.
Rydal card.
Rydal card! Right now, though, it's going to get them the Dragon. So back into this game, 3,000 gold. Look at the swing. 1 kill, 1 Dragon. 40% of the lead just disappeared.
Yeah, exactly. And now there's Baron buff, I believe, only on 2 members of NIP.
And G2 can work their way back in. Top lane, big wave. Cabochard will sweep that away. And keep in mind, Cabochard's build is not a great team fighting build. He does not have very high damage output. He's not even all that tanky. Tristana can actually kill him in this battle fairly easily. G2, they do realize the 5th member's back alive, but they're getting some decent damage down. They didn't quite want to stay in case of an explosive cask. That turret is 1 wave from death.
Yeah, Cabochard is more of a can I peel for freeze. He's got a little bit of that cooldown reduction that you don't always have on Gragas with his builds currently. He also has tank stats for both resistances and HP, so he's looking to be a meat shield alongside Ko, so that the main damage sources are going to be Alex and Freeze. If you can get to either of them or get a hook on them, then you'll be able to win that fight for Gamers 2. But you want to avoid the big guys.
Yes, you do. See if you can do it. Cooldowns back up pretty much across the board.
Yuki had it for last Whisper. He's going for the Blade of the Ruined King as his final damage item here on the Tristana.
It's the right choice.
It's really good because you'll multiply the effect on it by your Q attack speed. Just get it off.
You will get through Ko and Cabochard pretty cleanly here.
But his dueling against Freeze will be a little lower. That's just the only. That's the only thing. If they're left to a one-on-one, which I don't think they ever will be, but if it ever comes down to it, it'll be a pretty close toss-up depending on crits.
That's just going to be all kinds of scary.
Rydell.
Chance in. Oh, he got Alex Ich! Damage comes through, Lander comes across, the team's going to stay safe. There wasn't quite enough follow-up, but they did burn his summoner heal. Ko goes in, kicks in JWoww. Can he get away? No, he cannot. In comes Thresh. Alex Ich claims the kill, and out goes Ko safely. Shockwave catches Morden. Big fight NIP, and they are there to push the base down.
That was so strange. Rydell gets an amazing hook, but I don't think Yuki was in the vicinity to follow up with the auto-attack damage on anybody in that fight. I think he was off to the right.
A little bit too far away, unfortunately, but that could have been a gone mid laner. Alex's flash, I believe, was still down for a couple of seconds at that time. Now, how good is the wave clear from Ocelot? The minions are gone, but Rydell, flash hook, catches Voidal, down he goes. Ko, a couple hits from Dead, can't quite get the damage, 1 hit away, but Cabochard is. And in goes Yuki, he wants Alex Ich, the slow from Freeze might be enough. Rydell's hook is back up in 1 second, his W's back up in 1 second now as well. He's gonna go for this. Can he catch Alex? No flash. No flash for Freeze either. Slowfield comes down, can't quite claim it. The harass from Ocelot, whose ulti's almost back up too.
His ultimate is so close. Ko off on the wings. What is Gamers 2 going to be able to get for this? There's some home guard boots on the side of NIP, but I don't think they'll be able to capitalize just yet.
So Gamers 2 look in the jungle, say, oh, can't counter jungle Wolves, nothing there. They could have gone top lane actually with Tristana. I think she would have been safe and made that turret go down, but it brings the game back to 3,500. Still a very close game. And
man, there's some heart attacks happening here.
Yeah.
Like, every time a hook goes off, it's like, oh, we got him, but it didn't work out for the team.
Who's it gonna be? Which team's getting the kill on that hook? You never know. Doesn't even matter which team hooks, you still don't know which team's gonna kill him.
That flash hook was kind of delayed too. He flashed forward, stood there like, what am I doing? I don't care. And then throws out the hook. Right as Voidal threw out a hook too. So the Thresh was throwing a hook off to the right as he was getting hooked in. It's kind of like a draw. Had an old Western hook. Gamers 2 invade, they get themselves a blue. Baron in 50 seconds and nobody's set up for it at this point. They are all just focused on getting vision of one side of the jungle, but it's not that side.
Baron Nashor, 42 seconds. Dragon, 1 minute 45. Separated enough that if you get control, you can get one to the other very cleanly. Control over the jungle, or will it be a siege? That's the test here. JWoww continuing to do pretty well. He is actually staying above Cabochard. That is still something that G2 can rely on.
Rydell is the hinge on which Gamers 2 is swinging. Like, does he get a hook? Yeah, oh.
Yep.
I don't know which one it is. Or it's, oh yeah.
It's a revolving door.
There you go. Which way is it going to swing?
In a circle.
Clockwise? Counterclockwise.
I think they always go clockwise.
I don't know.
No, they only go... Do they like all go counterclockwise?
I don't know. I think they all go...
Because you go in on the right, almost
yeah,
always.
I think they...
Yeah. I'm pretty sure most revolving doors go counterclockwise. I think it's actually...
What if they just go both ways? And it's whichever way you push, then you can just
That's true.
Just stare at somebody and push against them and be like, no, you're trapped.
That's messed up. No one should ever do that.
I could see you doing that, actually.
Only to you, not to strangers. NIP set up for Baron, though. It is alive, and they are getting rid of wards right here. Gamers 2, once again, they are bashing their heads up against these Baron fights and these Dragon fights time and again. Because they're looking for the hooks. They're not trying to trade objectives. They're trying to battle and get free picks.
Dragon in 30. Is that going to be the mini objective that they go after, and then they'll fight over Baron? Because Baron's just too much damage on the teammates?
Well, any of the AD carries and junglers could solo the Dragon. They could just send that one guy over and posture 4v5 at Baron. It would work pretty well. Ko is the big frontline tank for the team. Ruby's sight's on actually already, so he's actually invested in getting a lot of new wards down. Voidal trying to join soon. Looks like Randuin's will come into his inventory eventually. Big wave top lane not being reacted to by NIP.
That turret will go down in about a wave. We'll have to see what ends up happening. Ko, he's looking to wrap around. Get anything for it, because NIP are just going to get rewarded a turret. Or sorry, Gamers 2 are just going to get rewarded a turret.
3,000 gold again.
Such a close game here. It's off of those hooks. It's off of the engagements. There's traps. You have to avoid them.
They did that, and they rushed right in for Baron Nashor. Half HP going down incredibly fast.
So fast.
JWoww on the wrong side, right on that around as well. Ulti comes in from Ocelot.
Oh!
Doesn't get the steal. Picked up by the red team now, and Voidal running in towards the front line. Morden is around trying to escape on this one.
They have them pinched. Yuki with the red buff.
Big damage comes out from Yuki. Ko low on health. There's a hunt from Nidalee. Will he go in? Shockwave catches Yuki, but he gets away to safety. Freeze gets locked up. More slows come across. Big damage. There's the hook in. Freeze in the air. He's going to go down. JWoww claims the kill. Lantern going to save Ko, but he's got to be careful on this one.
It's that hook, man. Rydal every time. It's either a kill for his team or the other team.
Yep.
One or the other is going to come out on top.
No AD carry for 45 seconds. This means G2 can push in. This is at least an inhibitor. How much can they get, though? NIP can heal up. Turret goes down. Inhibitor now under fire. NIP knows to not defend without their AD carry, but Voidal will go back and heal up. Dragon is still alive. Keep that in mind. G2 can recoup all of the gold lost from Baron and then some.
Statistically,
work out the Baron.
When you take an inhibitor, you're more likely to win the game than the team that takes the Baron. From a statistical standpoint, let's see if those statistics hold true, because now they're going to have super minions and they can push leverage in other lanes. Now they're just 2k gold behind, not even that, 1.9, 1.8k.
Yeah.
Very close game here, pretty much off the back of their good team fighting and the fact that Rydal's landing all of these hooks. I think halfway through the game, he's like, I'm going to land these hooks if I see the opportunity. You guys better be there to follow me up.
Right now, it's gotten better. He was, I believe, at one point 0-6-3. Now he's 0-6-7. So 4 untarnished assists now for the support, getting these mid to late game picks. And to be honest, they are largely picks that a Thresh wouldn't have gotten.
Yes.
Like, I really am very confused by some of the comparisons of Thresh is a better Blitzcrank, because you can't pull an Orianna across the map.
He's a better lane phase Blitzcrank.
Sure.
Because he can set up ganks.
In 80% of situations, Thresh is better, sure.
Yeah.
And he's a better defender, but the picks that Rydal are getting are not picks you get with any other champion in the game, period.
Yes, because he can hook you over a wall in the late game.
Right.
One late game team fight is won by a Blitzcrank picking you off. He's like the ultimate pick comp support.
Freeze got pulled in. That's an inhibitor.
Somebody got pulled over a wall. Well, Thresh couldn't have done that.
And hey, keep in mind, you can cleanse, you can QSS, you can Mikhail's Crucible a Thresh hook and walk away and maybe flash. You can't do that to Blitz, man. Just saying.
JWoww.
Blitz gets a bad rap, but he's pretty good.
JWoww's going to try to go after Cabochard here. Even if he throws a hook out, he would have to just break the Banshee's Veil first.
It's not too bad, isn't it, Italy?
Rydal. Walking by.
He's 3 levels down on Ko. Rydal is, he's not staying in lanes for very long.
JWoww is actually spotted here. Ko is looping around him. Ko is going to be in front of JWoww.
And JWoww sees this. Can he get his team there in time?
Tristana pushing top.
Yeah, they're buying time for Yuki. How much time can they buy? Because they know G2 can defend with 4. If you overcommit to chasing Nidalee, you get picked off from the team fight. If you undercommit, she gets away.
Oh, if he stops him.
Oh, Cabochard knocked in
he
the air.
stopped him.
Rydell is here to do whatever he can. Ko is still going to recall. They have to defend Tristana, who rocket jumps forward. They might lose top and hit. Alex will be defending that one. Cabochard gets rooted up. Big damage comes in. Explosive cast. Damage towards Alex is there from Yuki, but he can take this turret down, and he will do so in one more auto attack. There it goes. Cabochard does get away without having to flash.
Wow.
I'm sorry, with having to flash.
Yuki gets that top turret. He pulls 3 members to the top lane. Now Ocelot in the mid, cutting them off.
Rydell
looking for the hook.
Doesn't quite find it, but a big wave is continuing to push now in the mid lane. NIP have to defend that right there. These guys had Baron buff. NIP had Baron, and G2 say, no, you are dictated by us.
Good call on the split push there with Yuki. They now have an exposed inhibitor in the top, so minions in the middle lane, and then they had this Nidalee just running around the bottom. They thought he was cut off, and instead, they play the split push game perfectly.
Full item Tristana. Actually, weirdly, he actually hit full items before Freeze did. He has 120 CS, that's why. He's actually up 1,000 gold. They're up 3 turrets. They're down on Dragons and Barons, though. I feel like Global Gold's actually still NIPs.
Yeah.
But 100 CS, 130 CS got him an item lead. So he actually, I take it back, he now out-damages Freeze.
Yeah, 130 CS, pretty damn big number there. 441 highest CS in the game, 320.
Ooh.
That was
He didn't see Thresh when that came out.
It was close. Close one.
Wards are in the inventories of NIP. They will do whatever they can to get themselves control, to not get picked off by Blitz, and to make these sieges work. NIP is the team with a 1,700 gold lead. They're getting poked out by Ocelot right now. The wave clear very strong from Xerath, and as you can see, Ninjas and Pyjamas have not found a way in. Hook almost finds Voidal.
Inhibitor respawned in the middle, so they don't have that leverage anymore. They have to just stand here and fight and look for a pick. And NIP being the aggressors.
And keep in mind, there are 2 inhibitor turrets missing now for NIP. If G2 wins a fight, they can knock both inhibs down, and that will ensure the map control for 4 minutes.
Rydell, they're playing around that hook and the positioning of NIP. And NIP, they're just trying to poke as much as they can, but they don't really have a lot of poke orientation. They just have wave clear. Ko on the left. I guess the north. If anybody goes to clear that ward, they're going to get hooked. A lot of Banshee's Veils here for the team of NIP as well. Just scared of those hooks. I like the choice.
They have to be. If the hook lands, you're done for. Of course, they're grabbing a bunch of Banshee's Veil, duh. But if it's down, your life becomes pain really quickly.
This is just a really dark map. And the objectives are coming up in 40 seconds.
Yep. NIP spent a lot of time sieging bot lane, and G2 had to be very specific about where they moved, because they knew an actual 4-on-4 they lose to Baron buff. So they had to be very smart about where their fights were, and they did not head towards the top lane. Both neutral objectives coming up in about 30 seconds. Rydell running around the map looking for ward control.
He's got to ward over this.
Freeze clears that. He's gonna clear that too. Puts 2 more down.
Yes.
Says, I dare you. Puts pink ward down, says, yeah, bring it. Wow. That's 4 CS for Freeze right there. That is the entire Sightstone of Rydell, practically.
I think he might be empty.
I mean, he put 4 of the 5.
Yeah.
I don't know if he put one down before then.
No, nope.
Completely dark. This is good. This is exactly right for G2. They shoved down mid.
Oh, they're going to rush the base.
Baron. They will lose 2 inhibs for this Baron.
Ocelot can stop backs if he uses his ultimate, but they're just going to rush the base instead. Are they going to force them off of it? Ko won't be back in time. Freeze won't be back in time.
Freeze and Ko want the Baron anyway. 2 inhibs will die for sure. And now how fast can they defend? These guys are going to wait around. They see that Baron buff was picked up, so they know people were around. And they don't actually get 2 Baron buffs. There's actually a flank coming in from NIP.
Freeze. Morden has his ultimate.
He's so alone! Freeze, why are you there? He's trying to get away, but he goes down for 3, and the fight's gonna start. 3-man shockwave. Barrow comes across. Ocelot puts the damage down. Morden has to flash away, but there is no AD carry. There is no follow-up for NIP.
They're going to go straight towards this mid lane now, and possibly this top inhibitor. They have Yuki. He's actually pretty healthy now, and they might get their second inhibitor.
Voidal has no health. This is a 5-on-3 right now, and Cabochard, Alexich, and Ko all have no ultimates. Second inhib goes down. Big wave in the mid lane. Not super minions just yet, but is it a cannon? It is actually super minion. Wow, that one already came in there. G2 have the way to push this in. 36 seconds on Kog'Maw. G2 want to end it right here.
They're going to go straight for this. The attack speed buff from JWoww. Used it on himself there. They get Cabochard.
They pull it into JWoww, half HP onto him.
Yuki.
Out goes Yuki, takes a bunch of damage, but they knock back Ko, and he can't close the kill. Cabochard and Alex can do, though, and now JWoww's got to be pretty careful. 2 more kills picked up without freeze. NIP pick up a 3 for 0.
They go straight after Yuki, the largest damage source on the team. Can they get Rydal? He's just running around trying to buy time, so there aren't any counter kills. Ooh.
Shockwave a bit early. Rydal's still running, though. Ocelot wants the pick on a Cabochard, has the damage.
Wow.
4 for 1, though.
Gets the pick there at the end. Ocelot, the only surviving member of Gamers 2. They get themselves 2 inhibitors. They got a little greedy there because they didn't have mana on JWoww during that push, and Yuki was just focused down, and the fact that they actually got good damage on him was really huge. Ko using the Sonic Wave, almost getting the Resonating Strike off, but able to just close that distance and keep him locked up, was really just pivotal in that fight.
So NIP hold on. The respawn still 20 seconds away. How many members of NIP will it take to push the base in? Rengar and Trist up in 12. They're still missing Cabochard. He will respawn last of everyone.
They can't really do anything about this on NIP's side because they have super minions just pushing down the middle. Play as Yuki, locked up. Has the attack speed slow on him now from Tempest Cripple. He's trying to run away, but he just gets picked up. And Cabochard and everybody else just dealing damage while JWoww has no mana. He's forced to go into his Cougar form, and his damage output's kind of stunted at this point because he doesn't have the HP to just stay alive and be persistent. The fact they got to Yuki was really big. He didn't have the peel and protection he needed.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, is G2, they don't have a real front line. And this is why he picked Trist instead of Kog'Maw. Smart choice there. He can self-heal a little bit.
He's got the Zephyr now, too, so.
That's suspect to me just because it's even less mobility than his old Berserker Greaves. So he has fewer ways of getting out of fights. Yeah. If you want to go for more damage, just grab a Phantom Dancer.
He doesn't have as much peel for himself, and the fact that there aren't a lot of things that Tenacity will help you with. It'll help you with some of the slows, but at the same time, there's no real hard CC that's going to lock you up that can be negated by Tenacity.
Yeah, if you're worried about CCs, buy a Mercurial Scimitar on top of your Banshee's Veil. I don't think Zephyr has a place on any marksman build in the game.
He's just trying to get attack speed so that he'll multiply the more damage he can take turrets.
You buy a Phantom Dance if you want one of those.
At the same time, though, he's looking for just that versatile item. I know you're persistent in this one.
I know.
I know you're very persistent.
Yes, I am. Look on the Voidal. Big damage coming through, and he will go down.
No flash on him either. They're just going to
wall.
face tank this and go after. They have super minions knocking on their Nexus turrets. NIP, they're in a bad position right now. Oh, but the inhibitors are respawning for them.
But the oh my God! Cabochard gets the shockwave though, and Cabochard gets out. Was that the bait? Alex is unstoppable now, picking up the kill on JWoww. Morden will fall as well. Freeze gets the credit. Cabochard low. Yuki forced to flash, but there is more artillery coming out, but he's out of range.
And it's just another one of those. You get the hook, who's gonna die? Gets the first hook, Voidal's gonna die. Gets the second hook.
They should turn this to get Freeze. They should turn. They should kill him.
They're trying to
kill him. They have the damage though. Freeze might just block down everybody. Ulti from Ocelot doesn't have enough damage. Stun comes out. One more artillery shot and he's gone.
So close.
Dissonance, he's faster. Boom! Kill picked up. That is an ace for 40 seconds. There are no minion waves, but NIP, can they get enough with Alex in just tanking with his shield and Azonias?
I think they might have enough here with the attack speed from Freeze. He's 12, 3, and 5. He's going to start chipping away at it. It's going to take a while, but they have about 30 seconds.
He needs to switch to, there we go. Alex is going to tank it now. He has the most armor of all these guys. You can see Freeze casting spells for Trinity Force procs occasionally. And there is the turret now onto the inhibitor. Gragas is now there as well, and Cabochard has become a tank. He can tank all of this. He's going to go for the Nexus turrets. 10 seconds on the respawns. Lower health bars now, but Cabochard is just very durable there. Turret number 1 down. Turret number 2 about to fall, but here comes JWoww. Explosive cast misses. He goes in. Big damage. JWoww very close to dead. They're going for the Nexus. In comes Morden as well. First kill comes through. Shockwave's going to make that a second one. 5 more seconds on respawns, and NIP fighting tooth and claw. Make it back in 53 minutes, 2-0.
Better than their last record against Gamers 2. It was 2-1.
Yeah.
Gamers 2 had a great showing that game. Rydell kind of back and forth in terms of consistency and follow-up from his team off the hooks. That was kind of the big pivotal point there was it going to be a hook for my team or a hook for their team? Who's going to come out on top? And in that very last hook, it was NIP that came out on top.
And that is the Orianna for you. That is Alex Ich back in the mid lane. 2 Orianna games. 2 phenomenal Orianna games. 7, 2, and 13 in that one. 22.6 thousand gold. Best in the game. And yeah, you hooked in a Gragas. The Gragas went to 10% health. But you know what? He got a shockwave on like 3 dudes right there. And the damage output stopped. He got to flash away. And everybody just went for the mop-up damage. Freeze was finally safe at the end of there, kiting away, not getting hooked, thankfully, and just had the damage out of the back line.
Yeah, and Yuki wasn't as fast to get away from that fight at the very end. Didn't have, Zerker's Greaves, didn't have Alacrity on them or anything along those lines. Goes for the Zephyr, a little less movement speed, and he's going to get chased down by a dissonanced Kog'Maw. And they didn't turn on him in time off of the stun and knock-up, and just a little bit of a miscommunication there. Because if they had turned on him all at the same time during the CCs and had that persistent damage, Freeze probably would have gone down.
Yeah, I think if they had coordinated, and that was the one little thing, is G2 just weren't on the same page every time. Occasional hooks going in the wrong places. Again, the 3-on-1 where they really could have killed him instead of getting 3 killed by the Cog. Little things like that could work for G2. They said putting in Rydell would fix communication issues. They're still not perfect. We will see them in the playoffs. We'll see them in the 3rd place match as well against H2K. Maybe they turn it around. We'll have to see. But guys, with the semifinals now complete, our Summer 2 bracket is finally filled out. Ninjas and Pyjamas advance to the finals to face SK Gaming Prime live on the LCS stage in Cologne, Germany on July 30th.
And the 3rd place match has also been set. It's H2K Gaming against Gamers 2 on July 29th.
But before those matchups, here's more LCS and Challenger action to keep you content. Tomorrow, the North American LCS kicks off Week 10 when LMQ and Complexity hit the Rift. Then it's Team Solo Mid and Evil Geniuses.
Afterward, it's Cloud9 versus Dignitas, then Counterlogic Gaming against Team Curse. Then the NA Challenger semifinals gets underway as Team Coast and Team 8 play a best-of-3 match.
And with that, we've reached the end of our time together tonight. But before we go, I want to say thanks again to our friends at Coca-Cola. Now for myself, Cyrene, and the entire live broadcast crew, thanks for watching, good night, and GG.
Speaking of Co, knockback on a J1. Q lands from Co. They're going to get the kill traded back, though. And NIP going to respect that. Shockwave catches Yuki. Yuki's in a really bad spot.
Box comes down. He's going to fall surely. And then his 2 kills, they trade 1 back onto the Gragas. But they did burn his summoner heal. Co goes in, kicks in JWoww. Can he get away? No, he cannot. In comes Thresh. Alex Ich claims the kill, and out goes Co safely. Shockwave catches Morden. Big fight NIP.
The inhibitors are respawning for them.
But the
oh my god!
Camo Shard gets the shockwave though, and Camo Shard gets out. Was that the bait? Alex Ich is unstoppable now, picking up the kill on JWoww. Morden will fall as well.
Yo, man, look at me, man. I got all the jewels. Look at my shoes, man. I'm sharp, man. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. I'm in love with a girl that I call old school. Sipping on my brandy, I'm feeling brand new. Got the feather in my hat because I'm just that cool. You peeping at my alligators bent kinda slew. They peeping at me pimping cause I got all the game. And even if the day changed, it's all the same. You rolling up the block, but you in the wrong lane. You hating on a brother, man, you must be insane. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. Joe said that I'm the best in the West. I got the girls singing, damn, look at how he dressed. No need to guess, just bless my finesse. I keep him in a mess, all up in this caress. Jeans, fitted, shirt, knitted. Man, she need to quit it, she already did it. She gotta be Latina cause she look mixed with it. She all up on me, so I guess she gonna get it. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. Right, yeah. Right, come on. right. Come on. Right. Come on. I look good. Right.